Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, 9 Palaces and 8 Diagrams, Bringing the Wolf into the House. Is the area ahead the Zongmiao Island? Above the 9 heavens, clouds covered the sky, and dark clouds were everywhere, with a storm about to come. A dark cloud was hiding in it. Luo Chen stood on the clouds, and the shrunken Xiangsun Dao stood at his feet, nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. A sea map fell into his hand, and Luo Chen looked at it carefully, pursing his lips thoughtfully. The Zongmiao Sea is very large, and its area is even much larger than the Yuding domain he is familiar with. If you really count it, it is as vast as 2 or 3 Yuding domains. But the Zongmiao Island, where the name comes from, is actually not very big. In his pair of spiritual eyes, he looked down from afar, and on the blue sea, islands were dotted around like stars. The small island in the center was the first. As a whole, it seemed to form a maze. 1, 2, 3, 72. After counting carefully, there were actually 72 islands of different sizes, lined up around Zongmiao Island. Comparing the sea chart with a real object, Luo Chen suddenly exclaimed. Formation. With his current attainments in formation, he can already see some clues. The islands below, combined with the water veins and reefs, have faintly formed a natural formation. However, Luo Chen can only see the general idea. Immediately, he took out the 10,000 souls banner and woke up Hanzan. After Luo Chen made his guess, Hanzan looked at it carefully and finally gave the answer. It is indeed a formation, but it is not formed naturally. There are human factors in it, and it was arranged by at least Tatao's friend in the nascent soul stage. Yuanying's Henrin has infinite magic power. He is an existence that can truly move mountains and fill the sea, destroy cities and break mountains. With this ability, it is not difficult to move islands and arrange a large formation with special terrain. Luo Chen humbly asked for advice. Senior, can you tell what kind of formation it is and what its effect is? Bagua. Hanzan shook his head. No, it should be the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation, which secretly matches the number 72. As for the effect, after pondering for a while, Hanzan said slowly, concealing wind and gathering water, circulating ki and absorbing spirits are the most common methods of gathering veins. Although the Zongmiao Sea is large, the spiritual veins are scattered. The owner of this place arranged a large formation to concentrate the spiritual energy in one area, forming a 4th-order spiritual vein here. After thousands of years of evolution, it is no different from a natural spiritual vein. Having said that, he added, in addition, this 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation has both offensive and defensive capabilities. The 72 islands are linked together, strong on the outside and weak on the inside. But if you ignore the islands outside and attack the inside directly, it will form a disparate counterattack. If I were the owner of this place, I would assign capable generals to the outer islands and have one person guard the central palace. Hearing this, Luo Chen was a little confused. If we don't come, won't the center be empty, and someone will attack Huanglong directly and execute the strategy of beheading? Hanzan smiled dumbly. What if the strongest person is in the central palace? Luo Chen suddenly realized. That's right, in this way, the so-called strong outside and weak inside will become a balanced trend. If a strong enemy really attacks Huanglong directly, not only will he be hit head-on by the strong person in the central palace, but he will also be surrounded by the 72 islands, forming an embarrassing situation where he can't move forward or backward. If the one sitting in the central palace is a Yuanying, even if there are strong enemies of the same level, I'm afraid he can't break this Zongmiao Island without several times the number of enemies. After such an analysis, he finally understood why the ring-headed turtle clan can still be as stable as a mountain under the siege of the 5 royal crabs for several years. The Zongmiao Demon King is really meticulous and doesn't leave any loopholes. Luo Chen sighed. Hanzan disagreed. The formation is dead, but people are alive. From what I can see, although there is the breath of the Demon King on Zongmiao Island, it is extremely thin and full of death. Luo Chen was stunned. Is the Demon King of Zongmiao dead? At least, he is not in this area. Otherwise, the death aura would not be released. Luo Chen now understood why the 5 royal families of demon crabs dared to attack Zongmiao Island. This is a case of a monkey wanting to be the king when there is no tiger in the mountain. The demon crabs intend to defeat the strong and become the real overlord of Xuanian Sea. But this gives him an opportunity. The ring-headed turtle is a big family that has produced a demon king. Even if the demon king is gone, the foundation is still not comparable to that of ordinary demons. In the fierce fight between each other, there must be damage. This gives Luo Chen the opportunity to benefit. But for now, it is better to find a base to settle down. Since Han Zan has been called out, Luo Chen will naturally not let go of such a helper. Senior, your attainments in formations, vision and knowledge are all better than mine. Why don't you find me a hidden and suitable place to stay? Han Zan smiled and said, why bother me with this? You have a powerful weapon in your hand and you can solve it yourself. Luo Chen was stunned. Then he saw something floating out of the 10,000 souls banner. It was the formation plate he had given to Han Zan before. He had planned to ask Han Zan to modify it for him so that he could arrange some formations that suited him. At this moment, he saw the formation plate flying out, and he was a little puzzled. Han Zan immediately explained to him, there are 9 small formations and 3 large formations on it. In addition to the Kai Feng Si Bagua formation and the Lanian Misty formation, I have studied the last formation thoroughly. Oh, please give me some advice, senior. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he was moved. This formation is called Searching for Spirits and Souls. It looks like a 3rd-level formation, but it is actually as effective as an ordinary 4th-level formation. Searching for Spirits and Souls. Hearing this name, Luo Chen couldn't help but mutter and repeat it. Above the clouds, a Taoist priest with a blurred figure sat with his eyes closed. He held a compass in his hand, and the mechanism on it slowly turned. Under his spiritual sense, the landforms of this area were all embedded in the compass. Suddenly, the Taoist priest pinched his fingers with one hand and slowly tapped on the compass. In an instant, the compass needle condensed by magic power began to spin wildly, and the inexplicable aura was constantly pulled and radiated in all directions. Finally, the speed of the magic power needle slowed down and gradually pointed to place. Luo Chen opened his eyes and showed a hint of joy. He moved his body and flew in that direction without leaking any breath. After a while, Luo Chen bypassed a patrol of some monsters and sneaked into an unnamed deserted island. On the deserted island, there was only a semi-abandoned 1st-level spiritual vein. Except for some beasts with little intelligence, there were almost no living creatures. Luo Chen looked around and was extremely satisfied. This island was in the formation, but it was not a part of the formation, nor was it among the 72 islands. No one patrolled, and no one paid attention. It was just right for him to settle down. Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but carefully examine the array plate he got from Zuki. What a good thing. Not to mention the offensive and defensive capabilities, it is simply a sharp weapon for cultivators to go out for training. The Lanian Mist array is suitable for covering and hiding the cave. The Shen Suling array is suitable for searching for treasures, spiritual veins and ki. Once activated, it will automatically explore the direction of the strongest ki nearby for the cultivator. Luo Chen did the opposite, so he found the place with the weakest ki as the base for the next action. And the Fenghei Bagua array, in his opinion at this moment, may not be used for fighting. Its original function should be to seal the spiritual land and prevent the ki from overflowing. The reason why Luo Chen was suppressed in the previous battle was that Zuki transformed it and combined it with his own limbs to form the so-called suppression array. But in that way, it also formed a natural flaw, which was broken by Luo Chen in one fell swoop. Now it seems. This array plate integrates 3 functions: covering and hiding the cave, searching for and exploring the spiritual treasure, and blocking and suppressing. It is a perfect weapon for home travel, killing and arson. Good treasure. I don't know what your name was before, so let's call it the Fengshen Compass from now on. Inspired by the names of the 3 major arrays and their functions, Luo Chen gave this treasure a new name. Then, he got busy on this deserted island. Deep in the ocean, a colorful clam that is almost 100 feet in size, slightly opened its shell. A figure, riding the ocean current, came with a bang. He looked up at the colorful clam and snorted coldly, "Tisk, it's just a corpse of a colorful clam that failed to transform. Old guy Jinhun carries it with him like a treasure wherever he goes." Although he said so, the envy in his eyes could not be faked. As if knowing that someone was coming, the colorful light on the colorful clam flashed, and the light curtain opened. The man moved his 8 legs and walked in. As soon as he entered, a deep voice came from the warm hall. Dao Qian is here. Qian looked up and saw 3 figures, each sitting on one side. One was golden in color, as if covered with the golden armor, and had a domineering aura. Another was surrounded by green, dotted with a few green algae, and vaguely beautiful. The last monster was left. Although its body was reduced in size, its pointed mouth was protruding, and with its 8-legged claws, it gave people a ferocious and terrifying feeling. If a human cultivator who is proficient in the monster beast illustration came here, he could know their races through the appearance of these 3 monsters. They were the 3 tribes of the Overlord Crab, the Green Emperor Crab, and the 9-clawed Poison King Crab. Jinhan, Luxiu, and Jiazhua, you are not seen on weekdays, but you came so early this time. Qian sneered, with a bit of sarcasm in his words. Jinhan didn't say anything, but Jiazhua retorted. You old fellow usually live in a dead volcano under the sea, and you don't even want to go out to bask in the sun. You came out this time and you have the nerve to criticize us. Qi Yan was furious and was about to retort when a soft voice came out. Don't argue. Everyone is here for the future of our demon crab clan. Why are you making such a fuss? It was Luo Xiu, the only female crab patriarch among the 5 royal demon crabs. Qi Yan snorted coldly when he heard this, and he didn't waste words with Jiazhua anymore. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Jin Hun, who hosted the gathering, slowly said, just wait for Zhu Xiong to come. The Zhu Xiong he was talking about was the patriarch of the demon spider crab clan. Although Zhu Xiong had not come yet, Luo Xiu said softly, Brother Jin, why don't you tell us the situation in detail first, and we can discuss it. Jin Hun looked at the 3 monsters. The matter is not complicated, it's just about attacking Zuanayan Island. Qi Yan snorted coldly, we can't even see Zuanayan Island, how can we attack it? That's what I want to say. Jin Hun sighed, no one expected that. Although the Zuanayan Monster King left, he also left a life-saving formation for the ring-headed turtle clan. The formation. For our generation of monsters, it is simply a natural barrier that is difficult to cross. This sigh went deep into everyone's heart. Over the years, they have experienced countless battles of varying sizes in the battle with the ring-headed turtle clan of Zuanayan Island. The best one was only to capture 27 islands. But after the other side launched a formation to counterattack, these 27 islands were recaptured in a few days, and only 9 islands are currently in their hands. This progress, if told out, would make people laugh to death. The 5 royal monster crabs? That's it? Qi Yan frowned, then snorted, if it really doesn't work, I will use the strength of my clan to detonate the underwater volcano and wash away the sea area. Luo Xiu hurriedly stopped him, that won't work. What if it affects the 4th level spiritual vein here? How can we advance to the transformation period in the future? Qi Yan was extremely annoyed, this won't work, and that won't work. You want the Zuanayan remains, and you want to preserve the 4th level spiritual vein. Don't you know that there is a saying among the human race, you can't have your cake and eat it too? Jiazhua sneered, spiritual veins can be shared, and the remains can be obtained by those who are destined. Why can't you have both? You. Qi Yan was furious. Okay, stop arguing. Jin Hun said coldly, everyone is either stuck at the 3rd level of perfection or one step away from the transformation stage. We all come here for the opportunity to advance. No matter who gets the opportunity in the end, there will always be some chances to advance to the transformation stage. By then, the remaining tribes will have a backer. Now is the time to cooperate wholeheartedly, not to act on impulse. Qi Yan was stunned. Your king crab tribe is the most domineering. Jin Hun, when did you consider the overall situation? Jin Hun glanced at him and said coldly, without a demon king in charge of the Zuanayan Sea, it will sooner or later become a hunting area for the human race. It was only in the past 100 years that the human race's holy land collapsed, giving us a chance to breathe. Even so, there are also immortal cultivators who got the news and came here to hunt. If there is no transformation stage demon king among us in the next few hundred years, and the human race has recovered, I am afraid that this Zuanayan Sea will have to be renamed. The long words came out of the old crab's mouth. Although his voice was cold and indifferent, it was as heavy as a mountain. The others were all silent when they heard this. They all knew that there was a demon hunting ship wandering around here. That is, the cultivators on the ship were hunting the ring-headed turtle, otherwise they would have joined forces to destroy it long ago. Even so, There had been several close combats. There was even one time when Jin Claw, a strong man from the King Crab clan, tore a giant and cultivator to pieces. If both sides had not been cautious, I'm afraid they would have used all their strength to fight to the death. Seeing that everyone understood the general situation, Jin Hun took a breath and continued, "The formation of Zuanayan Island is quite mysterious and complicated. With our knowledge, we can't break it. At most, we can use brute force to attack. But the ring-headed turtle clan was once the largest clan on Zuanayan Island. The number of third-level demon kings in it is far greater than any of our clans. Only when the 5 clans join forces can we suppress it. With the blessing of the formation, brute force cannot break it. So, we still have to go back to how to break the formation cleverly." At this point, it seems to have become a dead end. But Jin Hun changed the subject. "As far as I know, Prime Minister Zhu has a younger generation that he values very much. He has inherited the human race and is a little familiar with formations." Everyone was a little surprised that there was a demon crab that could learn the human race's inheritance. Luo Xiu hesitated and said, "Could it be that little guy Zuki?" She knew that there was a genius in the demon spider crab clan. It is said that the younger generation was born with congenital deficiencies and was quite thin, and was often bullied in the clan. Later, one time when the other party was wandering outside, he accidentally entered a cave of a human cultivator and obtained an inheritance, and thus began to make a fortune. Hundreds of years later, he has become a third-level strong man. For this reason, she once wanted to marry the other party and win him over with a second-level green emperor crab. "That's right." Jin Hun gave a positive answer. Greensleeve suddenly realized, "If it's him, I think it's feasible." Nine Claws said grimly, "The question is, let Zhu Xiong's people break the formation, does it mean that more spoils will be given to them?" Jin Hun was puzzled. "Nine Claws, don't you have the best relationship with Zhu Xiong?" Nine Claws sneered, "Friendship is friendship, interests are interests, everyone just hasn't transformed, and they are not ignorant beasts. I can still distinguish these things clearly. In fact, it doesn't matter if we get a little more. After all, what we want most is..." Just as the 4 royal families of demon crabs were discussing how to distribute the benefits in the palace made of the corpse of the 5-colored clam, the light curtain flashed. A figure walked in. "Don't think about it, my Zioki has fallen." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and it was the patriarch of the demon spider crab clan Zhu Xiong. As expected of the most sensitive demon spider crab clan, he was outside and actually heard the conversation inside the 5-colored clam one by one. However, the information in his words, "Zuki has fallen?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Jin Hun was even more shocked with a golden light, and said angrily, "How could this be? This time, it is the only chance for the demon crab clan to rise. After all the efforts, the success or failure basically depends on Zuki. Now tell him that Zuki has fallen? He can't accept it." Zhu Xiong shook his head, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. Immediately, he told everyone the details of Zuki's fall. After a while, Jin Hun gritted his teeth and said, "It turned out to be the master behind the evil dragon skews, damn it. I felt something was wrong before, and asked Jin Claw who came out of retreat to solve this matter, but I didn't expect to miss the mastermind behind the scenes." Jiu Claw was a little confused. In the past few years, their 9 Claws Poison King Crab clan was the only one that had not been attacked by Luo Chen. So they didn't feel deeply about this. Greensleeve was also a little angry at this moment. "If we hadn't focused our attention on Zuanayan Island, we would have sent out a large army to catch the mastermind behind the scenes and cut him into pieces." Her King D Crab clan has also lost many low-level clansmen in the past few years. Chi Yan smiled and didn't care much about these. Their Chiyan Crab clan lives in an underwater volcano. They occasionally go ashore for activities, but they are also in groups and rarely attacked. It is said that they once encountered a black-scale dragon, but were almost beaten to death by the leader of the Chiyan Crab Elder. At this moment, hearing about the tragic events of the other 3 clans, he was a little gloating. However, Zuki died, so how to break this formation? His gloating also subsided. Zhu Xiong looked at the scenes in the hall with cold eyes. Suddenly, "I have a way to break the Zuanayan Island formation. But I have a condition. After the matter is done, you must help to hunt down the mastermind behind the scenes." This condition doesn't matter. And the method he said caught everyone's attention. For a moment, the 4 demons stared at him intently, wanting to know what the solution was. Zhu Xiong stamped his foot on the ground, making a crisp sound. This sound, along with the transmission of the colorful clam shell, spread slowly to the outside. Jinhun, please open the door. Jinhun's face moved slightly, and he stared at Zhu Xiong seriously. His mouth moved slightly. I hope you are not letting a wolf into the house. The next moment, the light curtain trembled, and a tall figure came into view. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had a handsome face. As soon as he entered, he clasped his fists and saluted. Gu Xiao Shang of Fei Unjian, meet all Taoist friends. It's a human cultivator. Chapter 552, Breaking the Formation and Destroying the Island, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Is this the ring-headed turtle? In the nameless underground cave, Luo Chen looked at the creature lying in front of him in amazement. It had a turtle body and a snake head, and a long neck. When he used his magic power to stimulate it, the beast was forced to stretch out its neck, and its slender shape could even wrap around its body. Is it a turtle or a big snake? Luo Chen was a little surprised. He even felt that this ring-headed turtle was inexplicably similar to the mythical beast Xuanwu in mythology. The difference is that the legendary Xuanwu image is a black snake coiled around a turtle, and the two coexist. This ring-headed turtle has a turtle body and a snake head, which is quite out of place. The Black King, who had shrunk in size, said at the side, Master, low-level ring-headed turtles are like this. Only when they reach the third level, there will be some differences. Oh? After the third level, there will be changes. Luo Chen became interested. The ring-headed turtle in his hand was a first-level ring-headed turtle that he had secretly captured recently. It was of a very low grade and had little intelligence. I thought there might be a gap in realm among the monster tribes, but I didn't expect there would be changes later. The Black King spit out a snake letter and replied, unlike ordinary monsters with mixed bloodlines, the ring-headed turtle is a great monster with a real ancestor. According to the old man of my black-scaled giant python clan, the ring-headed turtle has two bloodlines, the black turtle and the cliff snake. Although it is thin, its concentration is far greater than that of ordinary monsters like us. As the realm is improved, their demon power will refine their bloodlines, and gradually they will purify one bloodline to the extreme, and gradually approach the appearance of their ancestors. The third level is a watershed. By then, the ring-headed turtle will truly determine the path of cultivation and prepare for the transformation period. Following Luo Chen for several years, under the influence of what he saw and heard, the Black King can speak human language in a proper manner. At this moment, he spoke in a clear and organized manner. Luo Chen listened quietly and nodded from time to time. Purifying bloodlines and tracing the power of ancestors is indeed in line with the cultivation method of the monster lineage. The black turtle and the cliff snake are both famous ancient monsters in the legends of the mountain and sea world. With the blood of these two as the direction, the practice of the ring-headed turtle lineage is indeed clearer than that of the black-scaled giant python and the monster crab, which have mixed blood. Stroking his chin, Luo Chen said thoughtfully, so, when the rumored Xuanian monster king transformed, I am afraid that his body had already purified his blood to the extreme and had the body of a black turtle. Talking to himself, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the tortoise shell of the ring-headed turtle. I don't know if this kind of shell can be used to refine the Black Emperor ointment, and what will the effect of refining it be? But soon, this idea was dispelled by Luo Chen. He prepared in advance to refine the Black Emperor ointment with a monster crab shell, and experimented with many auxiliary materials before it was perfected. If the main material is changed, the auxiliary material must also be changed. That's too troublesome. The current focus is not on these trivial matters. Black King, Xiangxuan, what is the situation outside now? Report to the master. The 5 royal families of demon crabs have gathered around Xuanian Island, with millions of troops deployed, and there is a trend of completely destroying the ring-headed turtle clan. The Black King replied. Hearing this number, Luo Chen couldn't help but shudder. He knew that the demon crab clan was huge. After all, this thing has an amazing reproductive capacity, even better than the human race, which is famous for its reproductive capacity. This is also one of the main reasons why he came to the Xuanian Sea to hunt demon crabs. You gave birth to so many crabs? I caught a few to make medicine, just a few. It won't attract attention. But he didn't expect that there would be so many. There are millions of troops deployed. Even if 99% of them are first-level demon crabs that are not worth mentioning, but the number is piled up, it is still an ant biting an elephant. The 5 royal families of demon crabs joined forces, and the ring-headed turtle clan is in danger. Master. A crisp voice came from Xiangxun's mouth, and she gave Luo Chen a piece of news that surprised him. I discovered something. Those human monks seem to have joined forces with the demon crabs. In the vast sea, the sound of fighting shook the sky and the sea. Luo Chen, who had fully activated the hidden formation, hid in the turbulent deep sea without leaking any breath. His sharp eyes shone with spiritual light, looking in all directions through the sea water dyed red by blood. Countless crab soldiers and generals, led by the third-level demon crab kings, attacked large and small islands. On the islands, the strong men of the ring-headed turtle clan defended their positions and seemed to be determined to fight to the death. Although there was a huge difference in numbers, these islands had been integrated into the formation because they had been under control for many years. Therefore, the strong men of the ring-headed turtle clan could use the power of the formation to extract the spiritual energy from them and carry out offensive and defensive rotations. For a while, it was still balanced. However, in Luo Chen's view, this balance was constantly tilting as the living force decreased. After paying attention for a while, Luo Chen showed a look of pity on his face. I'm afraid these 3 islands will also fall. He saw clearly that the ring-headed turtle clan had a large formation, but it seemed that there were very few strong people who could use the formation as if they were their own arms. Because of the absolute difference in numbers, it was inevitable that they would fall. Unless the clan Xuanayan Island sent support. But support? Luo Chen didn't dare to release his divine sense, for fear of attracting the attention of beings with stronger spiritual foundation than him. However, his excellent eyes allowed him to see very far. In his sight, several huge demon clouds flew from the direction of Xuanayan Island. Those who could control the demon clouds to fly were at least second-level demon beasts. And those who could control such a huge demon cloud must have a third-level demon king sitting inside. This was the ring-headed turtle clan sending a third-level demon king to support. However, before approaching the 3 islands being attacked, more than a dozen escape lights suddenly flew out nearby and besieged the huge demon cloud. The battle between the 2 sides was about to break out. And the situation of the battle also had a result after just half a cup of tea. How could the 5 royal families of demon crabs join forces and wait for the enemy to tire themselves out so easily that reinforcements could enter the battle array? Soon, the few rays of light that survived the battlefield outside the island were forced to retreat to the direction of Xuanayan Island. On the battlefields of the 3 islands, the sound of fighting gradually became low. Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and then several rays of light flew out from the 3 islands at the same time, trying to break through. But this time, the strong men of the ring-headed turtle clan could not retreat. Several nearby demon crab kings attacked together and completely suppressed them back to the battlefield inside the island. How many times has this happened? Such a scene seemed to be true and false, as if it was yesterday. Luo Chen was secretly surprised. He was not surprised that the 5 royal families of demon crabs joined forces, and he just thought that they would be done with a swarm of swarms when they started fighting. But he did not expect that the means of breaking the battle array would be so well organized. Divide and annihilate, surround and attack reinforcements, and advance slowly from the outside to the inside. The so-called 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation has lost nearly 30 islands, almost half of them, under the continuous encroachment of the demon crabs. As long as they take half of them, they will be defeated. At that time, the demon crabs only need to drive straight into the inner 36 islands and take Xuanayan directly. This is definitely not the way of fighting of demon beasts. Luo Chen took a deep breath, and a name emerged in his mind. Gu Shaoshang. The information Xiangxun gave him at that time was very clear. The demon king of the demon spider crab clan personally boarded the Fianjian demon hunting ship, and Gu Shaoshang accompanied him when he left. When he came back, although the other party was alone, he was unharmed. Not only that, the 2 sides contacted each other frequently afterwards. What does this mean? The demon crabs in Fianjian and Xuanayan Sea have joined forces. Together they are targeting the ring-headed turtle clan of Xuanayan Island. In his opinion, only Gu Shaoshan can dispatch such a large number of demon crabs in such a neat manner and break the formation slowly. Thinking of this person, Luo Chen showed a trace of distress on his face. In this way, it would be difficult for him to fish in troubled waters and secretly capture a few seriously injured third-level monster crab kings. If he continued like this, he would most likely watch the royal monster crabs return with a full load, while he would be empty-handed. Thinking of this, Luo Chen couldn't help but repeat the name again. Gu Shaoshang. What kind of conditions could make the cultivators and monsters join forces? Moreover, isn't that guy afraid that the monster crabs will go back on their word? Under the absolute power gap, the 6 giant and cultivators in Fia Unjian would definitely not be able to make any waves. On an island, 5 monster crab kings emitting powerful auras gathered together. Suddenly, a beam of light broke through the air. It's Jin Sao. Boom. A corpse as huge as a hill was thrown to the ground. Jin Claw grinned and said, "Report to the clan leader, the 3 longevity islands have been taken, and the body of Huan Shou, the master of the formation, is here." Looking at the huge turtle corpse, Jin Hun nodded with satisfaction. "Well done, you can go down and rest first. We will need you to help when we break the inner 36 islands later. This body. You killed it, so it belongs to you." Jin Claw smiled and swept his eyes over the other 4 monsters, returning triumphantly. When his provocative eyes swept over, the expressions of the clan leaders of the 4 major crab clans could not help but change. After he left, Qi Yan sneered, "Jin Hun, your clan's Jin Claw is getting more and more rampant." Jiu Claw also snorted coldly, "You ignorant child, do you really think that I am old and weak and can't be his opponent?" Zhu Xiong of the Demon Spider Crab clan did not speak, but looked at Jin Claw's leaving back with a bit of envy in his eyes. The King Crab clan is full of strong men. This Jin Claw's fighting power is almost as strong as the 5 clan leaders. It can be said that he has been designated as the next generation leader of the King Crab clan. In comparison, the Demon Spider Crab clan is a little short of successors. Xiao Qi. Jin Hun did not respond to the provocation of the 2 monsters, but said faintly, "The outer 36 islands have basically been taken. The next is the inner 36 islands, which will definitely be a hard battle." Lu Xiu nodded, "The essence of the Zuanian ring-headed turtle clan is all entrenched in the inner 36 islands, and a hard battle is inevitable. However, with the help of the Taoist Gu, it is only a matter of time before the formation is broken and the island is destroyed. Brother Jin, you don't have to worry so much." Jin Hun shook his head, "Of course I'm not worried about this. I'm thinking about something else at the moment." When he said this, his eyes met with Zhu Xiong, the leader of the Demon Spider Crab clan. "Zhu Xiong, if our demon clan and human cultivators join forces to deal with the ring-headed turtle, if this matter gets out, I'm afraid the reputation of the Zuanian demon crab will be tarnished in the North Sea." Zhu Xiong remained silent. The other 3 monsters also reacted immediately. Using Gu Shaosheng's hand to break the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation and take the Zuanian relics is for the future of their 5 royal families. But if the reputation of the 5 royal families is bad within the monster clan, even if the monster crab king really appears in the future, I am afraid that life will not be easy. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zhu Xiong. After a long while, the old words came out of Zhu Xiong's mouth. "Cooperation is just to get what we need. When we kill Zuanian Island, it will also be the day when the cooperation ends. By then, there will be no ally Gu Shaoshang, but only the demon Gu Shaoshang who invaded the Zuanian Sea and brutally massacred fellow monsters. We should kill him together." Hearing this, everyone's faces showed satisfied smiles. At this time, a sword light broke through the air. Flying sword to send a letter? Jin Hun stretched out his hand and took the small sword, and a message came out on it. Before he finished reading, his face showed a mixture of shock and anger. Human cultivators are indeed cunning and despicable. A demon hunting ship, with the help of the strong wind, sailed away from the Zuanian Sea at an incredible speed. Looking back at the sea, the girl Gu Xiaolian asked the young man beside her in confusion, "Brother, isn't the cooperation over yet?" Gu Shaoshang smiled and said, "I have already given them the method to break the formation. As for how to implement it later, it depends on them. After all, it is impossible for me, a human cultivator, to command it all the time." This is indeed true. After all, it is not legitimate. Gu Xiaolian suddenly realized. But when her eyes fell on the demon hunting ship, the pile of ring-headed turtle corpses piled up like a mountain, she was still a little puzzled. In the past few months, we have harvested hundreds of second-level ring-headed turtle corpses and 5 third-level ring-headed turtle corpses. Although the number is large, it is still a little short of the number of 9 turtles required by my father. How can I explain this to my father? In response, The smile on Gu Xiaoshang's face gradually faded. Don't worry, I will personally deal with this matter. Gu Xiaolian was stunned. Brother, could it be that you? Gu Xiaoshang nodded. That battlefield is too dangerous, and we are isolated and helpless, so there is no guarantee that they will not betray us. You go first, I will go back and collect the goods in the cooperation content. But are you alone, brother? Gu Xiaolian showed a worried look. Gu Xiaoshang sneered, it doesn't matter, some furry and armored people, even if I am not their opponent, but with the means given by my father, they can't stop me if I want to leave. Gu Fian, the master of Fianjian, is a genuine Yuan Yingxianrun. With the means given by him, ordinary third-level demon kings can't do anything to him. This is also the confidence of Gu Xiaoshang. After instructing several junior brothers to take good care of Gu Xiaolian and transport the ship of goods back to Fianjian, Gu Xiaoshang jumped, turned into a beam of light, and sneaked back to the Zuanian Sea again. Half a month later. On a huge island, fighting are the only melody at this moment. Large numbers of low-level demon crabs landed from the sea and surrounded the island from all directions. The 7 demon crab kings of the Red Rock clan, led by them, attacked the powerful ring-headed turtle who was stationed here. The battle became increasingly intense. Perhaps knowing that it was a matter of life and death, the resistance of the ring-headed turtle became more intense, and they began to extract the spiritual energy of the earth veins at all costs. Even though they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were still evenly matched with the strong men of the Red Rock Crab clan under the blessing of the formation. Evenly matched? Yes, from the initial defeat to the current evenly matched. Such a strange change, in addition to the desperate resistance of the ring-headed turtle, was also related to the chaotic command of the demon crabs. Before, they fought together, but now, the 5 royal demon crabs have returned to the fighting method of forming a single clan army. In order to prevent being attacked by others, they can only form a single clan army. However, in this way, without the cooperation between the different abilities of the 5 demon crabs, the battle became more and more difficult. The scope of the battle began to expand. From the island to the sea, the demonic energy was majestic and surging. Such a scene was not limited to this large island, but also in several other directions. On the sea. Boom! With a deafening roar, a huge red rock crab fell into the sea. It fell. Died at the hands of a third-level ring-headed turtle. As soon as the body entered the sea, clusters of flames broke out. Seeing this, the third-level demon king of the ring-headed turtle clan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You actually wanted to self-destruct, fortunately. Under the sea, Luo Chen stirred up the fiery miasma, obscuring the perception of the outside world, and touched the corpse of the third-level red rock crab with his hands. Good luck. The first 2 times, I had to sneak attack, but this time I got it. Although it's dead, the shell of the third-level demon king can be used as medicine even after it dies. Enjoy. He put the corpse into the storage ring. Looking up, through the clusters of fiery miasma, he saw the ring-headed turtle with a thick turtle shell. The ring-headed turtle demon king who followed the path of the black turtle. And it was seriously injured, should he? Just as he was hesitating, his pupils suddenly shrank. In the void, a figure suddenly flashed out, and with one hand clenched, silk threads from all directions strangled heavily. In just a moment, the ring-headed turtle demon king, who was caught off guard, was killed. While collecting the remains of the body, the figure's sight also fell under the sea. For a moment, the man frowned slightly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Isolated Island, Puppet, and Decisive Battle. After putting the huge corpse of a third-level ring-headed turtle into the storage bag, Gu Xiaoshang's eyes fell on the sea surface. With just one glance, he noticed something was wrong. That spiritual fluctuation was not a sign of the red rock crab's self-destruction. Evil spirit. Just as he was puzzled, he raised his eyebrows, immediately withdrew and disappeared into the void. Under the sea surface, Luo Chen was a little stunned. An immortal cultivator? Or a great cultivator who has reached the 7th level of the Golden Core realm? Suddenly, his expression changed. He put away the fiery miasma, and quietly escaped into the deep sea. On the large island next to it, the battle has gradually come to an end. The Red Rock Crab clan can already divide its forces to sweep the battlefield. This is not a place to stay for long. As the two left, a figure flew to this sea area after a long time. After hesitating for a while, he showed a puzzled look. Gone? Whether it was the same clan or the demon king of the ring-headed turtle clan, they were all gone. Could it be that the same clan was killed and even the body was taken away? After searching for a while, the Red Rock Crab Demon King could only return empty-handed. Fortunately, this large island was finally conquered, and it was one step closer to conquering Zhuanayan Island. On a deserted island. As soon as Luo Chen returned to the cave, he immediately took out the third-level Red Rock Crab that had just died from the stored ring. Using a magic tool, he disassembled the shell from the corpse while the magic power was running, and then immediately soaked it in a special medicine. At this point, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The third-level demon crab no longer needs to be refined alive for medicine. But correspondingly, the materials on its body must be processed in advance to avoid the infection of death. Otherwise, if there is too much death contamination, even if the Black Emperor paste is refined later, the quality is very poor. In this way, the fish he caught in the muddy water will be in vain. Counting it up, this is the third-level demon crab he has secretly hunted in the past few months. Luo Chen was about to give up this idea. Who knew that the offensive of the demon crab suddenly changed? From the beginning, they were well organized and cooperated with each other, to the later advances and retreats, and gradually evolved to fighting each other. In addition, the resistance of the ring-headed turtle became more and more fierce. The situation became more and more chaotic. This gave Luo Chen enough opportunities. With a third-level hidden formation engraved on his body, Luo Chen's actions were almost silent as long as he did not release powerful means. The first 2 times, he encountered 2 third-level monster crabs that were seriously injured. After he quietly used his life-saving magic weapon, the Hununding, he easily caught them back. This time, it was even easier. Thinking of the process of this attack, Luo Chen recalled the young-looking monk in his mind. There are actually people who learned from me to be the yellow bird behind. Lei Jinden. Luo Chen's mind moved, and he sent a voice transmission. After a long time, a seemingly ordinary seagull circled in the sky for a few times and landed on this nameless deserted island. She walked slowly along a specific route and finally entered the cave where Luo Chen was. Master, Xiangxun is back. What do you want me to do? The young man with his back to her turned around, holding a painting in his hand, on which was a lifelike portrait of a man. Before he could speak, Xiangxun saw the portrait and blurted out, Gu Xiaoshang. It's him. Luo Chen nodded slightly, and a flame ignited in his hand, burning the newly painted portrait into ashes. He knew that there was no trace of humans in the Zhuanayan Sea area on weekdays, so how could a great cultivator of the 7th level of the Golden Core appear out of nowhere? If it was Gu Xiaoshang, it would not be strange. After all, the other party had come a long time ago, and had cooperated with the royal family monster crab. The only strange thing was that the Fianjian cultivator had already evacuated the Zhuanayan Sea area, but Gu Xiaoshang returned and became the Oriole like himself. His goal is obvious, he's going for the 3rd-level ring-headed turtle. Just like me, I am going for the 3rd-level monster crab king. However, since he has already joined forces with a monster crab party, why does he have to be so mean and learn from me to act secretly? While muttering to himself, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. Xiangxun stood there respectfully, not daring to disturb Luo Chen at all. After a long while, Luo Chen hesitated and woke up. He went away and came back to do something unlucky. Is he afraid that the monster crab party will abandon him, so he relies on his cultivation and acts alone? It must be said that Luo Chen's guess is no different from the truth. Or rather, it is not difficult to guess this. Xiangxun Naoao, who was forced to hide by Luo Chen, hovered above the 9 heavens all the time, monitoring the direction of this battle for him. During the process, he also saw the monks of Fianjian carrying the corpse of the ring-headed turtle onto the monster hunting ship several times. This is obviously one of the conditions for cooperation between the human and the monster. Before, I thought that the monks of Fianjian had made enough money, so they hurriedly evacuated. Now it seems that Gu Xiaoshang has a big appetite. Of course, the other party is also very cautious. He first evacuated the weak disciples of his own sect, and then hunted more ring-headed turtles alone. Therefore, Luo Chen also had an idea. Should I kill him while he is alone? To avenge Xiangxuan. The revenge of Xiangxuan is not just as simple as face. Because Xiangxuan Dao was captured, the three great demon spider crab kings came to Xiangxuan Island to kill him, thus exposing Luo Chen's whereabouts. Otherwise, he would not need to take such a risk and enter the battlefield to hunt demon crabs in person. After some thought, Luo Chen temporarily gave up this idea. Forget it. The most urgent thing is to secretly hunt more third-level demon crabs and prepare more Black Emperor cream for the body tempering of the late third-level ancient. It's not good to create trouble. Luo Chen knew the priorities. The current battlefield environment is chaotic and complicated, which is just right for him to fish in troubled waters and grab benefits. If there are side issues and alarm the 5 royal family demon crabs, it is easy to cause greater trouble. Moreover, if he wants to deal with a great cultivator in the late Jinden stage, with his current ability, he must use all means. Whether he can take it or not is one thing, and making too much noise is another. The master of the evil dragon thief is the great enemy of the demon crabs. After sorting out the primary and secondary targets, Luo Chen looked at Xiangxuan. What is the current situation of the crab-turtle war? Xiangxuan answered without hesitation. 54 islands have been destroyed, and only 18 islands are still in the control of the ring-headed turtle clan. According to my observation, the 5 royal families of demon crabs are determined to win this battle, and almost all the elites in the clan have been sent out. It is just around the corner to take the remaining 18 islands. Are there only 18 large islands left? Luo Chen read this number, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. The 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation uses 9 islands as a formation center, divided into 8 areas, forming the momentum of the 8 diagrams, and guarding Zuanayan Island in it. In other words, the 18 large islands are the last 2 formation centers. Either it is not broken, or once it is broken, the chain reaction will completely determine the direction of this war. There is not much time left for me. Continue to monitor the battlefield situation. If a war breaks out, notify me immediately. Yes, Master. How is the situation on the Black King's side? According to the formation map provided by the Master, Tahui is very close to Zuanayan Island. But it may be difficult to sneak in. Hearing this news, Luo Chen nodded. The 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation looks majestic, but it is actually quite rough. Otherwise, Gu Xiaosheng would not have found the flaws so easily and broken them one by one. On his side, with Han Zan's guidance, coupled with a method of searching for gods and souls of the conferred god compass, the direction of this formation is more transparent and clear. Therefore, a long time ago, he had asked the Black King to sneak into the inner formation quietly while the war was hot, just in case. You inform the Black King that if he goes to Zuanayan Island, he should follow the formation diagram I gave him, go to the designated place, and bury the god-conferring compass. Tianjuan was surprised and said, Master, are you going to the island too? Luo Chen smiled casually. If it really comes to that, I would also like to personally witness how this war ends. I think that scene should be spectacular. It is a good thing to personally observe the rise and fall of a clan in one's cultivation career. Even if there is nothing to gain, it can be used as a good topic of conversation when communicating with fellow practitioners in the future. Time passed slowly. Without Gu Xiaosheng's command, the attack of the monster crabs became very chaotic. However, as the single clan formed an army and there were no more constraints on each other, the chaos in command was effectively alleviated. For this, the price paid was the 5 royal monster crabs, and the losses of each family increased by 30%. Not only the low-level monster crabs, but also the high-level combat power, the losses suddenly increased. A great monster king personally counted that the 5 clans paid the lives of more than 20 third-level monster kings in this battle. The ring-headed turtle suffered even more serious losses. However, even so, the ring-headed turtle's resistance has never stopped, and it has even become more determined, not giving up an inch of land. The same is true for the 5 royal families of demon crabs. The battlefield began to advance continuously. From the initial 72 islands, to 36 islands, and then 18 islands. Unknowingly, the battle to destroy the formation and destroy the island has lasted for nearly a year. Until, the patriarchs of the 5 royal families set foot on the empty Snake Island together. Jinhun, Qian, Zhu Xiang, Jiu Kla, and Lu Xiu. The 5 statues showed their full bodies, and their huge bodies stood on the empty Snake Island. Behind them, There were millions of demon crabs. In front of them, there was a large island with an area of 1,000 miles. If you look from the air, it looks like a piece of land. This is Zongmiao Island. After decades of preparation and 5 years of fierce fighting, we finally got here. Everyone, success or failure depends on this last battle. Jinhun exhaled and spoke, without vicissitudes, but full of heroic ambitions. The 4 monsters on the side were also in a very complicated mood at this moment. Some of them just happened to participate in this battle at the last moment. Some of them were prepared in advance and had been secretly paying attention to the progress of the King Crab clan. In any case, the efforts of each family were equally huge. Greensleeve blinked and said with some sadness, "In order to get here, my King D Crab clan paid 7 third-level clan members, and the remaining second-level and first-level ones are countless. Until now, the bodies of some third-level clan members have not been recovered." Zhu Xiong said indifferently, "All the efforts are worth it. As long as, take down Zongmiao Island." Chijiwei, if you don't know, you would think that those weak cultivators are sentimental here. Qi Yan sneered. But Jiazhu couldn't hold back and spit out the fangs in his mouth. "When will we start?" Jinhun raised the giant claw. "There is only one step left, there is no need to delay. It's better to do it today than to wait for a day, let's do it today." As he spoke, the giant claw fell with a bang. "Attack!" he said, and he flew into the air. With him, there were 4 other clan leaders. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 5 demons broke through the air and headed straight for the vast giant island. When they flew out, the island trembled and a pillar of light rose from the ground. The majestic spiritual energy burst out from deep underground. There was also a terrifying suction force that spread in all directions. But unfortunately, this suction force lacked a response. The 9 palaces and 8 diagrams had been broken, and the only thing left was the center palace. Without a response, it was just an isolated island. After the light pillar was unfolded, before it could take shape, it was attacked by the 5 clan leaders who used their unparalleled demonic energy to smash it. As the light pillar was smashed, layers of shaking sounds came from Zongmiao Island. Several high mountains on the island collapsed. The earth rolled, like a dragon turning over. Streams of seawater surged up from all directions, with the momentum of a tsunami. At some point, a group of cold-eyed ring-headed turtles appeared on the island. They were ready to fight to protect their homeland. No nonsense. With the order of the 5 clan leaders, millions of demon crabs began to land on Zongmiao Island. For a moment, the shouts of killing shook the earth. Endless blood rain was falling, and the smell of demons filled the air. It's time for me to go to the island too. Among the demon crab army, a second-level demon crab moved slowly, slightly out of place. Under the shell, in the abdomen, Luo Chen controlled the demon crab puppet to move forward slowly with a slightly surprised look. Yes, a demon crab puppet. This demon crab was a simple puppet that Hanzan made for Luo Chen in his spare time. Its attack and defense capabilities were ordinary, but it was good at hiding its tracks. In addition, after Luo Chen's spiritual art of condensing breath was perfected, he could absorb the breath of others and disguise and imitate. With a combination of the two, if you don't look closely, almost no one will find that there is something wrong with this demon crab. As Luo Chen controlled it, a strange feeling came to his mind. It's a bit like the mechas I controlled in science fiction novels in my previous life. Muttering, the demon crab puppet spread its 8 legs and followed the rhythm of the army's attack. But after landing on the island, it did not join the battle immediately, but found a direction, separated from the main force, and left quietly. Fights broke out frequently on the road, but Luo Chen avoided them as much as possible. Suddenly, Luo Chen paused and looked at a place. There, a spiritual light appeared, and a figure slowly emerged. It's him. Gu Xiaosheng also came. However, compared with Luo Chen's silence, Gu Xiaosheng's whereabouts were somewhat exposed. It's okay if there are few ordinary monsters, but now on this battlefield full of monsters, a human cultivator suddenly appeared, which is too eye-catching. As soon as he appeared, Gu Xiaosheng had to kill 2 monsters with his own hands. Luo Chen glanced at it and had no intention of participating in it. He controlled the demon crab to avoid the center of the battlefield. How? On the battlefield, Gu Xiaosheng's fingers were like swords, controlling a flying sword to harvest the lives of nearby monsters. He was a little helpless. He was not proficient in hiding, and he did not expect that there would be so many monsters participating in this final decisive battle. He was exposed by a careless move. Seeing two monster kings flying towards him in the distance, he had to withdraw and fly away from Zuanayan Island. I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to watch this last battle. Helplessly, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw a monster crab that didn't fit in and was walking in the opposite direction. Strange monster crab, even the order of the tribe king was not listened to. Luo Chen naturally didn't know that he had been seen by the other party for a moment. He only knew that he was very smooth. Along the way, he deliberately took a detour to avoid large and small battle groups. Finally, the monster crab puppet stopped in a swamp shrouded in miasma. The 8 legs stopped. The miasma seemed to be blown away by the wind, making way. A giant python with a single horn poked its head out and looked at the demon crab in confusion. But as a divine consciousness sounded in his ears, he quickly reacted. "Welcome, Master." The demon crab did not reply, but took a step into the swamp. As soon as he entered, the shell opened and Luo Chen walked out of it. Looking around, he showed satisfaction. Although this place is poor, it is connected to the deep sea spring, and we have a basis for advancing and retreating. It can be used as a base. Black King, you did a good job. As he spoke, he threw a jade bottle over. Black King took it as if he had found a treasure. "Master, are we going to join the war?" He held the jade bottle and asked carefully. Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly. "Join the war? Of course we have to go, but we can't do it hastily. The most urgent thing is to observe the situation on the battlefield first." Without answering Black King, Luo Chen found a dry place in the swamp and sat cross-legged. The God-conferring compass appeared in front of him. He activated his innate skills, absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, and cast a spell before it was transformed. Soon, a huge water mirror slowly took shape. In the realm, battles were vivid everywhere. But because of the explosion of demonic energy and spiritual energy, the water mirror began to ripple constantly, and it looked quite unstable. With my soul comparable to the late giant in stage, can't I maintain the water mirror technique in a battle of this scale? Luo Chen muttered, and could only accept the reality. However, he had another way. "Senior Han, please help me." Han Zun showed up helplessly in the one-hand banner. "You kid." As he spoke, he pointed a finger at the water mirror in midair. In an instant, the mirror surface was so stable. Chapter 554, No Body Left, The Mastermind Behind. To what extent can a remnant soul of a cultivator interfere with reality? The people who practice Qi are ignorant and foolish. Even if they stay in the world, they can only disturb people's sweet dreams. The true cultivation of foundation building may preserve the instinct of seeking the Tao, accumulate yin Qi, and transform into a ghost general without clear spiritual wisdom. Only the masters who condense the golden elixir, because of the existence of divine consciousness, even if it is only a remnant soul, have the opportunity to return to the great way and walk the path of ghost cultivation. However, even so, the so-called ghost king transformed by the golden elixir cultivator will take a long time to return to the right path without a unique environment. In contrast, the Yuanying cultivators who are known as real people are very different. Even if the 5 Qi in the chest is broken up, the 3 flowers on the top of the head, and the Yuanying is defeated, the remaining remnant soul still has the essence of the Yuanying. With the help of this remnant soul, the Yuanying cultivator can interfere with reality and perform various powerful means. Although it is not as good as before, it still has an overwhelming advantage over ordinary giant cultivators. At this moment, with Han Zhan's help, Luo Chen's water mirror technique stabilized instantly. Even though the battlefield was filled with demonic energy and the spiritual power was in disorder, the water mirror technique still showed the scene of the 700-li radius of Zuanayan Island. The picture was very small and difficult to see with the naked eye. However, this technique was performed by Luo Chen himself, and his spiritual consciousness was embedded in it, carefully selecting some battlefields that he was concerned about. Soon, the battles between the third-level demon kings began to magnify. The ring-headed turtle clan really has a deep foundation. After several years of fighting, there are still more than 30 third-level beings in the base camp. Luo Chen looked surprised and was a little shocked. As expected of the turtle clan, which is famous for its longevity, after years of accumulation, it still has a terrifying foundation. This kind of strength is definitely the top giant and major force even in the human cultivation world. It can even be said that some Yuanying forces that have just entered the upper sect level, after removing the newly promoted Yuanying Zhanren, may not be comparable to the ring-headed turtle clan. For example, Luo sect. At the peak, there were only a dozen or so giant and cultivators. It took countless generations of successive efforts to produce a Yuanying's Henren like Hanzan. I wonder what the current situation of Luo sect is like with the fall of Hanzan? Shaking his head, Luo Chen put aside these thoughts and focused his eyes on the pictures. His prey could be among them. With his attention, he soon made a rough judgment of the strength of both sides. In general, the demon crab side has an absolute advantage. Even though the ring-headed turtle clan has a deep foundation, the number of high-level strongmen of the 5 royal families of demon crabs presents an overwhelming advantage. At this moment on the battlefield, the 5 clan leaders have not made a move, and the remaining clan strongmen alone have suppressed the 3rd-level demon king of the ring-headed turtle. Moreover, most of them are fighting with more people against fewer people. Not only that, in the picture, the number of late-stage 3rd-level great demon kings among the 5 royal families of demon crabs is also somewhat beyond Luo Chen's expectations. The king crab clan has 4 great demon kings, while the red rock crab and the demon spider crab clans each have 3 great demon kings. The 9-clawed poison king crab and the green emperor crab clans are much weaker, with only 2 in total. If the clan leader who remains idle is excluded, the only one who can take action freely is 1 person from each clan. But even so, the number of great demon kings in the Zhuanayan Sea still surprised Luo Chen. If a clan is replaced with a major giant clan, the distribution of strong people in it is really overwhelming for human cultivators. Take the Jade Tripod domain as an example. Among the 9 giant clans in the Ice Castle, there is only 1 great cultivator, Master Kanglong. The Luan clan only has Master Chang Yan, while Aleo Mountain and Beiho Palace have none at all. The Kingdom Valley, which has the largest number of giant cultivators, only has the Grand Elder King Danzi and the head of Longshao Peak, where the battle hall is located, who are great cultivators in the late giant period. No wonder there used to be a magic holy place like Yuan Mozong that believed in the law of the jungle and the law of the jungle. This North Sea cultivation world is still called the Demon Sea, where demons and monsters coexist. Now it seems that the demon tribe in the Zhuanayan Sea is so full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In the vast North Sea, there are countless seas, and there are still many peerless monsters lurking. How can the cultivators conquer all the lands? Especially now that the Yuan Mozong has been destroyed, when the demon tribe has time to counterattack, I am afraid that this area of cultivation will be in flames again. While sighing, Luo Chen was also looking for suitable prey. Because the demon crabs were suppressing the ring-headed turtles, the overall situation was turbulent and chaotic, but it seemed to be orderly in chaos. In this case, it was not suitable for Luo Chen to take action. But Luo Chen did not give up. In a life-and-death situation, no one would be willing to sit and wait for death, at least they would perish together. Over the years, Luo Chen has participated in many wars. He knew very well how crazy the enemy would be when they were on the verge of despair. Especially, this is a race war. Time passed slowly, but in just 1 stick of incense, the 3rd-level demon kings of the ring-headed turtle clan began to fall. But Luo Chen still held back. He was waiting for a signal. Suddenly, Luo Chen's consciousness fell on a mirror, and the picture began to zoom in. The demonic energy inside became more and more turbulent, and even had a tendency to self-destruct. In the picture, under the siege of the 3 demon kings, a ring-headed turtle as big as a palace suddenly had red eyes. The majestic demonic energy was completely swallowed into its body. The huge body began to expand continuously. The next moment, boom! The bloodlight spread like waves, and the violent explosion shook Zhuanayan Island. The 3 demon kings who participated in the siege retreated again and again with screams. With such a scene, anyone could tell what happened. A 3rd-level demon king, not hesitating to self-destruct, would take the enemy to hell together. In the swamp, Luo Chen sighed at the demon king's determination, while using his magic power to stabilize the trembling of the water mirror technique. The signal is coming. Senior Han, I'll trouble you to look at this water mirror and use your spiritual sense to notify me of the action. Luo Chen wiped the mirror with 1 hand and memorized the terrain of the nearby battlefield. A 3-inch figure floated out of the 10,000 souls banner, revealing the appearance of an illusory old man. It was Hanzan. What Luo Chen had to do next was to personally wander around the battlefield and hunt the Demon King. At the same time, let Hanzan monitor the battlefield and notify him of the corresponding situation anytime and anywhere. With such internal and external cooperation, it would be convenient for him to take advantage of the situation. Hanzon looked at Luo Chen helplessly. Go, I'll notify you if there's anything. Luo Chen smiled slightly, got into the second-level demon crab puppet, and drove the puppet to quietly escape from the swamp. The signal has been given, and there will be endless imitators. In order to protect their homes and for a place to survive, the high-level strongman of the ring-headed turtle, who has no way to retreat, has no reservations. When a third-stage ring-headed turtle demon king was severely injured under the siege of two powerful enemies and had no chance of turning the tables, he chose to die with the enemy. Let's go to hell together. With a roar, the demon pill in his body was retracted and released, and the demon power accumulated throughout his life exploded. The majestic power of the self-explosion instantly swept across 100 miles. The large and small low-level demon beasts contained in it, whether it was the 5 royal demon crabs or his own ring-headed turtles, had no chance of being spared. And the 2 green emperor crab demon kings at the center of the battle, even though they had retreated as frantically as possible, were still caught in the huge demonic impact of the self-explosion. No nonsense. The 2 demon kings used their means at the same time. One turned over his shell as a shield, and the other exhaled into bubbles to cover himself. Endless waves of air rolled and surged. Blood, mist and smoke filled the air at the same time, making the battlefield tragic and like hell on earth. In the hazy light, a third-level blue emperor crab rolled on the ground. The bubbles broke and regenerated and broke again. She kept spitting out bubbles to maintain the external defense. Seeing that she had survived the biggest wave of the self-explosion, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know why these guys are so determined. Wouldn't it be better to surrender and become slaves and vassals? In the early years, our demon crab tribes were also vassals of the ring-headed turtle tribe. It's better to die. I don't know what's going on with the 5th brother. I just hope I can keep my life. Just as her thoughts were surging in her heart, the bubble in front of her burst again. Without thinking, the demon power in her body surged, and she opened her mouth and spit out another defensive bubble. But an accident happened. A hand, with 5 fingers curled like claws, reached into the bubble that had not yet formed. With a fierce claw, it grabbed into her soft abdomen. When it was taken out, a blue golden pill was clearly visible. The incident happened suddenly, and the monster had not yet reacted. But she would never mistake the demon elixir. It was the essence of her hundreds of years of hard work. A figure appeared in her sight, and she was about to call for help. But when she looked into the man's eyes, she felt a trance. The bright moon was hanging upside down in the sea, and the flowers in her heart were blooming and withering. When she woke up, the body had been separated and the demon elixir was locked. With one move, Luo Chen blinked and waved his sleeves, and the huge demon crab's body disappeared in an instant. He also drilled into the ground and entered the solid Hununding, and the hidden formation was fully activated to cover up his breath. Hununding, a top-grade magic weapon, is made of extremely hard material. In the words of Dionysi and Hanzon, it can be used as a semi-real weapon after being tempered. Although this treasure has no defensive power, it can be used as a defensive magic weapon based on its own material. With this, Luo Chen can resist the Demon King's self-explosion. Outside, the aftermath of the self-explosion gradually dissipated. A figure soared into the sky. His breath was extremely weak. After flying into the air, he shouted loudly, but there was no response. He turned around and around, scanning the sky and the ground, but found nothing. In the end, he left the battlefield powerlessly. For the development of the tribe, sacrifices are inevitable, but when this happens to his little sister, he still finds it difficult to accept. Inside the Hunan cauldron, Luo Chen sensed the situation outside, and after the seriously injured Demon King left, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, these 2 Green Emperor Crab Demon Kings were quite capable and could survive the self-explosion of enemies of the same level at the same time. Luo Chen expected the other one to survive. After all, that guy looked strong. But this one he hunted was also okay. Recalling the bubbles that the other party spit out at that time, this kind of defensive magic was really unique. It's a pity that because of his sneak attack, he eventually fell. The cloud exploding claw and the illusion mirror flower and water moon exploded at the same time. Not to mention the precarious third-order early-stage Demon King under the self-explosion. Even if it was a complete third-order late-stage Great Demon King, Luo Chen could fight. Falling is reasonable. The first one. Luo Chen murmured. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a voice transmission came into his mind. 50 miles southeast. Very close. Because of the power of the self-explosion, the soil rolled in the huge pit. A demon crab drilled out from the ground. After identifying the direction left and right, it took 8 steps and ran quickly. If it were normal, such an action would definitely attract attention. But on this battlefield now, such a speed is not so eye-catching. Soon, the demon crab came to a new battlefield. After avoiding several battle groups, Luo Chen huddled behind a huge rock and looked up at the sky. There, 4 demon kings were fighting. 3-1, the balance of victory and defeat has begun to tilt. In the sky. This time, it's a bit tricky. The sun rises and the moon sets, and the stars change. The decisive battle on Zhuanayan Island, with a gradual advancement of the demon crabs, has formed a momentum of breaking bamboo. Winning this battle is just around the corner. However, the advancement is so smooth, and the 5 royal demon crabs have paid a huge price. On the sea, colorful clams float in it. The 5 clan leaders are looking forward to it. One by one, the demon crabs go in and out, reporting the situation on the battlefield. Clan leader, the ring-headed turtles have gone crazy. In the face of surrender, they swear to die and refuse to obey. There are even large-scale self-explosion behaviors, which have caused us huge casualties. Although I didn't count them carefully, the number of casualties. Listening to the reports from the people below, the faces of the 5 clan leaders were a little solemn. Jinhun, the leader, tried his best to remain calm under the solemn look. It's okay. This is all expected. If the situation is reversed, I'm afraid we will be in the same situation. Keep pushing forward and make sure to get to the center of the island. Kehun and Halo haven't made a move yet. Kehun and Halo are the 2 top powerhouses of the ring-headed turtle clan. They have been practicing for a long time and are very powerful, even more powerful than the 5 of them alone. This is why the 5 clan leaders, who are the top fighters, have been reluctant to go to the island. After hearing this order, the people below hurriedly agreed. However, before leaving, he hesitated for a moment and said, "Report to the clan leader, Lord Jinjia found something wrong." "What's wrong?" Jinhun was puzzled. "The casualties of our 3rd-level clan members are somewhat beyond expectations. Not only that, after they died in battle, their bodies could not be found. This strange situation has happened more than once." Faced with this question, Jinhun's eyes turned, and his face showed a look of doubt. "Can't find the bodies again?" His eyes fell on the other 4 clan leaders. "What about you?" "It's the same." The other 4 monsters gave their answers. If it was just 1 or 2, it would be fine, but in the past year, nearly 10 3rd-level demon crab kings have disappeared without a trace. How could their leaders not care about such a strange situation? Zhu Xiong of the demon spider crab clan suddenly said, "Yesterday, we had intelligence that a human cultivator appeared on Zhuanayan Island. According to identification, it was Gu Xiaoshang who left before. He's back. What's the purpose of returning?" "I'm afraid he has returned a long time ago." Zhu Xiong said slowly, "It's not just us who have disappeared. Many bodies of the strong who died in the ring-headed turtle have also disappeared. With this, the wrong things before and after seem to be connected. It is very likely that Gu Xiaoshang returned and quietly collected the bodies of the ring-headed turtles on the battlefield. And he took the opportunity to collect some bodies of 3rd-level demon crabs. This behavior is also normal in the eyes of human cultivators. However, when it comes to the 5 royal demon crabs, they can't accept it." Qi Yan was furious. Humans are really despicable and cunning. Is he still on the island? Jiayu's Hua also said angrily, "If he is still there, I don't mind going to find him in person." Zhu Xiong shook his head and shared the information that Gu Xiaoshang had left Zhuanayan Island. "It's good that he left, otherwise I would catch him." "No." Suddenly, Jinhun reacted. "Since he has left, why would such a corpse disappear from the battlefield of Zhuanayan Island?" Several monsters looked at each other. A guess emerged in their minds. Could it be that there is another mastermind behind the scenes? Just as they were speculating, Zhu Xiong's face suddenly changed slightly. Almost one after another, the other 4 monsters also changed their faces. Hai Luo finally took action. Chapter 555, Exposed and in Trouble, a Raging Breakthrough. "I wonder how much I can harvest this time." Next to a dead ring-headed turtle, Luo Chen's demon crab puppet lay quietly there, pretending to die together. His mind was all on the chaotic battlefield in front of him. The situation was 3-1, almost the same as before, with 3 demon spider crabs still suppressing a 3rd-level ring-headed turtle. The only difference was that this ring-headed turtle had a strong defense and persisted for a full day and night under the siege of 3 demons. If Hanzan hadn't notified Luo Chen to come, Luo Chen wouldn't have thought of attacking this side. It has been severely injured. Even if it survives, it will not be able to move forward. Now it's a matter of life and death for the clan. I don't know if it will self-destruct. Luo Chen muttered in his heart. Not all ring-headed turtle demon kings will choose to self-destruct in desperate situations. That requires incomparable determination. In just one day and one night, Luo Chen harvested only 5 demon crab kings through the battle between the demon kings. Of course, this number is already a lot. In the previous year, he only secretly captured 7 demon kings. One day's work is comparable to a year's work, and the harvest is not small. With this number, Luo Chen actually wanted to retreat. 12 3rd-level demon crabs, used to make the Black Emperor paste, are enough to get a very terrifying number. In the future, he can purchase some more from the market to support his cultivation from the late 3rd level of the ancient times to the 4th level, which is more than enough. Of course. Now that he has the opportunity, he will not let it go. Who would dislike having too many cultivation resources? Looking at the increasingly depressed and disparate Demon King battle, Luo Chen also felt a little emotional. Such a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters on the battlefield is hard to come by in this life. It is different from the battles between human cultivators. In the battlefield of cultivators, it is easy to be exposed after doing this a few times. On the battlefield of demon beasts, the large number of low-level demon beasts gave Luo Chen the opportunity to hide. In addition, the weak consciousness of the demon beasts is also a factor that allows him to fish in troubled waters. He had powerful concealment skills, and with the help of Hanzan, the Yuanying's Hunren, he was able to perform like a fish in water on the battlefield of monsters. Just as he was thinking, the battle in front of him gradually came to an end. When he noticed that the ring-headed turtle, which was lingering on, burst out with powerful demonic energy like a last gasp, Luo Chen's mind tightened. Here it comes. The demon crab puppet dived, sank into the ground, and drilled into the prepared Hununding. According to the previous operation, the next step is to use the life magic weapon Hununding to withstand the first wave of impact of the Demon King's self-explosion, and then sneak attack as many demon crabs as possible in the chaos. It would be best if there were direct deaths, and it would save trouble. Just as Luo Chen drilled into the internal space of the Hununding, the battle outside also came to an end. The majestic demonic energy, like a last gasp, flourished from the ring-headed turtle Demon King. It can be predicted that the next moment will be a shocking blow. The scene that Luo Chen secretly expected in the cauldron. But after waiting for a few breaths, there was no loud noise from the outside world except for a scream. Strange. Luo Chen in the cauldron looked puzzled. Subconsciously, his spiritual consciousness emanated and peaked at the center of the battlefield. As far as he could see, the ring-headed turtle had its neck cut off and was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Its huge body was caught in a dense web of white spider silk, and there was no more movement. The final attack of the dying counterattack came to an abrupt end, and it died in the womb. Just as Luo Chen was spying, the 3 demon spider crab monsters all turned their heads and looked at where Luo Chen was. No, we've been discovered. Just when Luo Chen was thinking that it was not good. Get out. The 3 monsters shouted and attacked together. 3 balls of light condensed by demonic energy rushed over with a rumble. The 3 monsters attacked, cooperating seamlessly, and their majestic power blasted into the ground. Clang. A sound of metal colliding suddenly came out. The mud splashed, and the demonic energy spread, forming a huge explosion. In the rumbling explosion, a small tripod suddenly flew out, and a spiritual light burst out. A figure with a gloomy face flashed out. Damn it! As expected of the most sensitive demon spider crab clan, the 3 demons joined forces and actually detected Luo Chen's consciousness. With a low curse, Luo Chen grabbed the Hunun tripod without hesitation and flew away. It's not that he has never been discovered before. If you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. But in the past, he was mostly discovered by a demon king. When he was quick enough, he could kill the opponent in a flash to prevent the news from leaking out. This time, 3 demons were present at the same time. So Luo Chen fled decisively. And the 3 demons were stunned for a moment when they saw Luo Chen. Human cultivator. Golden core cultivator. Before the shock spread, The slightly older demon spider crab demon king among the three demons suddenly reacted. This man must be the mastermind that the clan leader mentioned. He is here to spy on our battle. He is most likely trying to sneak attack us. As soon as these words came out, the other two demons changed color instantly. Don't let him go. Chase him. Notify the clan leader and the other 4 clans on the battlefield, and ask them to send 3rd-level clansmen to surround and kill this man. In a short time, the 3 demons quickly reached an agreement. The demonic energy soared into the air, and 3 figures chased after Luo Chen in the direction he fled. Damn it, the ring-headed turtle demon king was about to self-destruct. How could it stop so suddenly? Luo Chen, self-destruction is not a panacea. There are many ways in this world that can prevent self-destruction. Obviously, with the ring-headed turtle clan on Zuanayan Island about to be destroyed, many demon kings self-destructed in an attempt to perish together, and the 5 royal demon crabs suffering heavy losses. All clans have made preparations in advance. The demon spider crab clan is not very good at fighting, but it has unique abilities in sensing and suppressing seals. With the 3 demons working together, it is not difficult to seal a demon of the same level. Okay, I have been going smoothly recently, and I underestimated these beasts. Next, what are you going to do? What else can I do? Escape. This Zuanayan Island is not a place I can stay. The divine consciousness transmitted the sound in just a moment. After a brief exchange with Hanzan, Luo Chen had already decided on a plan. Immediately, he asked Hanzan to find a suitable escape route for him, while Luo Chen himself surged with mana and accelerated his escape speed. Not only that, a spiritual light appeared behind him, and a pair of wings suddenly spread out. As a result, his speed of escape increased several times in an instant. However, after a few tremors, the 3 demon spider crab monsters chasing behind him were already far behind. On the battlefield, a red light flashed by, and the surging magic power rolled up waves of winds and clouds. Such a special scene immediately attracted a lot of attention. The 3 demon spider crab monsters who were chasing saw this scene and couldn't help but stare. What a fast speed. Damn, he is too fast. How will the clan leader respond? Not good, the news has just been spread, and the clan leader has not responded yet. It is estimated that the various clans will not have time to send people to deal with him. If this really lets him escape. Suddenly, the 3 monsters were a little furious. However, they did not stop, and they continued to chase Luo Chen relentlessly. On the battlefield, it was not only the low-level monsters that noticed this scene. Some 3rd-level monster kings who had finished a battle had also discovered it. No matter what, this battle is an internal fight among the demons in the Zuanayan Sea, and it is not the turn of the human cultivators to intervene. This is the consensus. That is why Gu Xiaoshang was driven away on the first day he came to the island. At this moment, Luo Chen was exposed, and the demon crab masters of the 5 royal families also began to stop Luo Chen. Get out of the way. Facing a green emperor crab that came up, Luo Chen slashed with a sword without saying a word. The majestic sword light suddenly slashed down. With unparalleled mana, in the hasty confrontation, the green emperor crab at the early stage of the 3rd level was chopped off half of its body in just one encounter. Without even looking at the opponent, Luo Chen flew faster and faster after passing this place. Behind him, the 3rd-level green emperor crab, which had half of its body chopped off and was severely injured, was quickly picking up its body and starting to repair it. Looking at the back of Luo Chen who was leaving, he couldn't help but reveal a look of horror in his eyes. The power of a sword is so great? What realm is this person in? There is another level 3 monster crab blocking us from the front. It is in the middle level of level 3. Luo Chen's face was calm as his spiritual consciousness transmitted the message. He mobilized his magic power, clasped his fingers with his right hand, and a spell was ready to be launched. Soon, in his sight, a huge monster crab left the battlefield and rushed towards him. It looked red as if it was cooked, and it was obviously a standard red rock crab. Before the monster beast came close, Luo Chen pushed out with a palm. A huge green palm print pressed down with a bang. Boom. The deafening sound resounded through the world, and the Monster King was frightened by the power of this palm before he even got close. He quickly used defensive means to try to resist this palm. However, the unparalleled power pushed him back hundreds of feet. Without considering the outcome of the battle, Luo Chen's wings trembled, and his speed soared to the limit of his human form. The Demon King of the 3-headed demon spider crab clan is not at a high level, only at the initial stage, but the position he is standing in is a little mysterious. You should pay attention. Hearing Han Zan's voice transmission, Luo Chen's calm expression fluctuated slightly. As far as his eyes could see, 3 demon spider crabs covered with white patterns were guarding the road. He was moving in a straight line. This was the shortest distance for Luo Chen to leave the island, and it was also the best route. He couldn't take a detour. Seeing Luo Chen coming, the 3 demon spider crabs did not hesitate and spit out large pieces of spider silk. Each of their 8 legs grasped the ground tightly, forming a 3-legged tripod. In an instant, a huge net of heaven and earth covered the surrounding area of several miles. With such a blockade, any giant and cultivator would definitely not be able to break out. Even if they could break through, their bodies would inevitably stagnate. However, Luo Chen had no intention of slowing down. With a thud, the longsword in his hand immediately appeared with layers of green flames. The flames were blazing, completely enveloping the Zhuanghe sword. Then, the spiritual light flashed, and his eyes focused, and he found the weakest point in the net. Go! With a light shout, the black fire sword broke through the air and pierced the center of the net. Whoosh! The sword light rushed and touched the spider web in an instant. The demonic energy and magic power collided in an instant, and it was about to form a stalemate, but under the permeation of the withered and flourishing true fire, it was pierced like a window paper. The black fire sword broke through the net and pierced a hole. Taking this opportunity, Luo Chen also got out of the encirclement. On the ground, the 3 demon spider crab kings looked at each other in disbelief. Their demon spider crab clan likes to form a team of 3 demons to make up for the shortcomings of insufficient combat power of a single person. Moreover, when the 3 demons join forces, they have a basis for advancing and retreating, and can rely on each other. The magic arts such as blockade and suppression are also invincible. Even the ring-headed turtle self-explosion that threatens the major royal families, they don't take it seriously. But just now, the carefully prepared net was broken so easily? That flame. As they murmured, a trace of horror appeared in each other's eyes. Luo Chen, who had escaped the blockade, didn't care what they were thinking. There were too many strong men of the same level on this battlefield. He absolutely couldn't stop. Otherwise, even with the ring-headed turtle clan as a restraint, he would be trapped in the vast ocean of the war between monsters. By then, no matter how conceited he was, he would not be able to survive. Only at this moment, he could escape thousands of miles away from this Zhuanghe island in one go. Luo Chen, you are about to leave the surveillance range of the water mirror technique. With my residual soul consciousness, I can only spy on the area 100 miles ahead for you. There are many demon kings chasing you nearby. Once they form a blockade, you can't escape. But they are not as fast as you, so they can't form a blockade. You only need to consider one thing: break through the big demon king in front, and can't stay for more than 10 breaths. Han Zan's consciousness transmission sounded quietly. Luo Chen's mind was also tense to the extreme. There is another person blocking the way. And he is not an ordinary person, but a great demon king in the late 3rd stage. Which tribe is it? He asked in a deep voice. 9-clawed poisonous king crab. Luo Chen's face changed slightly. This is the tribe he least wants to provoke. Even in these years, He Wang and Bianzhuan have never caught the 9-clawed poisonous king crab. Because this crab is extremely poisonous, it will erode mana. Once it is contaminated, the golden elixir will be easily contaminated. Even some Yuanying cultivators don't want to touch this monster. Luo Chen's heart began to sink when he thought of a 9-clawed poisonous king crab demon king blocking the way ahead. Take a detour? No. There were demon kings gathering around him, so taking a detour was definitely not an option. The only thing he could do was charge. He gritted his teeth and flapped his broken moon wings wildly. Under the strong wind, Luo Chen moved very fast. Soon, a dark demon crab figure sitting on a hill was looking up at him. There was no one else except him. When Luo Chen looked closely, he realized that there was no hill under the demon. It was clearly a pile of corpses made of ring-headed turtles. Looking at Luo Chen's figure, the demon smiled grimly and opened his mouth to spit. A mouthful of black water spit out and fell into the air, with a nauseating fishy smell. After contaminating the air, the black water began to change, and puffs of black mist filled all directions, completely covering this world. The most classic attack method of the 9-clawed Poison King Crab clan is to attack with a poison condensed in a lifetime. Obviously, considering Luo Chen's escape speed, Ordinary means cannot stop him, so it turned into the largest area of poisonous fog. As long as Luo Chen is contaminated by it, he will be in big trouble. Not only that. After releasing the poisonous fog, this great demon king soared into the air, opened his ferocious mouth, rolled up his skin and flesh, and a black curved hook floated out. He actually refined his ninth claw into a lifelong magic weapon similar to the human giant and cultivator. Black hook? Poison hook. Ready to go, this demon spoke human words. Human, you should stay. In response, Luo Chen said nothing, and his speed did not slow down at all. His wings trembled, and he rushed directly into the poisonous fog. Seeing this, the great demon king sneered. Are you panicking? But the next moment, his sneer stopped abruptly. In the thick poisonous fog, a series of chi-chi sounds broke out. It felt like boiling oil exploding in a cauldron. Looking closely, a fiery red cloud spread out from within the poisonous fog, pushing away the surrounding poisonous fog layer by layer. The cloud looked like miasma, and also like evil spirit. This special cloud, in contact with the poisonous fog, began to consume the two. Seeing that his own life venom, which had been condensed for hundreds of years, was constantly decreasing, the great demon king of the nine-clawed poison king crab clan showed a look of heartache. He could no longer sit and watch, and directly shot out the black poison hook. With a shrill sound, he wanted to kill into the poisonous fog. At this time, Luo Chen, carrying the fiery miasma, broke through the fog. Facing the oncoming black poison hook, he bent his fingers and shot continuously, and 3 black lights flew out one after another, without a hair's breadth. Ling, ling, ling. In the blink of an eye, the 3 black lights in the air engaged in close combat with a black poison hook. The first time, the poison hook was unstoppable and dispersed the spiritual light of a black light. The second time, the poison hook paused, and after a stalemate with a black light, it continued to move forward. However, the strong demonic aura on it also dissipated by half. And the third time, the poison hook suddenly froze in the air. Not only that, the great demon king who controlled his life magic weapon also changed his face and froze for a moment. Taking this opportunity, Luo Chen flew past him and flew away. Glancing at the hideous demon crab behind him, Han Zan's voice came to his mind. I can't help you with the road behind, you can only judge for yourself. Don't worry about the swamp. I will take the Black King to sneak into the deep sea and retreat. Luo Chen hummed and stretched out his hand. Immediately, among the 3 black lights, one followed closely. The remaining 2, one was silent, and the other flew up shakily, trying to follow. But the great demon king who had reacted, controlled the poison hook to hit it directly, knocking the black light down to dust. Looking closely, it was a black nail. Looking at Luo Chen's departing figure, the great demon king's face was somewhat gloomy. What a trick. 3 nails, one attacked the poison hook's body, one dispersed the lingering demonic energy, and one directly broke the connection between him and his life treasure in an instant. And the cloud that seemed like miasma before. The 2 killing moves that he carefully prepared were all broken one by one in an instant. This person's fighting talent is so high that he can make such a perfect judgment when facing the enemy in battle. It's incredible. Is this a human cultivator? It is said that Gu Xiaoshang had a brief fight with several third-level demon crabs and also showed his good skills. His strength was recognized by the 5 tribes. This kind of existence really has many trump cards, which is not comparable to the third-level demons with single means. Perhaps, only after being promoted to the 4th level, changing the meridians and transforming into human form can it be comparable to it. Transformation period. The great demon king's eyes fell on the Zuanayan island under his feet. As long as he took it down, this place would be his opportunity to advance to the transformation period in the future. As his thoughts flashed, figures gathered around him. Among them were the 9-clawed poison king crab clan, but more were the other 4 clans. They looked at Luo Chen's back as he left, and couldn't help asking, King Junin, why did you let that giant and monk go? This person is very likely the mastermind behind Shiangsun Island. He has caused heavy losses to our clan in recent years, and we must kill him. Could it be that your 9-clawed poison king crab clan has no losses, so you just sit back and let it escape? Facing the voices of doubt, Jinan was unmoved, looking down from above, and swept across all the demon kings. Just one glance, the cold and cruel eyes made the demons present tremble all over, and subconsciously lower their heads. Humph! With a cold snort, The great demon king Jiunan said faintly, "It's not that I let him go, but that person has many tricks. He used the secret treasure to temporarily break the connection between me and my life magic weapon. In a careless move, he had the opportunity to break through. As for why you didn't chase him." The great demon king Jiunan smacked his lips, with a cruel smile on his face. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Jin Zha chased the enemy out of the island and fought a fierce battle in the sea. Calculating the time, the battle should have ended. If he returns along the same route, he will definitely run into this thief. Hey, it won't be long before you can see the man's body." Chapter 556, Fierce Battle with the Top Demon King. Is that the great demon king of the late third stage? As he flew through the air, Luo Chen looked solemn. The flames of war under his feet were already sporadic, indicating that he had begun to gradually fly to the rear periphery of the island, no longer in the main battlefield area. His speed still did not decrease, but the enemy behind him had been pulled away by him for a long distance, so Luo Chen had time to recall the previous battle. After a careful thought, he had an accurate judgment of his current strength. With a burst of mana, he could kill the early third stage demon beast with one sword. Even the middle third stage demon beast could not resist the magic. But if he faced the great demon king of the late third stage, it would be quite difficult with the current means. Although the great demon king of the nine-clawed poisonous king crab clan was waiting for the opportunity, he also released the blazing fire miasma that he had cultivated for many years and the 3 soul-breaking nails. With these two means, the blazing fire miasma was mostly consumed by the demon king's venom, and the 3 soul-breaking nails lost the armor-breaking nail and the air-breaking nail, leaving only the soul-breaking nail. Even so, he only had a slight advantage. If he had to fight to the death, he would have to use more means. Moreover, considering the contamination of the venom of the nine-clawed poison king crab clan, his Zuanhou sword and Hununding were not suitable for use, and the odds of winning or losing were only 40% to 60%. If he really wanted to win without any suspense, perhaps he could only transform into Xiangpeng's true form. Great Demon King. Luo Chen muttered, feeling only. At this level, he has begun to gradually catch up with a human race of the same level. Even if he is not as good, with the blessing of the racial talent, the difference is not much. With his current strength, it is indeed a bit difficult to fight against a higher level without bursting at all. If outsiders knew about his thoughts, they would probably roll their eyes. With a realm of only the 4th level of the Golden Core, he broke through the blockade of several demon kings in succession, and even faced the great demon king directly, and briefly gained the upper hand. Even after all this, he is still not satisfied, which is really hateful. After a while of analysis, Luo Chen came to a conclusion. In human form, he was at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm. Whether it was his powerful mana, his soul, or his various methods, he was no less than a 3rd level demon king. When it came to human cultivators, it just happened to correspond to his previous judgment. In the hands of a late-stage Golden Core cultivator, he already had enough power to protect himself. If he was prepared, he might be able to compete with a 7th level Golden Core cultivator. And if he could unleash a complete 3rd level ancient physique, the balance of victory would begin to tilt in his favor. Just as Luo Chen was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. With his eyes blessing, a huge figure emerged from the sea holding a lifeless giant ring-headed turtle. As soon as it came out of the sea, it held the corpse of the ring-headed turtle with its claws and threw it towards him. This scene was just like throwing a mountain. This attack happened suddenly. There was even a faint pressure of demon souls surrounding him, making it impossible for him to avoid it. Luo Chen's face changed drastically, and he began to retreat. The Zuanhou sword in his right hand drew a series of mysterious trajectories. He kept making hand gestures with his left hand. Finally, he suddenly pointed his sword at the huge corpse of the ring-headed turtle. He shouted. Bang! The surging magic power poured out from the Zuanhou sword and exploded brilliantly in the sky. There was only a loud noise. Boom! In the sky, the corpse of the ring-headed turtle that looked like a mountain collapsed. Blood was like magma, and bones and flesh were like rocks. The already cracked turtle shell was shattered into pieces under the impact of magic power, turning into sharp fragments that shot in all directions. After a landslide, the sword light screamed. Whoosh! It shot directly at the enemy who was rushing over. Clang! At the critical moment, the sword seemed to pierce an indestructible steel plate. Luo Chen looked at it carefully, and then he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. In the sky, a giant like an island stood in the air. Its claws were as bright as gold and sharp as a matchless one. The unparalleled sword light of the black fire sword could not advance an inch under his claws. Luo Chen's mind moved, and he wanted to recall the black fire sword, but no matter how he controlled it, the black fire sword remained motionless. His heart began to sink. Looking at the giant, a sense of familiarity emerged in his mind. It's him. A sense of familiarity emerged in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, this monster is the king crab that chased the Black King back then. At the beginning, this monster had not revealed its true form, and it seemed ordinary. Luo Chen didn't want to cause trouble and wanted to let it go. Now looking at it again, when its true form was fully revealed, it was 70 feet in radius and stretched across the sky, just like a city in the sky. The aura was vigorous and pervasive, which was even more terrifying. The late third stage, almost a sense of perfection. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva, and the solemnity in his eyes was extremely rich. This is already comparable to the existence of the patriarch of the 5 royal families of the monster crab. This time, I really hit the wall. While he was sizing up the other party, the Golden Claw also looked at Luo Chen with ferocious eyes. Are you the mastermind behind Shiangsun Island? In front of the monster, Luo Chen was too lazy to hide. What's more, the other party was blocking the way, and he would attack with all his strength when he met. It was no longer a compromise with words. So what if it's me? The Golden Claw smiled grimly, and the huge golden body burst out with a sound of layers of bones shaking. In this case, then leave it to me. After the words fell, the giant claw clamped. Crack! Under Luo Chen's gaze, the trembling Zongmiao sword suddenly broke into pieces of iron and fell to the ground. HMPH. A muffled groan came out of Luo Chen's mouth, and a wisp of blood escaped involuntarily. Unlike the 3 soul-breaking nails that had not been sacrificed, this Zongmiao sword had been with him since the foundation-building period, and the sacrifice time was no less than 100 years. Especially after the formation of the elixir, as the most handy magic weapon, even if the quality is not good, he has spent a lot of effort to cultivate and refine it. It can be said that among the many treasures on his body, the mind-connected sword can be ranked in the top 3. Second only to the black chest of Lan Ke, and even better than his life-saving magic weapon. Now that this treasure has been destroyed, Luo Chen's soul can't help but be hit hard under the mind-connected sword. It's as if someone has torn a piece of meat from him alive. Luo Chen thought that one day this sword would die. After all, the quality is really average, and it can no longer withstand the domineering and pure magic power of his middle-stage golden elixir. But he didn't think that the Zongmiao sword would be crushed by the enemy in this way. The pair of golden claws. Luo Chen took a deep breath, and his blood and qi surged all over his body, and green flames began to linger. The blood overflowing from the corners of his mouth evaporated out of thin air. A strong breath began to burst out continuously. Why do you think you can keep me? Feeling the completely different momentum, the golden claws were surprised for a moment. Demonic aura? No, it was the blood of the human race, but it was mixed with a lot of demonic energy. Moreover, the demonic energy gave him a vague feeling, as if, a fellow race? Thinking of this, Jin Zhe was furious. Asshole, you actually used my clan's children to refine your body, I will tear you apart alive. As he spoke, he had already moved his huge body and rushed towards Luo Chen. This charge was like a giant beast hitting a mountain, unstoppable. Facing this collision, Luo Chen was not afraid and rushed forward as well. While rushing forward, his body shape began to change. Endless blood and energy washed over all the muscles and bones of his body like a waterfall. The crystal-like jade skin broke and reorganized, forming a shell that looked like armor and animal skin. Pieces of white armor covered it, and the color began to darken and gradually became extremely red, like fire feathers. His hands turned into indestructible claws, his eyes widened like cow pupils, and the spiritual light was shining with unparalleled sharpness. There were also thin films like stratum corneum at the corners of his eyes. Crash! The wings of the broken moon suddenly spread out, descending from the sky, covering the clouds and the sun. The blue withered and flourishing true fire swept over his body like a wave, turning into a circle of blue light that completely covered him. At this moment, a fire rock suddenly appeared in the world. This was the first time that Luo Chen showed his true form after advancing to the late third stage of the ancient times. As soon as he made a move, he had to face the peak king crab that was almost perfect at the third stage. The blue flames boiled and rolled back to the sky. A loud shout exploded in the air. Come on. In an instant, the transformation was completed. The two huge monsters collided with each other in a resolute and unyielding momentum. Boom. The unparalleled power turned into a shock wave, sweeping in all directions. A low mountain nearby was shattered silently under this impact wave. The earth trembled, like a rolling earth dragon. Wrestling. It started at the first contact. And it ended in just a moment. Bang! With just one move, the giant crab fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. The Xianpeng also flew backwards for hundreds of feet, waving its wings wildly in the air, barely able to stabilize its body. Come again. In the earth, the golden claw broke out of the ground and rushed straight into the sky. Luo Chen's expression became fierce, and he swooped down. Boom. A close combat, then separation. Then, another collision. Once, twice, 3 times. After the 9th round, the two giant beasts separated from each other breathlessly. Both of them were severely injured. Luo Chen looked at his body, which was covered with countless wounds of all sizes, and the flesh and blood rolled back, which was particularly hideous. These were all caused by the pair of giant claws of the golden claw and the 8 crab legs in the close combat. He looked around and saw that the golden claw was not feeling well either. There were all kinds of wounds on his golden shell. The magic weapon killing move released by the broken moon wings, the killing move of the sky full of fire feathers, would not be released at ordinary times. It was only after he had cultivated and refined Ruai for many years that he released it for the first time. The wounds that fell on the king crab were like knife wounds. In addition to the fire feather killing move, the shell of the golden crab was also full of pits and pits, as if corroded by some corrosive venom. That was the remaining few fiery miasma, which spread to the opponent, and the vicious evil spirit eroded it. Among the many wounds, the most eye-catching one was the 5-finger claw mark, which had already broken the weak part of the shell and penetrated into the bones. This was the perfect cloud-exploring claws performed under the blessing of Xianpeng's true body. The most intense physical fight was also the most dangerous exchange of injuries. But it was obvious that Luo Chen's physical defense had not yet been cultivated to perfection, so the injuries he suffered were also the most direct. And the golden claws were clearly using the shell and the giant claws to sacrifice to the magic weapon, which could be called an attack and defense in one. I was careless. Luo Chen took a breath, a little annoyed. He rarely used Xianpeng's true body to fight the enemy, and he felt that there were many areas that could be improved before. Now it seems that it is true. But in the battle, he could not afford to improve. This body was obtained after much hard work and had great potential. Even though he had not yet completely exchanged it, he had thought of the corresponding supporting combat methods in the early years. With a thought, a small tripod came out of his mouth. It grew in the wind and instantly turned into a terrifying giant tripod of 50 feet in size. Luo Chen grabbed the tripod leg with one hand. It was a pity that the Zhuanghe sword was broken, otherwise holding the sword in one hand and the tripod in the other hand would be the perfect combat state he imagined. However, even so, it was completely enough. He looked at Jin Claw with a ferocious face. This time, I won't hold back. Before he finished speaking, he took a step forward. There was a loud bang in the void. The huge body suddenly disappeared, and when it appeared again, it was already above Jin Claw. Holding the giant tripod in his hand, he smashed it down. Jin Claw's eyes were scorching, and a giant claw swung out. Just one blow. Crack. The giant claw actually broke off the body and fell to the ground like a meteorite. Luo Chen couldn't help but tremble all over, flying backwards for dozens of feet, leaving a clear and hollow white mark in the air. He didn't even hold the Hununding, and it slipped out of his hand. Under the huge force of the recoil, no one felt good. Not only that, Luo Chen's wounds were bleeding heavily, like a river of blood. This battle can't continue. While forcibly recalling the Hununding, Luo Chen had this thought in his mind. If the fight continues, both sides will suffer. And if he wants to leave, he has found that it is not a problem after several battles. With the blessing of Xianpeng's true body, the speed of 90,000 miles has broken through again. The slow-moving monster crab clan like Jinseo can't keep him at all. But before leaving, Luo Chen has one more thing to do. Do you have a name? Jin Claw looked at Luo Chen with a furious look on his face, holding up his claw horizontally. I am Jin Claw, the strongest warrior of the Overlord clan, and I will not kill nameless people. What's your name? Tell me your name. Luo Chen nodded. Very good, Jin Claw. Right. I, King Ang, will remember you. After saying that, he trembled his wings and flew out of Zuanayan Island. Jin Claw was stunned at first, and then he became furious. He wanted to run after being beaten to this point. He had never suffered such a great humiliation in his life, and even his crab claws were broken. He was ready to fight a life and death battle with this cultivator named King Ang, but he ran away. Coward, you don't deserve to know my name, stay here. He chased after him with a furious roar. But just when he was about to chase out of Zuanayan Island, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and he suddenly turned back to look at the center of the battlefield. A powerful momentum rose to the sky, covering all directions. His expression changed drastically. That's the breath of Zuanayan Demon King. Could it be that Kahun and Halo have taken action? At this moment, 5 huge demon clouds rose from the sea and descended on Zuanayan Island. The rumbling sound spread in all directions. All demon kings of the 5 tribes, follow us and kill Halo. Don't hold back. Jin's Hao listened to this and hesitated. Finally, he looked at the direction where Luo Chen left with hatred and flew towards the center of Zuanayan Island. In this battle, personal gains and losses are minor, and the interests of the tribe come first. Chapter 557, Die Together, Sink into the Sea with One Palm. On Zuanayan Island, a world-shaking war is unfolding. Perhaps it is a bit exaggerated to say so. But for the 2 tribes of crabs and turtles, it is definitely a crucial battle. One is fighting for the opportunity of the tribe's rise and wants to seize the land of the 4th-level spiritual vein. The other is seeking a place to survive and protect their homeland, and they will not give up any land. This battle was destined to break out when the 5 royal crabs began to crack the first island of the 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation. It has dragged on until this moment, and the ring-headed turtle tribe has already exhausted all its strength. An old ring-headed turtle walked out from the bottom of the mountain in the center of Zuanayan Island. Its turbid eyes looked in all directions, and its majestic and magnificent spiritual consciousness permeated this homeland where it had lived for thousands of years, and a wave of sad emotions emerged in its heart. His tribe does not like to fight. Even if there was a demon king in the transformation period, he just lived a peaceful life in this Zuanayan Sea. Even the large and small indigenous monsters in the sea area, as long as they do not affect their lives, are rarely managed compulsorily, and at most they are taken as vassals. But such a benevolent means, the final result is now, corpses everywhere, blood and floating oars. It should be in time. He murmured. Looking at the surviving ring-headed turtles, his eyes turned to the place where Luo Chen left. The human cultivator did delay them for some time. However, this is the only way. Looking back at the high mountain behind him, his eyes finally turned to the 5 escape lights flying from outside the island, and the monster clouds rushing towards him from all directions. Come on. Let me fight for the tribe this last time, leaving the last chance for the Zuanayan ring-headed turtle tribe. While talking to himself, his body began to expand and grow. The bone plates derived from the dermis on the abdomen are as smooth as a mirror, and the back shell is as rough as rock. Circles of lines spread all over his body, like tree rings, showing how much he had experienced in his life. In just a moment, a huge sea turtle with a radius of 80 or 90 feet crawled on Zuanayan Island. At first glance, it was just a small piece of land. At this moment, 5 powerful attacks came at the same time. There was golden light, algae sleeves, poisonous gas, spider silk, and raging flames falling from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosion sounded inside and outside Zuanayan Island. Smoke and dust rolled up. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the old turtle Luo stood on the battlefield, motionless. Suddenly, the body that looked like a small piece of land began to rise slowly. The 4 legs covered with thick stratum corneum supported the ground with force, holding up his huge body. A bright yellow halo enveloped his whole body, reflecting his immovable and rock-hard momentum. After seeing the bright yellow halo, everyone felt a great sense of heaviness in their hearts. Especially the 5 clan leaders, their faces changed instantly. The breath of the Demon King. This is the breath of the Zuanayan Demon King. Could it be that the Zuanayan remains are on Luo? Yes, only in this way can we explain why he dared not to cover or avoid and took the attack of the 5 of us. This is troublesome. I didn't expect Luo to dare to blaspheme the remains of the ancestor and refine it in his body. What's the trouble? It's just a turtle shell. Just break it. The last words were said by the always calm Jin Hun. At this moment, The fruits of victory are in front of us, so how can we shrink back? Moreover, with 5-1, they have the advantage. In terms of manpower, with a comprehensive defeat of the ring-headed turtle clan, a large number of third-level demon kings self-exploded, and they lacked high-end combat power. The 5 royal families, at this moment, can at least gather dozens of third-level demon crab kings. Today, even if it takes a lot of grinding, this old turtle must be ground to death. For this, his overlord clan will pay any price. Before taking action, Jin Hun glanced at the other 4 monsters. At this point, I believe you should also be determined to give up everything. Qi Yan smiled grimly and stepped forward. Jiu Hua opened his mouth and spit out a poison hook slowly. The sinister feeling was chilling. Lu Xiu hesitated and was undecided. Zhu Xiang shook his head and looked at Jin Hun. There may be losses in this battle, such as the number of great demon kings of the Qingdi clan. If too many are lost, the strength of the clan will surely decline in the future. He didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he meant. Jin Hun waved his hand. No matter what, if we take this place, our 5 clans will have the possibility of the birth of the Demon King. No matter who succeeds, they will unify the 5 clans and dominate the Zuanayan Sea. By then, we will all prosper together and suffer together. Your speculation is too petty. Ambition was exposed at this moment without any concealment. Even though everyone had been mentally prepared for this, they were still emotional. The birth of the Crab King unified the 5 tribes, dominating Zuanayan, and becoming the demon tribe of the North Sea. Only at that time, their tribes would have the opportunity to rise, no longer being bullied by other big demons, and no longer having to worry about the unscrupulous hunting and capture by human cultivators. For this future, we must be prepared to give up everything. The originally wavering Greensleeve's expression instantly became firm. Then, let's fight. Do it. Without any hesitation, the 5 clan leaders all unfolded their true bodies, occupied 5 positions respectively, and began to besiege the old clan leader of the ring-headed turtle clan, Hai Luo. And Hai Luo, who was protected by the remains of the Demon King, was not afraid. When he took action, he faced the attack recklessly, only seeking to exchange injuries for injuries, and life for life. 1 turtle and 5 crabs, 6 huge monsters, used the most direct melee and the most intense magic, and fought each other without any fancy moves. The scale of this battle was so large that the low-level monsters on both sides were forced to withdraw from Zuanayan Island. Only the 3rd-level monster kings could stay on the battlefield and watch. The bloodiest battle began on Zuanayan Island. Crack. Perhaps it was the fierce battle that caused the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to fluctuate. Or perhaps the heavens were wailing because the clan was about to die. When the battle slowly came to an end, dark clouds gathered over the Zuanayan Sea, and the atmosphere was heavy. In the dark clouds, silver snakes danced wildly, and the sound of thunder was deafening. The storm was coming, and the waves were about to fall. On the Zuanayan Island, which was full of potholes and countless holes, large areas of seawater began to flow back. Some of the peaks that had originally stood were also lying in all directions and collapsed everywhere. The 5 clan leaders of the monster crab side stood in different places, panting. Each of them had scars all over their bodies. The serious one, like Greensleeve, had his body directly split in half. Even the strong ones like Jin Hun and Qi Yan had their 8 claws broken. In each of their hearts, they were quite afraid. Hai Luo, who held the Demon King's remains as a protective treasure, was so powerful that it was terrifying. Fortunately, he was good at defense, not attack. Otherwise, 1 or 2 of the 5 demons would have died in this battle. At this moment, everyone looked at the center of the battlefield with fear. The old turtle Hai Luo was lying there quietly, motionless. Looking closely, 3 of the 4 legs were broken, the shell was overturned, and the belly plate was broken, revealing large pieces of soft meat stained with blood. Such a miserable scene made some of the surviving ring-headed turtles red-eyed and sobbing. The clan leader Hai Luo, after the 3rd level, took the path of returning to the ancestral black turtle. Now his end is no different from his death. No different means that he has not completely fallen. Jin Hun slowly said, "Clan leader Hai Luo, take the initiative to hand over the Demon King's remains, and I can leave your body intact." A deep and heavy breath came from Hai Luo's mouth. He opened his eyes with difficulty and scanned the surroundings. He did not look at Jin Hun, but first looked at the dozens of 3rd-level demon crab kings who were staring at him covetously in all directions, and finally his eyes fell on the surviving tribesman under the distant mountain. He whispered, "Hand it over voluntarily?" "To whom?" "To you." Jinhun frowned. He almost immediately noticed the hostile looks from the other 4 demons. What a 1,000-year-old turtle, he is about to die, but he is still here to sow discord. He was not panicked about this. "Hand it over, we will decide who to give it to." Luo pulled the cracked corners of his mouth. "Is the only condition for leaving me an intact body." Jinhun snorted coldly, "This is already because you are our predecessor. If you are still not satisfied, then I can make the decision and let the survivors of your clan leave the Zuanian Sea and choose another place to live." After these words came out, Luo Xiu said bitterly, "No, letting the tiger go back to the mountain will cause endless troubles." Zhu Xiong of the Demon Spider Crab clan said in a low voice, "You are short-sighted, don't. What's there to be afraid of when they are just a bunch of stray dogs?" Jiaziu also said sinisterly, "After all, we have been neighbors for many years. It's not good to kill them all." Qian laughed and said, "My tribe has been traveling in the underground trenches and volcanoes for many years. We know a good place for the ring-headed turtles to live." Lu Xiu said bitterly, "You are generous, but my Taoism is ruined now. If they really come back, my King D Crab tribe will be the first to suffer. I don't agree to let them go." This female crab is confused. First get the remains of the Demon King, and then what to do with the rest, isn't it up to them? The conditions given by Qian are not bad. A familiar place can be used for them to monitor the ring-headed turtles, and even enslavement and captivity is not impossible. Jinhun was about to speak, his eyes fell on Lu Xiu, and he suddenly reacted. Lu Xiu was making a fuss at this moment. I'm afraid it was not aimed at the ring-headed turtles, but to negotiate conditions with them. Just when they were constrained, the old turtle Halo sighed faintly. "That's all. 3 of the old turtle's 4 legs have been broken. How can it be a complete corpse? Besides, it's better to rely on ourselves than on others. The future of our clan must be controlled by ourselves." As soon as these words came out, the 5 crabs all changed color. Are they still going to fight to the end? Qi Yan was furious. "Old guy, you are about to die, and you still can't see the situation clearly." Jiayu Hu was puzzled. "The Demon King's remains have been revealed. What other means do you have?" The others didn't understand what confidence the old turtle Luo still had. Under the doubts of several people, Luo whispered, "In my clan, it's not just me who is old and weak who has reached the 3rd level. 7 rings." Subconsciously, a name came to mind. At this moment, Zhu Xiong suddenly looked up at the sky. Silver snakes danced wildly, lightning and thunder roared. On Zuanian Island, the surging spiritual energy was in chaos. Before, it was only because of their battle. Now it seems completely different. This kind of spiritual energy is not the demon energy they ever find, but the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It comes from both the earth veins and the sky. That feeling is like practicing the false becomes true, reversion to the ancestral form. No, Kihun actually forcibly triggered the transformation thunder tribulation at this moment. Seeing that the plot was exposed, Luo had nothing to worry about. After dragging it on for so long, all the preparations that could be made have been made, and all the efforts that could be made have been done. Even his old bones were buried here. It is time to witness the arrival of that ray of hope. The next moment, on the highest peak of Zuanian Island, a giant python suddenly broke through the air, circling the peak and swooping straight into the sky. Looking closely, it is not a giant python, but the neck of a big monster. This generation of ring-headed turtles, the clan leader Luo took the path of reversion to the black turtle, and the great elder Kihun took the path of reversion to the cliff snake. The former is old and weak, and although his realm is perfect, he can't take the last step after all. The latter is a strong man of the same generation as the 5 clan leaders. After years of practice, with the help of the resources left by the Zuanian Demon King, he finally took the last step under the huge pressure of the extinction of the tribe. The thunder tribulation came with a bang. In the first round, the boundless thunder struck Kihun's head. Facing this attack, Kihun stretched out his hand and a huge turtle shell was placed on his head. That was his ring-headed turtle body, which he slowly shed during his cliff snake return to his ancestral cultivation. According to past practice, such a body can be tempered into a lifelong magic weapon with the power of thunder tribulation, and even advance to a real weapon. However, just one blow. Crack. The indestructible ring-headed turtle body was shattered into ashes all over the sky. Cliff Snake Cahun was even more blasted by the remaining thunder and lightning, and his breath was weak. Seeing this scene, the 5 terrified clan leaders finally breathed a sigh of relief. With insufficient foundation, forcing to advance will definitely fail. Cahun, there is nothing to fear. In the sky, under the cover of thunder clouds, Cahun quietly waited for the second round of thunder tribulation and laughed bitterly. Patriarch, it's still not working. In the bumpy battlefield, Luo couldn't help but feel depressed. The ancestor was a tortoise who gained the Tao, and the remaining resources also leaned towards the tortoise. There was very little help that could be given to Cahun. If Cahun took the tortoise path, without saying much else, at least he could use the ancestor's remains to survive a few more rounds of thunder tribulation. But now, even the first round was so difficult, and with Cahun's foundation, he would definitely not be able to survive the next few rounds. In this case, let's sacrifice you and me to fight for the last ray of life for the tribe, he murmured. As he spoke, a bright yellow light emerged from his body, and finally turned into a huge tortoise shell, flying towards the surviving ring-headed tortoise under the mountain. Seeing this scene, Jin Hun blurted out, "The Demon King's remains, the armor of Zuanayan." As he spoke, he had already made a move, trying to snatch it. The 3 demons Qian, Jiazu and Xiuxiang also made the same move. However, facing their attacks, Luo sneered. "Take care of yourselves first." The 4 demons were puzzled. At this time, the second round of thunder tribulation in the sky had already brewed. Cahun screamed, and no longer resisted the thunder tribulation, but took a deep breath towards the bottom. In the dark, dozens of breaths were swallowed into his body. At this moment, all the 3rd-level strong men of the 5 royal demon crabs had a sense of connection with him. It was the innate magic of the Cliff Snake clan Xianai Bailan. Legend has it that once this magic is used, it can make the power of many people merge into one and strengthen oneself. The Cliff Snake was not a powerful monster in ancient times, but it could be ranked alongside top monsters such as the Black Turtle, the Heavenly Wolf, and the Thunder Rock. The reason is that the king of this clan can absorb the power of the clan members and merge them into one, and use the power of the clan to fight against the top ancient monsters. However, this kind of magic can never be used to overcome the tribulation. The thunder tribulation is a test from the heaven for those who break through the realm, and it is most unacceptable for others to interfere. With such a complex power mixed together, not only will the power of the thunder tribulation increase dramatically, but its attack range will also spread from one person to all those who are connected by power. With the means of the 7 rings, it is not possible to do that. But he was desperate and implicated the aura of all the 3rd-level demon kings of the 5 royal families of demon crabs on the battlefield. In this way, the thunder tribulation will be equally affected. He will die, and the rest will definitely not feel good. Those demon beasts are not well informed and do not know the deep meaning of their actions. But when the thunder and lightning as thick as buckets pass through the body of the 7 rings and fell towards all the demon crab kings on Zuanayan Island, all the demon kings panicked. How could this be? Oh my god, I just entered the 3rd level and can't resist the thunder tribulation at all. Chief, save me. A scream rang out in an instant. The embarrassed man tried to escape from Zuanayan Island by controlling the escape light. The strong ones, knowing that they could not escape, had already done their best to resist the thunder tribulation. Under this method, even if the 5 clan leaders cursed in their hearts, they could not take care of themselves and could not care about others. They could only use defensive means to resist the thunder tribulation. In an instant, on Zuanayan Island, thunder descended, and silver light leaked to the ground. The rumbling sound shook the universe. At this time, the thunder tribulation was no longer a single individual. Those who were slightly closer were affected. The entire Zuanayan Island was shrouded in a devastating blow. In the swamp, Han Zan, who was about to leave, witnessed the direction of the war with his own eyes, and gave up the idea of leaving as soon as the thunder tribulation was nurtured. Thunder tribulation. He was an existence who had survived a Yuanying thunder tribulation, and he had also protected his good friend Master Kanglong. It can be said that his understanding of thunder tribulation is still deeper than that of ordinary people. When the thunder tribulation was nurtured, he noticed something wrong. However, he was also a little confused. Is the demon race's transformation thunder tribulation so weak? It only took 1 day to accumulate. Or is it because the master of the tribulation does not have enough foundation? Because of this curiosity, he stayed. Then he witnessed the scene of the birth of the thunder tribulation. When he saw that the key of dozens of demon kings were connected and implicated by the thunder tribulation, Hanzong couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a trick!" In a big battle, the master of the tribulation unknowingly collected the key of all the big demons. Then he used this as a connection and borrowed the power of the thunder to make the final death together. Not only is the trick wonderful, but this character is also determined enough. While praising, a different thought also emerged in his mind. He glanced at the black-scaled dragon lying on the ground trembling. "Black King, I'll give you a task. If you complete it successfully, your master will definitely reward you generously." The Black King raised his head. "What task?" Hanzong said one by one. After hearing the content of the task, the Black King hurriedly shook his head with horror in his eyes. "I will die." "Don't you want the best emperor flowing blood?" Hanzong said with a smile. "Your devouring demon art is stimulated by emperor flowing blood from the mixed blood. If you complete this task, you can have as much emperor flowing blood as you want." The Black King was somewhat tempted, but he hesitated when he thought of the danger he was about to face. "Don't worry, do it. With me and your master here, you won't die. In addition, there will be a reward for you when the time comes. The master is here too." The Black King was surprised. Hanzong smiled slightly. "You don't think that Zhuanayan Island has such a big commotion?" He didn't notice it. Hearing that Luo Chen was also nearby, the Black King gritted his teeth. "Okay, I'll do it." The demon who was crossing the tribulation died, and the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth also dissipated automatically. The black clouds covering the sky and the earth slowly dissipated, and only heavy rain fell. Under this huge thunder tribulation, Zhuanayan Island, which had been shattered by a war, was sunk hundreds of feet deep, and a large amount of seawater poured back and submerged the land. The surviving demon kings on the island were all embarrassed and terrified. Fortunately, the thunder tribulation finally dissipated. This also means that the battle has finally come to an end. Kehun attracted the lightning with his body and failed to pass the tribulation. Halo fought hard against the 5 clan leaders, but died suddenly under the cover of the lightning tribulation. The 5 clan leaders who were most involved in the aura, Greensleeve and 9 Claws, died. The 3 surviving monsters were all seriously injured, their auras were extremely weak, and most of their Taoism was cut off. I am afraid that hundreds of years of hard work would not be able to restore them to their peak. There are only a dozen surviving monster kings. Obviously, the method of the ring-headed turtle clan to perish together has failed. Or rather, it is not a failure. Zhu Xiang opened his eyes with difficulty, looking at the seawater pouring in from all directions, and the sparse surviving monster kings of the 5 clans. The structure of the 4th-level spiritual vein has been destroyed. With the means of their monster clan, it is afraid that it will take 1,000 years to repair it. The strength of the 5 clans has been greatly reduced, and they may not be able to deal with the big monsters from other seas crossing the sea to fight. It can be said that this is a lose-lose situation, and it is also a mutual destruction. "Hai Luo, Qi Huan, you are so vicious." Just as Zhu Xiang was sensing the situation around him, Jin Hun beside him suddenly shouted loudly, "Jin Claw, take people to take down the remains of the Demon King." In a pit, a golden light suddenly broke through the water and headed straight for the collapsed majestic mountain. At the same time, Jin Jia, another surviving great demon king of the King Crab clan, and 5 third-level demon kings followed Jin Claw regardless of their injuries. At this moment, the 7 demons set out at the same time, trying to take away the Zhuanayan demon king's carapace floating above the head of the ring-headed turtle survivor. However, before they could get close, a terrifying devouring force came from the ground. It actually took them one step ahead and swallowed a bright yellow light into its stomach. Jin Claw immediately sensed the familiar breath. "Evil Jiao, you dare!" The Black King had nothing to fear, so he swallowed the Zhuanayan demon king's carapace and swam to the depths of the sea. The 7 powerful king crabs were about to intercept, but in an instant, their souls were surging, and they felt a shocking breath coming from above their heads. The 7 monsters looked up at the same time, and saw a figure like a rock, standing in the air, pressing down with one hand. The powerful magic power was condensed in it, and endless green flames were lingering on it. A giant palm print that was thousands of feet in size had been gathering momentum for a long time, and then it pressed down with a bang. Boom! Zhuanayan Island, which was already in danger, became the last straw that broke the camel's back under this palm. The island began to sink with a rumble. The 7 monsters in the center of the attack range of the King Yang palm print let out a shrill scream. A voice came from above. Thank you all for the treasures." The voice was boundless, and when the lingering sound lingered in the ears, it was already in the distant horizon. Chapter 558, Waiting for the Rabbit, Cliff Snake Remains. A strong wind swept across the vast sea. Suddenly, a huge figure shot over from afar like a meteor. When he stopped, the seawater exploded into countless waves. At this moment, the heavy rain had stopped, and the waves were shining in the sunlight, reflecting colorful colors. Under the hazy halo, the huge figure slowly shrank, the air armor dissipated, the wings converged, and layers of air waves like steam pushed away the surrounding seawater. But in a moment, as the waves fell back into the sea, Luo Chen returned to his body. Looking at the naked body without any cover, he couldn't help but frown. Whether it is the Xiangpeng transformation or Wang Yuan's giant transformation, there are problems in this regard. After the transformation, the clothes will be torn. When the realm was low before, the body changed only 1 or 2 feet in size, and ordinary robes could expand with it. But now that he has advanced to the late 3rd stage of the ancient times, with full power transformation, it can easily move dozens of feet, and his top-grade robes can't bear it. Never mind, it's just a small matter after all. He performed the healing spell, briefly controlled the injuries on his body, and put on a loose moon-white Taoist robe. Then, Luo Chen sank to the bottom of the sea and waited quietly. With his full burst of speed, he had already escaped from the Zuanayan Sea for thousands of miles in the period just now. Ordinary 3rd-level monsters could not catch up. Especially the monsters on Zuanayan Island, they were all monster crabs and monster turtles that were not known for their speed, and most of them were seriously injured by the thunder tribulation. The only few great monster kings such as Jin Sao who had the energy to chase Luo Chen, and they were hit by Luo Chen's Qingyang great handprint that he had secretly accumulated for a long time, and they were already busy. Therefore, Luo Chen was not worried about being caught up. He was waiting here now to meet up with Han Zan and the Black King. Han Zan and his evacuation point was a way out that Han Zan had seen from Zuanayan Island through the formation. With the help of the Lanayan Misty formation of the conferred God Compass, they could escape calmly. And Luo Chen also bought them enough time. I think nothing unexpected will happen. After waiting for about half an incense stick of time, Luo Chen opened his eyes in confusion from regulating his breath. Why haven't we arrived yet? Crash! Luo Chen floated to the surface of the sea, and his spiritual eyes and spiritual consciousness looked in a certain direction, but there was no movement. Strange. The meeting place agreed with Han Zan is here, but there is no sign of him yet. Luo Chen's heart sank. It's not possible that Han Zan has forgotten his loyalty and run away for the sake of profit. If that were the case, Luo Chen would be heartbroken. At this moment, the treasures in Han Zan's hands are all Luo Chen's. The 10,000 souls banner, which has been cultivated for a long time and has become more and more sharp, the Fengshen compass, which is a must-have for home and travel, and the Demon King's remains snatched from the Black King's mouth. Just these 3 things, in the increasingly turbulent North Sea's Yuxin world, millions of spirit stones cannot take them down. Especially the remains of the Demon King, which is the body material of a 4th-order transformation demon beast. If it is handled well, it may be refined into some peerless treasure. Otherwise, Luo Chen would not take the risk to seize it. Oh, yes. There is also the Black King. This black-scaled giant python, which originally had poor qualifications, was cultivated by Kun Jiao and Luo Chen successively. Especially after taking a large amount of top-grade Emperor Liu Jiang, it finally tapped out its outstanding potential and has unlimited future prospects. If it was kidnapped by Han Zan, Luo Chen would have nowhere to cry. It was only at this time that Luo Chen realized that the so-called Dao Oath was not omnipotent. The Dao Oath that Han Zan made to him only restricted Han Zan from doing anything unfavorable to him before Luo Chen advanced to the nascent soul stage. But the content of the oath did not restrict Han Zan from leaving on his own. For a time, Luo Chen's joy of obtaining the treasure also faded. No, I have to go look for him. Luo Chen checked his condition. He still had most of his mana left. Although his body was injured, it did not affect his normal combat power. If he really encountered an enemy, he would have enough power to protect himself. Following that direction, Luo Chen summoned a cloud of mana, activated the hidden formation, and quietly flew along the sea. During the flight, he always paid attention to the fluctuations of his soul. The Black King was his spirit beast. When he enslaved him, his soul blood had been collected by him. There was a certain connection between the two. As long as the distance was not too far, he could unilaterally sense the approximate position of the other party. After flying for about a few minutes, the cloud suddenly stopped on the sea. Luo Chen looked up at the sky, and a beam of light left in a hurry. The powerful aura that burst out of it was enough to be at the 7th level of the golden elixir. In particular, that aura was quite familiar. It's Gu Shaoshang. Why is he here? And he looks like he's running away. Just as Luo Chen was puzzled, a whirlpool appeared in the sea ahead, and then a huge black-scaled python surfaced. Its body was thick and fat, with a ferocious horn on its head. If you don't look at its appearance, just a momentum, it has a bit of majestic atmosphere. It's the Black King. Luo Chen was delighted and removed the hidden formation. The Black King also noticed it and swam over quickly. Master, the Black King has fulfilled his mission. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spit out more a ball of bright yellow light, which flew out and hovered above the two of them. Just by looking at it, Luo Chen felt a sense of simplicity and heaviness. Looking closely, penetrating the bright yellow light, there was a tortoise shell circling inside it, with dense patterns on it, forming a hexagon as a whole. Such orderly tortoise-back patterns are also extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation, and only those with outstanding talents can condense them. Is this the remains of the Demon King, the armor of Zuanayan? He reached out and took the tortoise shell. After examining it carefully, Luo Chen carefully put it into his storage ring, and then looked at the Black King. What happened to Gu Shaoshang? The Black King was a little confused. I don't know. When I just escaped from the seabed spring, I found him blocking the outside. It was Senior Han who took action and scared him away. Scared away? While Luo Chen was puzzled, a scale on the back of the Black King flipped open, and the 10,000 souls banner flew out from it. Luo Chen took it, and Han Zan's voice came into his ears. That junior is not bad, and he is proficient in formation. Maybe he also saw through several hidden ways of survival on Zuanayan Island like us, and then waited for us on our escape route. Did you fight with him? That's not the case. After all, I am a Yuanying Xianrun. How can I fight with Jinden Juniors again and again? I just released a wisp of Yuanying aura to scare him away. So that's it. Luo Chen nodded, but he was still a little confused. If he scared people away in an instant, why did he delay for so long? Perhaps knowing Luo Chen's cautious nature, Han Zan explained a few more words. It turned out that the ring-headed turtle clan also knew several ways to survive on Zuanayan Island. After the death of the clan leader and the great elder, the corresponding ring-headed turtle demon king led the surviving clan members to evacuate, and their road was also one of the evacuation routes. In order to prevent the two sides from colliding and causing complications, Han Zan and the Black King had to slow down and dragged on for a long time before finally leaving Zuanayan Island. As soon as they came out, they met Gu Shaoshang who was waiting for them, which led to the scene that Luo Chen saw when he arrived. Okay, this place is too close to Zuanayan Island. Just in case, it's better to leave first. Luo Chen said. Do you want to leave the Zuanayan Sea and return to the Fiayan Islands? Han Zan asked. Luo Chen shook his head. We have to deal with the materials of the third-level monster crabs in advance before we can go back. Otherwise, if we delay for too long, those materials will not be suitable for making the Black Emperor paste. As he spoke, he held the 10,000 souls banner in his hand with his magic power. Han Zong got in at the right time and handed over the conferred god compass. The Black King shrank and curled up under Luo Chen's magic cloud. With a pinch of the spiritual formula, the gray magic cloud dissipated in the sky. A small island without spirits tens of thousands of miles away from Zuanayan Island. A seagull perched on it. One day, a beam of light fell into it. The seagull hurriedly greeted him. Master, you are back. You came back before us. Has anyone been to the Coral Trench Cave? Luo Chen looked at Xiangxun and asked. Xiangxun hurriedly shook his head. I checked, no. Even if some low-level sea monsters mistakenly entered the Coral Trench, they were preyed on by the nearby blood corals. It has not been discovered yet. Luo Chen nodded. If it has not been discovered, it means it is still safe. I'll go there and deal with all the monster king crab shells first, and then there's no rush to leave Zuanayan Sea. After instructing Xiangxun to stay nearby and be alert to external enemies, Luo Chen took the Black King back to the Coral Trench. As soon as he arrived at the Coral Trench, he took out the Fengshan compass and prepared to rearrange the Lanian mist array. You're still so careful. Han Zan said with a smile. While controlling the compass, Luo Chen casually replied, "It's always good to be careful when you go out. Otherwise, I would have been surrounded by the demon spider crab clan as early as when I was on Xiangsun Island. Once surrounded, it's not so easy to break through." In the battle on Zuanayan Island, he broke out of the interception circle with great momentum, which was well prepared. But if he was ambushed in the cave, even if he burst out with all his strength, I'm afraid it would be difficult to escape. If the enemy is a monster like the demon spider crab that is good at sensing and blocking, it will be even more difficult to escape. Just as he was setting up the formation, Han Zan suddenly said, "Expand the range of the formation. Cover a 1-mile area." Han Zan estimated a number. A 1-mile area is about 500 meters in radius, and Luo Chen usually converts it in this way. Although he was a little puzzled, he still followed his words. In an instant, under the blessing of mana, the conferred god compass was full of spiritual light, and the array patterns that had been outlined before began to spread outward. The water flow surged and the red mist filled the air. The blood coral trench, which was already a red light, suddenly became more red. If you don't know, you might think that a third-level blood coral was born here. Just after Luo Chen expanded the coverage of the formation, Han Zan said, "Didn't you notice that there is something extra in your 10,000 souls banner?" Luo Chen was stunned. He really hadn't checked this thing. Although this soul-refining banner was personally sacrificed and recognized by him, Han Zan was usually in control most of the time. It can be regarded as Han Zan's place to stay, and it can also be regarded as providing food and accommodation to the other party. Therefore, he usually didn't pay much attention to the 10,000 souls banner. At this moment, when his spiritual consciousness probed into it, Luo Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Souls. Countless souls. Not only the 2 ghost kings before, thousands of ghost general level souls, but also tens of thousands of low-level souls. Not only that, there are even more than a dozen residual souls of demon kings inside. What are these? Luo Chen couldn't help but ask after reading half of it. Han Zan smiled slightly. "When I monitored the battlefield for you, I didn't do nothing. I just collected some ownerless residual souls. It didn't take much effort." "What kind of effort is this?" Luo Chen was speechless. For a while, he also understood why those demons who were proficient in the soul path like to wander around the ancient battlefield, all to collect powerful souls. There are even more people who are even worse, who will take the initiative to stir up waves and control the outbreak of some large and small wars. Even low-level soul-refining demons have controlled the outbreak of wars behind the scenes in ordinary countries. There is no other reason, the benefits are too great. On the battlefield, the bloody and murderous aura is too strong. In that environment, any soul that can survive, even if it is just a residual soul, as long as it is well cultivated, is definitely a great weapon. The batch of souls collected by Han Zan, the tens of thousands of low-level souls, are not worth mentioning for the millions of crab soldiers and crab generals of the 5 royal crabs, but for the 10,000 souls banner, it is a great supplement of living forces. As for the dozen or so third-level residual souls, as long as they devour each other and replenish each other in the future, perhaps several complete third-level Ghost King-level existences can be born. By then, the power of this 10,000 souls banner will surely increase several times. I guess this is also what Han Zan intended. He kept a hand before, not only because he didn't want to waste the origin, but also because he was in a dilemma of being a good cook without rice. Now that the 10,000 souls banner has a foundation, he can calmly display some means in the future. For me, this is a good thing. I got a sharp weapon out of nowhere, and it can also make up for the lack of combat power after losing the Zongmiao sword. Luo Chen's eyebrows were full of joy. Before he could praise Han Zan, the other party suddenly said, "Why don't you take a closer look? Is there anything else?" Luo Chen was curious and his spiritual sense went deeper into the soul flag. The deeper he went, the more souls there were. He hadn't noticed it before. Now he saw that those fighting souls seemed to be concentrated around one place. When Luo Chen saw the main body of that place clearly, his face changed drastically. "This!" he exclaimed. Then, his magic power surged wildly, and the soul-refining flag grew in the wind, expanding to the extreme, as long as 9 feet. Then, the soul flag opened wide, and a thing as wide as 2 or 3 feet slowly swam out from it. The moment that thing appeared, the breath suddenly spread. The Black King, who was lying at the door of the cave, raised his head in surprise and suspicion. "Master, what is that?" Luo Chen did not answer him, but controlled his magic power as much as possible to guide the things inside out. 1 zhang, 2 zhang, 3 zhang, until 100 zhang later, its true form was revealed. It was a giant snake. 100 zhang giant snake. The huge body, winding across the coral trench, even though it was dead, the remaining breath still oppressed the nearby blood corals to crawl gracefully, as if they were naturally afraid. Looking at the scarred body of the giant snake, which looked like dead wood and charred charcoal, Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and looked at Hanzan. Cliff snake. Hanzan's slightly illusory face, although full of smiles, also showed a bit of fatigue at this moment. It's the ring-headed turtle that failed to cross the tribulation. However, although it failed, it also shed its shackles and has the body of a cliff snake. This. Luo Chen sighed again and again, and couldn't help shaking his head. "You really gave me a big surprise," Hanzan said tiredly. "Although I can't help you much in the battle, this kind of small matter is still insignificant." This is not a small matter. A cliff snake corpse, although it has not yet transformed and failed to cross the tribulation, it is still a top-level demon king of the 3rd level. If it is released, there are many people willing to pay a high price to buy it. Even if it is kept for personal use, some of the materials on it are very useful. Selling it, Luo Chen is naturally reluctant to sell it. "But can I keep it for my own use?" Luo Chen looked at the cliff snake corpse for a moment, and he was a little confused. How to use it properly? Just when he was in a dilemma, he felt a rubbing sensation on his calf. Looking down, the Black King was carefully rubbing against him. "Master, this." Luo Chen frowned. "This is not something you can eat." "He can really eat." Luo Chen looked up and Hanzan smiled. "When I asked this little guy to take action before, I gave him some conditions, including the body of the cliff snake. Just give it to him." Anyway, the cliff snake failed to transform and was bombarded by the thunder tribulation that was strengthened dozens of times. The materials on it are actually of no use to you. The Black King also looked at Luo Chen eagerly. "Master, when I was helping you to grab the Zuan armor, I was almost beaten to death by Jin Sao and others." Luo Chen's expression kept changing, and his consciousness kept going in and out of the cliff snake. After many inspections, he had to admit that Hanzan had some truth. This snake corpse, which looked no different from charcoal, had indeed lost 8 or 9 out of 10 spirituality. Whether it was used to refine medicine or to make magic tools, the effect was relatively ordinary. After all, this was not a monster beast that was resistant to thunder attributes, but a water-attributed monster that was naturally afraid of heavenly thunder. It was a blessing in disguise to be able to keep such a complete corpse. In comparison, his own harvest was the dozen or so corpses of the demon crab kings and the Zuan armor that the Black King had taken for him. After some thought, Luo Chen withdrew his reluctant gaze. "Okay, I'll give it to you. Don't stop working after you eat it." The Black King quickly bent his body on the ground and kept bowing to Luo Chen. "Thank you, Master. From now on, I will do my best for you until I die." This guy is really speaking the human language more and more fluently. However, seeing the desire in the Black King's eyes, Luo Chen also realized that this cliff snake corpse that failed to transform might be another great fortune for the Black King. If the Black King becomes stronger, it will also be a great joy for his master. So it comes down to it. Luo Chen's inner depression suddenly disappeared and he smiled. This trip to Zuan Island is really fruitful. It can be called my first big harvest in history. Feeling comfortable, he stepped into the cave. Chapter 559, The Empty Building, Leaving Zuan. In the dark night sky, a streak of light passed like a meteor. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light seemed to run out of energy and landed in a small island forest. There were wild beasts roaring in the forest, but after sensing the huge spiritual pressure released by the light, they immediately clamped their tails and crawled on the ground trembling. With the moonlight, a figure dressed in noble and gorgeous clothes appeared in the forest. He was tall and handsome, and it was Gu Xiaosheng, the senior brother of Fei Enjian. At this moment, his magic power was weak and his expression was panic. Looking back at the horizon, he saw no trace, and then he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. The long breathing sound showed the unrest in his heart. There was a trace of fear on his face. Yuan Ying's Henren. If I'm not mistaken, that is definitely the aura that only a Yuan Ying's Henren can reveal. Although it is faint, It is almost the same as the pressure of my father's domain. No wonder that person dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth on Zhuanayan Island and reap the benefits. I didn't expect that he was actually a hidden Yuan Ying period old monster. I tried to wait for the rabbit, but I almost waited for a tiger. I'm really crazy. Thoughts were mixed in his mind. In addition to fear, he was quite fortunate. Seeing that there were no pursuers coming, Gu Xiaoshang relaxed and checked his own status. Just running away with all his strength used up a lot of mana. This state is not suitable for flying alone in the sea. Immediately, he took a pill and sat cross-legged on the spot to restore his mana. As his mana gradually recovered and his mind calmed down, Gu Xiaoshang felt more and more that something was wrong. If he is really an old monster in the nascent soul stage, why would he hide so much? He can flatten the Zhuanayan Sea with just one person's strength. Hiding his tracks like that and hiding under the Nine Palaces formation is clearly a reflection of his own lack of strength. Could it be that I sensed it wrongly? It should be correct. Compared with the pressure that my father occasionally releases, it is indeed the same level of power. Then this. In doubt, Gu Xiaoshang suddenly thought of a possibility. Soul refining banner. Could it be that the breath of nascent soul is just a soul of the nascent soul level in the soul banner? And the one who controls this banner is only in the golden core stage. Only with this possibility, when he has that kind of power, he would not want to take the initiative to fight with him, but release his breath to scare him away. Just like himself, he also has the means of the nascent soul stage given by his father, but he still acts cautiously and prudently, and does not use that life-saving means unless it is absolutely necessary. The soul refining banner with the soul of the nascent soul is no longer an ordinary 10,000 soul banner, but can be called a 100,000 fierce soul banner. Such fierce souls are definitely not something that a giant and cultivator can easily master. The owner can release a breath, which may be the limit. In this way, I am too cautious. When Gu Xiaoshang thought about how he missed the remains of the Zhuanayan Demon King because he was too careful, he couldn't help but show regret on his face. He could rely on the method given by his father to fight with that person. If successful, the remains of the Demon King are 10 or 100 times better than the ordinary ring-headed turtle materials, and his father's chance of crossing the sinking sea is several times greater. After taking it back, his father will be happy and will definitely reward him greatly. But at the last step, he was scared. Obviously, returning to the Zhuanayan Sea alone is also adventurous, but being scared at the last step is a pity for anyone. Forget it. In such a vast North Sea, a cultivator who possesses a soul refining flag of the level of 100,000 fierce soul flags is definitely not easy to mess with. 9 out of 10 are the remnants of the Yuanmo sect. If I face him head-on, it's hard to say whether I can win or not. If I make a big noise and attract the 5 royal crabs, that would be even worse. With my qualifications, I have great hope of forming a baby in the future. There is no need to risk my life in such a place. After some self-repair, Gu Xiaoshang suppressed the regret and began to regulate his breath with concentration. On Zhuanayan Island. After a great battle, the whole place was devastated. It's not right to say that. Zhuanayan Island has sunk to the bottom of the sea. Under the flow of seawater, those hideous battlefield traces seem less terrifying. However, the injuries on the surviving crabs in this battle are shocking enough. Jinhun lay in the half-broken colorful clam shell, looking listless. He survived the thunder tribulation that was mainly aimed at their 5 clan leaders, relying on the shell of the 5-colored clam, but the power of thunder and lightning still made him feel uncomfortable. A demon crab next to him was calmly reporting the losses of this battle. Listening to the huge casualties, Jinhun's heart kept sinking. Suddenly, he interrupted the report of the calm demon crab. Jinjia, I didn't do anything wrong. Jinjia was stunned, and then responded with understanding. The clan leader is of course right. Although there were huge casualties in this battle, it is still a victory. Jinhun felt much better. However, the remains of the Zhuanayan Demon King fell into the hands of others. Jinjia said in a deep voice, why should the clan leader be so worried? The black tortoise shell is dispensable to our clan. What is important is this 4th-level spiritual vein and the resources in this huge sea area. Jinhun's eyes condensed and looked at Jinjia. The other party raised his head and said slowly, although Zhuanayan Island has sunk, the spiritual vein foundation is still there, which can fully supply the 3rd-level perfect demon beast to break through the transformation stage. In addition, The losses of the Green Emperor Crab and the 9-clawed Poison King Crab are greater than ours. If we take the opportunity to annex their forces, our King Crab clan can not only recover its strength, but also make further progress. Jinhun was thoughtful. If that is really the case, even if the previously planned unification of the 5 clans and the unification of the Zuanayan Sea cannot be achieved, it can still stand out and maintain the dominant position of the King Crab clan. I am a bit too obsessed. Then what do you think? When should we annex those 2 clans? It is better to do it sooner rather than later. We must take advantage of the death of their clan leader and the lack of a leader in the clan to take them down in one fell swoop. Who will go? When asking this, Jinhun looked at Jinjia meaningfully. Usually, the King Crab clan would fight against foreign enemies, and the warlike Jinzha would always be the leader. And Jinjiao was his favorite candidate for the next chieftain, and he even planned to give him the clan's resources to help him break through the transformation stage. If he could conquer the 2 clans before breaking through the transformation stage and expand the territory for the King Crab clan, then the reward of resources would be more legitimate. This time, there was a small accident. Jinjia took a step forward and put his 2 intact giant claws together. Jinjia is willing to obey your orders. Jinhun raised his eyebrows. You are good at internal affairs, but not good at external wars. Jinjia was not afraid. There is no one in the King Crab clan who is not good at fighting. What's more? At this point, he paused, and then said without any concealment, what's more, Jinjiao broke one of his claws, which greatly reduced his strength. He was also seriously injured by the sneak attack of the human cultivator and has been unable to move since then. Under such circumstances, it is reasonable for me to accept the order in times of crisis. Jinhun was silent for a while. Then he nodded slowly. Then you go. Move quickly. Don't let Qian and Zhu Xiang react. Yes. Jinjia came out of the 5-colored clam shell, counted the people, and went out directly. The old patriarch Jinhun stayed in the 5-colored clam and sighed faintly. The battle that had been planned for many years, but I didn't expect such a big mistake to happen at the last moment. First, Hai Luo refined the armor of Zuanayan, and then Qi Huan was extremely determined. He would rather fail to pass the tribulation than to drag them to death together. In the end, Cheng Yaojin showed up halfway and was taken advantage of by a human cultivator. Especially the human cultivator. Although the previous accidents were unexpected, they were also reasonable. After all, the survival of the tribe must be resisted. It can be said that as long as the human cultivator did not appear, their King Crab clan would always be the biggest winner. But unfortunately, that person suddenly appeared, snatched the Demon King's remains, and killed 3 and injured 4 with 1 palm. Thinking of the palm that looked like the scorching green sun in the rain during the day, Jinhun's heart trembled. That must have been a palm that had been accumulated for a long time and was released at the right time. Not to mention Jin Ziyi and the others who were already struggling to survive under the thunder tribulation. If they were intact, they would be seriously injured if they did not die. In one breath, 3 died and 3 were seriously injured. Only Jinjia was slightly injured due to his incomparable defensive ability. Don't let me know who that person is, otherwise, I must pay you back tenfold. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the old eyes. Then, as if he remembered something, he sent a voice transmission. After a while, a demon crab crawled in. Chief, what do you want to do? What are the other 4 tribes doing now? The demon crab seemed to have a plan in mind, and immediately responded. The Green Emperor Crab tribe mourned the death of the chief, and the 9-clawed Poison King Crab has started a turmoil and is fighting for the position of chief. There is something strange about the Red Rock Crab. I checked, and it seems that they are gathering people from the tribe and want to set up camp at the old side of Zuanayan Island. These are all reasonable, and Jinhun is not surprised. The first 2 are suitable for Jinjia to take action, and for the latter, he can also negotiate with Old Man Qi Yan. However, what about the Demon Spider Crab? The subordinate was also puzzled by this doubt. It's strange. They only left a small number of demon crabs at the old side of Zuanayan Island, and the main force hurriedly left Zuanayan Island with the chief Zhu Xiang. Huh? Jinhun was full of doubts. At this time, instead of staying to divide the spoils, they ran away. What does this mean? What is Zhu Xiang planning? In the coral trench, red light filled the air. Time passed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Luo Chen recovered while processing the batch of Monster King materials he had obtained. The auxiliary materials he had for refining the Black Emperor cream had long been consumed. Therefore, this batch of materials could only be processed in advance and refined after returning. During the processing, Luo Chen also took the opportunity to count the gains and losses of this battle. The magic weapon Zhuanghe's sword was destroyed, 2 of the 3 soul-breaking nails were gone, leaving only the last soul-breaking nail, and he suffered some minor injuries. This was the loss. But the gains were huge. Enough to support his late-stage 3rd-level Monster Crab King materials, Zuan armor, the remains of the Cliff Snake, and tens of thousands of monster beast souls in the Soul Flag. In this way, it can be said that the gains outweigh the losses. Sure enough, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. I made a lot of money this time. In addition, after some actual combat, I also discovered the shortcomings of my own fighting methods. When things stabilize, I will make up for them one by one. My fighting methods will definitely reach a higher level. This is also a huge gain. After counting, Luo Chen packed up the things in the cave. All the miscellaneous things were put into the storage ring with a huge capacity. It's time to leave now. Although the coral trench is hidden, it is still within the rule of the monster crab and will be discovered sooner or later. Buzz! Before leaving the cave, Luo Chen heard a thunderous sound. But he knew that it was not a thunderous sound, but a hiccup. After putting away the conferred god compass, the red light suddenly dissipated, and only the red light naturally emitted by the blood coral permeated the trench. And in the winding trench, a huge black-scaled giant dragon was curled up. Its eyelids drooped, its abdomen was swollen, and its big mouth opened from time to time, with saliva flowing and a buzzing sound from time to time. The thundering sound was made by the Black King. After he swallowed the cliff snake completely, he kept doing this, as if he had indigestion. Black King, let's go. The Black King opened his eyes with difficulty. Are we going home, master? Luo Chen frowned. Can you still reduce your size? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. I'll try. The Black King rolled his body, with demonic energy everywhere, trying to reduce his size. But after a struggle, he only shrank from 30 feet to a dozen feet. It's still too big. Such a huge body is not suitable for leaving quietly. Luo Chen shook his head. You greedy guy, get in. As soon as he finished speaking, a small tripod flew out. Under the control of Luo Chen's magic power, it soon became extremely huge and directly pushed away the surrounding seawater. Seeing this, the Black King was a little timid. Master, I can't digest the remains of the cliff snake in there, and it's too crowded. There's a world inside the Hununding. The source of that space is the power of the space law exerted by King Lun, a powerful late-stage nascent soul, in conjunction with Shiny Easy's casting method. However, Luo Chen's current mana and prohibition methods are not enough to fully expand the internal space. Therefore, the Black King said it's too crowded. Come in if I tell you to. What nonsense are you talking about? I'll find you a place to sleep after I go back. Luo Chen scolded, revealing an unhappy look. This guy, relying on his many contributions to him, has become more and more arrogant. Luo Chen was angry, and the Black King shuddered and hurriedly flew into the Hununding. He pinched the Daolingju, and the Hununding shrank, and then got into Luo Chen's sleeve. Let's go. Luo Chen shouted and soared into the sky. After breaking through the sea surface, he sent out a divine consciousness voice. After a while, a seagull flew through the air and circled in front of Luo Chen. Your mana has not recovered yet, so you can be my mount. Luo Chen ordered, stepped on the back of Xiangxun Daogu, pointed in a direction, and Xiangxun immediately flapped its wings and flew in that direction. Not long after they left, the coral trench attracted a group of uninvited guests. Ahem. Zhu Xiang, who made a strange cough, stood outside the trench, puzzled. Is that person in there? A round light flew out from the crabs, making a respectful voice. Report to the adults, that person should be in there. Zhu Xiang shook his head, but except for some residual breath, I didn't find any trace of people. With his perception ability, within a certain range, it is not inferior to the transformed Demon King. Even, there is no need to send his clansmen to investigate. But just in case, he still asked his clansmen to go in and search. The final result was no different from what he perceived. Is this the answer from you, the Yinshenxia clan? Zhu Xiang asked coldly, his aura bursting out. Although he was a little strong on the outside, he still made the light silent. The round light trembled, and quickly replied, according to what Master Yuan said, the man should be here. For this reason, We have also determined the habitat of the Xiangsun Daogu. Is the Daogu still there? Zhu Xiong suddenly asked. The Yin Chensha, who had just entered the 3rd level, was stunned and replied subconsciously, it occasionally goes out to find food, and it seems that it is not on the island now. Damn it. Zhu Xiong felt annoyed. This place is clearly deserted. The disappearance of the Daogu can further prove this guess. But in this way, he didn't even take care of his injuries, and his plan to rush here was in vain. I want Yuan Yin to give me an explanation. Otherwise, although the Zuanian Sea is large, there will be no living space for your Yin Chensha clan. After saying that, he led the remaining elites of the Demon Spider Crab clan and left in anger. The round light remained in place, feeling a little overwhelmed. Asking Master Yuan Yin to give an explanation? He didn't even know how to contact him. Looking at the deserted coral trench, Yin Chensha couldn't help but smile bitterly. Master, where have you been? If you don't come back, we will have to move again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, The Endless Ambush. Under the deep sea, a faint light was flying slowly but actually fast. The undercurrent of the ocean current seemed to have no effect on this person, but instead accelerated his speed. The faint light stopped from time to time and looked up at the sky. The sky seemed empty, but under his gaze, he could clearly see a man and a bird. Even though the seagull was flying fast, the faint light could still keep up with the other party's speed after a pause. If there were human cultivators with a keen vision here, they would easily notice that this person was using the famous 5 elements escape technique, water escape technique. Water escape technique, in terms of the difficulty of cultivation, is second only to earth escape technique among the 5 elements escape techniques. As long as there is a corresponding secret book, a foundation-building cultivator can learn it. It can even be said that some gifted key-refining cultivators have the opportunity to master this escape technique. However, this technique, like earth escape technique, is easy to learn but difficult to master. In terms of escape speed, it is not as fast as gold escape technique, its explosive power is not as good as fire escape technique, and its concealment is not as good as wood escape technique. But it is obvious that the master who cast this escape technique has already practiced it to the stage of receiving and sending as if at one's heart, which can be called a perfect stage. And it is above the endless sea, so it is naturally like a fish in water, and the speed is very fast. Even the Xiangsun Daogu, which is famous for its flying speed, can't get rid of this escape light master. Looking at the figure of the Xiangsun Daogu, the master of the escape light has a fluctuating mind. If I didn't find the wrong person, this person must be the mastermind behind the Xiangsun Island. Not only did he act recklessly in the Zuanian Sea, but he also boldly participated in the Battle of Zuanian Island. If I kill him and take away his wealth, I may be able to use his resources to help me break through the transformation period and practice the Great Dao as a human. Haha, the Demon Spider Crab clan still wants to capture this person and take back the remains of the Demon King, and they don't even ask me Yuan Yin's thoughts. Time passed slowly. After a day and a night, the Xiangsun Daogu seemed to feel tired and slowed down. Under the sea, Yuan Yin held his breath and concentrated, and also slowed down, keeping a distance of 10 miles from the Daogu. 10 miles is the shortest tracking distance. If it were any closer, with his Hidden Dust Sand Clan's talent for concealment, it would be easy to be discovered, especially by a human giant and cultivator known for his powerful soul. Looking at the slowly dancing wings of the Xiangsun Daogu and the tiny figure standing on the bird's back, Yuan Yin's light trembled. Once. Only one chance. Although this person is only in the Middle Giant realm, he can roam freely in the Zuanian Sea and enslave 2 third-level demon kings. He must have outstanding means. And my Hidden Dust Sand Clan is just a parasitic spirit, with only this talent for concealment. Even though I have reached the 3rd level, I have only realized the 2 methods of water escape and 1 Zu Shadow. If they are cracked, I will definitely not be his opponent. Therefore, I only have one chance. Take advantage of his unpreparedness and kill him in one fell swoop. Continuously thinking carefully, Yuan Yin, a rare 3rd-level perfect demon of the Hidden Dust Sand Clan, deeply realized the great risks contained in the next thing to do. He had already prepared himself to flee far into the endless ocean if he failed to strike. He could see clearly that the aura of the giant and cultivator was fluctuating, and it was obvious that he had not recovered from his injuries. He could not travel far in this demon sea where big monsters frequently appeared. So, as long as he waited for the other party to stop to heal, he would sneak in quietly and kill him with one strike. The remains of the Zuanian Demon King, a giant and cultivator of the human race who could parasitize. Thinking of these 2 points, Yuan Yin's heart was burning. 1 day, 2 days. Yuan Yin's mood began to sink. He never saw the man stop to heal, and he seemed to be flying directly back to the human territory. In this case, he could not attack him suddenly. Do we really have to watch him leave? Yuan Yin was a little unwilling, and even hoped that 1 or 2 powerful demon kings would suddenly appear on the way and stop him. Don't be too powerful, it would be bad if you kill this person. Contradictory moods rose and fell in his fantasy. Suddenly, on the 4th day, in a sea area called Sheluo, the Xiangxun Dao slowly descended from the sky. Seeing this scene, Yuan Yin was suddenly excited. They finally stopped. Perhaps the 4 days of continuous travel made the Xiangxun Dao tired, or perhaps the injury of the giant and cultivator could not be suppressed. In short, they landed on a small island that faintly exuded a thin spiritual energy. My chance has come. Yuan Yin was excited and quietly approached the island. He did not enter the island directly, but slowly spread the dim light and contacted the nearby Yinchensha. Deep in the sea, a series of dim lights seemed to respond to him. Under his command, some low-level Yinchensha slowly floated up to the shallow sea and went to check the movements of the human race's giant. At about the middle of the moon, Yuan Yin finally made up his mind. The opportunity is at this moment, and it cannot be missed. The dim light trembled, rising from the sea surface, floating towards the nameless island like a firefly. Just as he was about to approach the nameless island, his footsteps suddenly stopped. No. I feel like something is wrong. Yuan Yin couldn't say what was wrong, but a sudden impulse made him hesitate outside the island. After some hesitation, he finally decided to slow down. Anyway, I have already memorized this person's breath. I will continue to track him down and find out where he is. Then I can make a plan. He believed in this feeling. It was because of this feeling that he had avoided disasters over the thousands of years of cultivation. He was able to cultivate from the lowest and weakest Yin Chensha, who could be hunted by any human monster, to the 3rd level of perfection step by step. If he really died here for this matter, it would not be worth it. His figure began to slowly retreat. However, a clear voice came from the island. It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Taoist friend, since you are here, why don't you show up and meet me? Under the moonlight, a man wearing a loose white Taoist robe, with long hair hanging down behind him and only a wooden hairpin inserted, came into view. He seemed to be walking on the moon. His eyes were cold, like a bottomless cold abyss, looking at him coldly from several miles away. Yuan Yin's heart was pounding, and a sense of extreme danger emerged in his heart. He didn't care about talking to the other party and immediately fell into the sea. As soon as he touched the seawater, he was about to use the water escape technique. But the next moment, a stream of light on the sea surface washed like a waterfall and suddenly spread. 4 beams of light rose into the sky in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast. Indistinctly, a dragon, a gull, and a shadow could be seen standing on each side, bathing in the light beams. The last beam of light was in the hands of the man on the island. With the combined efforts of the 4 parties, the sea seemed to have turned into a solid and unbreakable land. No matter how Yuan Yin urged his spiritual power, he couldn't burst out quickly. In other words, the water escape technique was broken. What kind of formation is this? Why does it seem to seal off this sea? Yuan Yin's heart was filled with ghosts. He couldn't use the water escape technique he was best at. For him, it was more desperate than the sky falling. This was his reliance on cultivating in seclusion in Zuanian Sea for hundreds of years. But at the critical moment of life and death, no matter how desperate he was, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Without thinking, he jumped up. If there is no way to enter the sea, then go to the sky. However, the man on the island fiddled with the compass in his hand slightly, and 4 more beams of light bloomed. From all angles, he blocked the direction he wanted to escape. Yuan Yin paused, and a garbled voice came out. Dao, forgive me when you can. I haven't done anything bad to you. But I came here by chance, why don't you let me go? Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing a sarcastic look. "You haven't told me for several days, and you're sneaking around where I am staying. What? Do you really need to do something to me before I can talk to you?" Yuan Yin's heart sank. Although he didn't know when he was exposed, he was afraid that today's matter would not end well. In this case, he was ruthless in his heart, and a majestic aura suddenly spread. It was like demonic aura, and it was also like the aura of flesh and blood, but faintly, it exuded a clear and pure aura. Feeling the majestic aura, Luo Chen's face changed slightly. This kind of aura is almost no less than the 5 patriarchs of the 5 royal families of demon crabs. A perfect third-level demon beast? I am Yuan Yin, a strong man of the Xiaoguang clan. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Xiaoguang clan. Hearing this name, Luo Chen's expression suddenly tensed. This is an extremely powerful demon beast in the endless North Sea. Born in the sea, living in the misty land, and eating various colors of auroras. It is said that there are a large number of Xiaoguang beasts gathered in the Yuan-Si divine light land of the North Pole Yamo sky. Ordinary cultivators dare not provoke this beast. Looking at Yuan Yin's round body that constantly emits dim light, it is indeed a bit like the rumored Xiaoguang beast. This generation of monsters is a powerful existence that can be compared with a human race of the same level. If they really fight to the death with each other, it is hard to say whether they will win or not, but if it gets out of hand, the powerful monsters in this shallow sea will not sit idly by. With an uncertain look, Luo Chen pressed the compass. In an instant, the light column in the sky gradually extinguished. Seeing this, Yuan Yin felt relieved, but his tone was still tough. "You are sensible, kid. I have something else to do, so I won't bother with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed straight into the sky. But before he left the battle, he saw a round of scorching sun exploded in the sky. When was it? Yuan Yin was horrified and had to land. In the sea, several water dragons rushed up. Under attack from both sides, there was no way out. Yuan Yin shouted angrily, "Disperse!" In an instant, thousands of light spots burst out from his body. The power of the scorching sun was broken head-on, and the sea dragons were defeated. Not only that, the dense light spots attacked the 4 figures sitting in the formation here. The giant dragon opened its mouth and swallowed all the light spots that attacked it head-on. Every time it swallowed one, it groaned. The fighting gull flapped its wings wildly, and cyclones burst out one after another, trying to push away the rain of light spots. But even so, a few light spots still hit her body, smashing blood holes one after another. On the island, Luo Chen looked solemn. He held a compass in one hand. He drew a circle with one hand, and then slowly pushed it out. Suddenly, layers of blue and red rings appeared in the night sky. The rings were not subordinate to each other, but they were connected from beginning to end. Upon closer inspection, there were 5 of them. Above them, blue flames were lingering, which was daunting. It was Luo Chen's self-created fire defense spell, Blazing Sky 7 Rings. He had practiced this spell to the master level, but now was the first time he used it in battle. As soon as this spell was used, it instantly faced the largest number of light spots. Chi. In an instant, the first ring was broken. Under the overwhelming force of the light spots, the fire shield formed by the second ring was also broken. But when it came to the third ring, the magic power surged on the ring, and in addition to the fire shield, red moths flew out. As soon as the moths came out, they flew towards the dense light spots. When the two came into contact, the moths were shattered, but after the shattering, they rose one after another and were regenerated in an instant. It was like a moth flying into flame, one after another. After a blockade, the impact of the light spots had been mostly eliminated. Although the third ring was finally broken, it was already powerless when it came to the fourth ring. The green flame surged, and the idea of withering and flourishing suddenly emerged. Under the burning green flame, those light spots involuntarily dispersed their light, revealing the appearance of dim stone beads. Luo Chen had excellent eyesight and could see its essence at a glance. Pearl. Just as he was surprised, Yuan Yin came back to his senses and felt that he had a chance to escape. He no longer went up to the sky and the sea, and went straight to the shadow with the weakest breath. He could see clearly that it was just a third-level Ghost King's soul. And his Yanchensha clan was the least afraid of ghosts. But just as he approached, the Ghost King grinned and laughed playfully. "What kind of Xiaoguang beast is it?" It turned out to be a Yanchensha. The sound of the wind suddenly stopped during the chuckle. In the night sky, Within the sea ceiling 8 diagrams formation, a pearl as big as a fist dispersed its light and hung quietly in the air. Tick-tock. Water drops fell, and Luo Chen walked on the sea and came to the huge pearl. He looked surprised. Is this the hidden dust sand? The Ghost King said to Han Zan, the main body of the Xiaoguang beast is a curled ball, and when it stretches out, it is no different from a butterfly, not a round pearl. The hidden dust sand is also known as the pearl monster and the sea monster, which fits this appearance. Luo Chen suddenly realized, but was puzzled. But according to rumors, the hidden dust sand has low combat power and can be said to have no combat ability. The means of this monster's explosion just now are not inferior to those of the third stage late demon king. Han Zan chuckled. That being said, there are always people with extraordinary talents. Moreover, this monster showed the realm of the third stage perfection, and the power of the 10,000 pearls explosion method it used was not half of that of the 5 demon crab clan leaders. Doesn't it just fit the description in the rumors? Luo Chen nodded. It was right to say so. Even if this hidden dust sand was gifted, the means he mastered were just so-so when he counterattacked before death. Even his master-level blazing sky 7-fold ring did not break through the 5th level. I was a little scared before. That makes sense. No wonder I always felt someone was staring at me a few days ago, but I couldn't detect the source of the gaze. The Yinchensha clan has been very good at hiding their own aura since they were born with intelligence, and then slowly absorbed the power of the parasitic host to grow safely to the entry level. This monster has already reached the 3rd level, and its hiding method is probably better than my full-strength hidden formation. Since Luo Chen condensed a pair of spiritual eyes, not only has his own eyesight been very good, but he is also very sensitive to the gazes of others. Therefore, 2 days ago, when he noticed something was wrong but couldn't find the enemy, he asked Han Zan to investigate the enemy. Han Zan naturally didn't refuse such a small matter. With his soul essence in the nascent soul stage, he deliberately investigated and soon found the enemy. Then, he landed here tonight and used the ceiling god compass to arrange the sea ceiling Bagua formation. Luo Chen couldn't do it to the extent that the 8 legs of the demon spider crab were the center of the formation, but he could also let the Black King, Xiangxun, and Han Zan cooperate with him. Especially with Han Zan, a master of formations, the sea ceiling 8 diagrams formation is as powerful as that of the demonic spider crab. In this way, the hidden dust sand, who entered the ambush without knowing it, can only be controlled by them. Luo Chen shook his head. I didn't expect that there would be such troubles when we are about to leave. Han Zan smiled and said, why do you think human cultivators like to choose spiritual places to build sects, establish families, and practice together? Alone outside, although there are many spiritual places, most of those big monsters have the instinct to choose spirits, and under the conflict between each other, there is endless trouble. Luo Chen nodded with emotion. Indeed, practicing in the wild seems to be free and easy, but it is always unrelated to purity unless you reach an absolutely powerful realm. This also goes against the superficial concept of purity of cultivators. At this time, there were faint sounds of conch shells nearby. This place can no longer stay. Luo Chen took a deep breath, recalled the injured Black King and Xiangxun, set up the Dharma cloud, and flew into the night sky. Chapter 561 Return to Fian, Blood Nightmare arrives. Luo Chen stood on the top of a sala tree and looked in a direction. This was the Xinchen Sea. It would take only 2 or 3 days to reach the Fian Islands if he flew at full speed. The reason why he stopped here was mainly because he landed here when he teleported from Kangwu Mountain. After so many years, he didn't know what the teleportation array that he destroyed was like. Do you want to go back and take a look? A voice came into his ears. Luo Chen looked calm, then shook his head slowly. He was not a criminal who was used to returning to the crime scene to observe after committing a crime, and then was caught red-handed. Although he was indeed curious about the situation of the teleportation array, Luo Chen still suppressed his curiosity. His eyes slowly moved down. I planned to wait here for a few days. Wait? Han Zan was puzzled. After a little thought, he said thoughtfully, are you afraid that there is an ambush in the Fian Islands that is unfavorable to you? Luo Chen nodded. He really thought so. Although the Fian Islands were his base, before him, they were nominally part of the Kanghe Zhangdao League and controlled by the independent cultivator Yan Nanshan. He killed Yan Nanshan himself, and now more than 10 years have passed. There is no guarantee that the Kanghe League will not send someone to take a look. If they are not happy with his actions and set up an ambush for him to fall into the trap, it will be troublesome. Moreover, Wu Qi from the Moro school had come once and invited him to join the Moro school, but failed. I don't know if there will be any follow-up. 6 years. The 10-year period mentioned by Wu Qi is approaching, and it is easy to cause trouble. Therefore, he plans to send someone back to take a look. Xiangxun. What does the master want? Follow the guidance in this jade pendant, and go to that island to see the situation. Remember not to go to the island. There is a large formation on the island. If you use all your strength, you are no match. The Fian Islands have the method of connecting islands and forming a formation passed down by the Kanghe League, and Luo Chen has also observed it once. When fully stimulated, the power is indeed extraordinary. Monsters who are not familiar with the art of formations, even if they are one level higher, can be easily killed. So he only ordered Xiangxun to patrol around the Fian Islands for a day. In a day, without any disguise, if there is really a strong man at the Jinden stage or above on the island who sets up an ambush, he will personally drive Xiangxun away or kill him. Once that happens, Luo Chen will also feel it. By then, he naturally cannot fall into the trap. After receiving the order, Xiangxun flapped his wings and flew towards the Fian Islands. Luo Chen landed and pointed at the tall and lush trunk of the Sei Luo tree, and his fingers were like swords. While the magic power was swallowing and spitting out, he quickly dug a big hole from the trunk. He calmly got in and quietly waited for the follow-up. Although there are many monsters in the Xinjiang Sea, they are not mainly sea monsters. There are a group of albatrosses living here. This monster has a gentle temperament and generally will not attack people unless they are provoked. Of course, if you really want to provoke them, the flocks of albatrosses are not easy to mess with. After getting into the tree hole, Luo Chen did not do nothing. He took out the pearl from the stored ring. This is the original body left by the Yin Chensha named Yuan Yin. Luo Chen has not given up the habit of reading books in the years since he came to the North Sea, so he still knows some common materials in this world of immortal cultivation. Yin Chensha, also known as pearl monster and sea monster. Although it is called a monster, its essence is a stone spirit. Just like the natural spirits such as wood spirits and fire spirits, it has no flesh and blood in essence, but is a special creature that has achieved enlightenment. The main reason why they are called monsters is that they are born with spiritual intelligence, and the way they practice is to parasitize on the flesh and blood of shellfish monsters such as giant clams, and oysters, which is why they are called monsters. This kind of material is very common in the vast North Sea. Even some strong mortal warriors can go to the sea to look for the first level Yin Chensha. After all, this thing really has no combat ability. First and second level things can only be hidden. Once discovered, they will be slaughtered at will. I'm getting off topic. Because it is common, the use of this material has long been understood by people. It can be used as medicine, refine weapons, arrange formations, make talismans, and even grind it into powder and sprinkle it in spiritual soil to grow spiritual plants. It has a wide range of uses, which can be called the best among all major materials. Luo Chen has 1 or 2 recipes that can use hidden dust sand, but the grades are very low. Especially, this hidden dust sand is as high as the 3rd level perfection. Even if it is placed in major shops, it is the top-notch and popular item. Ordinary 4th level materials are not as good as it. If it is only used to refine low-level pills, it would be too wasteful. Looking at this hidden dust sand, Luo Chen was quite helpless for a while. Having a treasure in hand but no suitable use is really a bit of a happy trouble. Senior Han, do you have a suitable method to use this hidden dust sand? Han Zan muffled his voice in the One Han banner. I don't know much about this monster, I am just familiar with it. If you ask me how to use it, I really have no way. Luo Chen frowned and had to temporarily put away this hidden dust sand, which was of perfect grade. In the future, he would communicate with fellow Bihei Jinden practitioners. Maybe they have more suitable methods to use hidden dust sand. At worst, he would practice this thing into a magic weapon. The method that the other party exploded before his death was quite similar to the jadeite waste bead he used when he was in the key refining stage. If a magic weapon is made of this quality of hidden dust sand, it must be powerful. Fian Islands. This remote place, after several turmoil, finally had a brief peace after the arrival of King Gang Demon Lord. However, under that peace, there was a hidden source of trouble. In order to exchange for King Yang Demon Lord's dam-forming secret technique, the major families were like crazy, consuming their own resources. It's okay in a short time, but some families can't hold on for a long time. In particular, the demand from the Demon Lord King Yang is huge, just like a bottomless pit. I don't know why a giant and cultivator consumes so many resources for cultivation. I haven't heard that other giant and cultivators consume so many resources. Fortunately, such crazy behavior gradually calmed down after the Demon Lord King Yang left 6 years ago. The person involved is not on the island, so no matter how much they try to please the other party, it's useless. It is precisely because of this that Fian Islands has a 6-year period of peace. However, this peace was broken recently. A demon king level Xiangsun Daogu somehow wandered to this sea area, and the other party seemed to have taken a fancy to Fian Islands and was lingering around. Under the momentum of the demon king, the monks of the islands were facing a great enemy. Even the leaders of the major families reached a consensus at the first time and activated the island protection formation. As long as Xiangsun Daogu tried to go to the island, they would wipe it out without mercy. But the strange thing is that the Xiangsun Dao is quite spiritual. It just wanders around the outside of the island and doesn't come up. Because the opponent is very fast, the island monks dare not take the initiative to trigger the big array killing move. If they fail to kill the monster and anger the opponent, it will easily cause disaster. On the Black Swan Island, more than 30 foundation building monks gathered together to discuss the current dilemma. The bird monster has been circling for almost a day. What does it want to do? Could it be that there is something in our land that attracts it? It shouldn't be. Fian Islands are poor in resources, and there is only a third-level spiritual vein that is worth seeing. But this spiritual land is covered by the formation arranged by Master King Yang to conceal the overflow of spiritual energy. This kind of demon king should not be able to find it. Then what does it want to do? It doesn't advance or retreat, and it keeps wandering outside, staring at us covetously. After a heated discussion, a mature and steady old monk suddenly cast his eyes on the palace-dressed female cultivator sitting in the main seat. Fairy Yaoyu, what do you think we should do? Fairy Yaoyu is a rising star among the family head-level cultivators. But no one dares to underestimate her. In addition to the terrifying talent of the other party, who has cultivated to the 5th level of foundation building in just over a decade, the most important thing is the existence behind the scenes she represents. Yaoyu Island, King Yang Demon Lord. At this moment, under the gaze of everyone, Cheng Haixin stroked her hair and smiled bitterly. My fellow Taoists really flatter me. How can I deal with such a big monster? Seeing her evasion, the others looked suspicious. Did Master King Yang leave you any means of attack before he left? Even if there was, how could we waste it on a demon king, not to mention that the other party did not attack us? Fairy Yaoyu said, avoiding their questions. She knew very well that the other party was testing her. Whether the Demon Lord King Yang left any means was the thing that these family heads were most curious about. The Demon Lord has not returned for a long time, and Yaoyu Island is a land without an owner. Everyone wants to get a piece of the pie. In particular, there is a stone tablet with a King Yang Dandayan recorded on it. Someone in the crowd sighed, it would be great if there was a native giant and cultivator who truly belonged to us in the Fian Islands. Yes, it's a pity for fellow Taoist Chang Dao. He was originally the most likely to form a golden elixir, but he failed at the last moment and died on the spot. I heard that he was anxious. He has only practiced a King Yang Dandayan for 10 years, but he hastily formed a golden elixir. He must be anxious, so he suffered a backlash. In that case, the King Yang Dandayan may also have flaws, right? Seeing that the topic of discussion was getting more and more distorted, Cheng Haixin's face became more and more gloomy. Over the years, the major families have become more and more dissatisfied with their Black Swan Cheng family. When the Demon Lord King Yang was here before, no one dared to show any. But the Demon Lord left and did not return for a long time. Their eldest brother, who had reached the great perfection of the foundation building period, failed to form a pill and died on the spot. The huge Chang family lost a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. As time went by, the resentment that had been accumulated in their hearts for these years had gradually begun to show. Testing whether the Demon Lord had left any means, discussing the affairs of the deceased eldest brother in front of them, and even beginning to doubt the King Yang Dandayan, all these things were different kinds of provocations. If the Demon Lord was still there, it would be great. Taking a deep breath, The woman said coldly, "Everyone, let's discuss how to deal with that Xiangsun Daogu." She forcibly pulled the topic back. It's not a good thing for the daily operations of our major families to have such a demon king lingering on the side. Whether it's family business, operations, or going out for business, it can't be carried out. If this problem is not solved, you and I are like in prison. Everyone's face also became ugly. Finally, someone suggested, how about activating the formation and forcibly killing it? This is the last resort. Once that was done, just as everyone was hesitating, a cultivator suddenly walked in from outside the door. Gone. The demon king suddenly left. Everyone was stunned. Afterwards, everyone left Black Swan Island together, flew high into the sky, and looked around. Indeed, there was no trace of the demon. Strange. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. But even though the demon king had left, each family did not dare to take it lightly. The ban was not lifted immediately, and the clan members were still restricted from going out. The formation was also in a state of being ready to fire at any time. If the demon king did it on purpose, making them take it lightly, and then return to attack, they could react in time. But it was obvious. This state could not continue. No one could hold on. It was in this dull atmosphere. On the third day, a bird suddenly cried above the dock. The sharp bird cry spread in all directions, startling many foundation-building cultivators who were already frightened. Hundreds of foundation-building cultivators on the Fian Islands went out together and flew high into the sky. The demon king has returned, and I'm afraid that this time he really can't escape a fight. Moreover, the Xiangsun Dao is the most aggressive and best at fighting among the demon birds on the sea. Once the battle breaks out, I'm afraid that many people will be killed. Just as everyone was worried, Cheng Haixin, who was in the lead, had her eyes lit up and suddenly exclaimed, "That's..." Without waiting for everyone to react, she jumped out of the formation's defense range and greeted the Xiangsun Dao. Haixin respectfully welcomes the return of the master. It was not until this time that everyone discovered that a man in a white robe stood on the back of the huge demon bird. The other party's aura was well concealed, like a dead tree, not attracting any attention at all. If it was seen at ordinary times, it would probably be the same as immortal. But it is obvious that how could a mortal be able to make a demon king bow down and ride on him? The cultivators were shocked. The demon king went out for a trip and actually subdued a Xiangsun Dao as a mount. Such means were really hard for them to imagine. I'm afraid that the other party's cultivation has improved a lot more than before. All of a sudden, all the cultivators left the island without thinking to welcome the demon lord Qin Gaiang. Facing the voices welcoming the return of the demon lord, Luo Chen's face was cold. "Let's all go." As soon as he finished speaking, his magic power surged out, rolled up Cheng Haixin, and rode the Xiangsun Daogu, flying straight to the Tenli Pinghu in the center of the archipelago. After arriving, he shook his wrist. The Hununding unfolded, and then a black dragon swam out. Under the surge of demonic energy, the black dragon's body became larger, stretched out his body, and he couldn't help but roared involuntarily because of his comfort. Roar. Look how happy he is. Watching the Black King swim into the Tenli Pinghu, the Xiangsun Daogu landed on Yao Island and combed his feathers. Luo Chen finally relaxed at this moment. Finally back. Cheng Haixin looked at this scene, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. A Xiangsun Daogu was enough to shock people. The demon lord actually subdued a dragon. In the past, Kun Jiao, the leader of the Jiaolong gang, also had a black dragon, but that one was very ordinary in strength, and the late eldest brother Cheng Dao was not afraid of it. Unlike this one, it is Yu Jian has a strong aura. It is not easy to provoke at first glance. Just as she was speculating in her heart, Luo Chen turned around. Has anything big happened on the island in the past few years? Cheng Haixin's expression became serious. Nothing big, but someone came to visit you. Who? That person calls himself Blood Nightmare. I don't know whose specific realm, but I dare not take a second look. I think he is very powerful. Blood Nightmare. Luo Chen's face changed slightly. Such a being actually took the initiative to come to his door, which was really beyond his expectation. Chapter 562, The man is innocent, but guilty of possessing a treasure. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo. The leader of the Demon Luo school, the top demonic power in the North Sea today. Although, it is only in name. Many high-level cultivators know that the Demon Luo school is an alliance of 12 Yuanying true immortals, and is not a strictly inherited sect. Most of them are Yuanying early cultivators, but there are also great cultivators in the late Yuanying. The reason why the force is named after Blood Nightmare Demon Luo, and he is the leader on the surface, is just to borrow his title as a disciple of the Yuanmo sect. With this title, the Demon Luo school, a new force that has risen in the past 100 years, can legitimately participate in the competition for various resources in the North Sea Zeuxan world. After all, before the demise of the Yuanmo sect, the entire North Sea human cultivation world was under its jurisdiction. Of course, if ordinary people regard Blood Nightmare Demon Luo as a puppet, it would be a big mistake. Those who can achieve the Yuanying realm are all amazingly talented, and they are all determined in their Taoism and have gone through countless hardships to reach that step. At least, Luo Chen would not underestimate Blood Nightmare Demon Luo because of those rumors. Luo Chen has always been in awe of Yuanying Zhenren. Because along the way, none of the Yuanying Zhenren he knew was easy to deal with. Even under the top demon Emperor King Shuang, the 5 Yuanying Zhenren who seemed vulnerable actually had their own support. He Kingzi is needless to mention. Yun Zhenren was able to subdue He Kingzi in the Jinden stage, no matter what the inside story was, it also showed his ability. In particular, the other party was allowed by the Huan sect to leave the sect and establish another force. Yuding Zhenren, a swordsman, faced King Shuang Demon Emperor in the early stage of Yuanying. The other party chased and killed him for tens of thousands of miles before finally killing him. Tian Yizi, a technical talent, cannot be underestimated. Even without any magic weapon, he almost killed his way out of the head-on collision with the Thunder Prison God Peng under an absolute disadvantage. Finally, it was Han Zan. This person is the one with the lowest realm and the shortest cultivation time among the 5 Yuanying true immortals in the Xiaoyu mountain range opening war. However, the opponent has used various means in several battles, and it is definitely not something that ordinary Jinden cultivators can underestimate. In addition to hard power, the calculations of these true immortals are also worthy of their long cultivation careers of hundreds of years. During the time in Kangwu Mountain, he deeply felt the calculations of Tian Yizi and Han Zan. One of them used his life magic weapon to make a fuss and snatch a ray of life. Although he failed in the end, it was also awe-inspiring. The other was shrewd and calculated. The method of faking death to prolong life was not seen through by Lei Yu Shenpeng, who was one level higher, and he hit his strength several times. It can be said that among the 5 true immortals at the time, except for He Kingzi who surrendered directly, Han Zan, the weakest Yuanying true immortal, became the only one who escaped from Kangwu Mountain and saved his life. Even now, Luo Chen still has some vigilance against him. These are just Luo Chen's superficial understanding of them. How they calculated privately and what their style of doing things was, they had no idea. After experiencing all these things, how could Luo Chen dare to speculate about the strong who was one realm higher than him like those ignorant low-level cultivators? Therefore, after learning that Blood Nightmare Demon Luo actually came to visit him in person, Luo Chen was extremely shocked. He immediately asked Cheng Haixin about the details at that time. However, the woman expressed her helplessness. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo came abruptly, and left very abruptly without Luo Chen's presence. Perhaps, Blood Nightmare Master met his surviving fellow disciple, and came here in joy. Cheng Haixin looked at Luo Chen carefully and said softly, "Fellow disciple?" Luo Chen frowned. Could it be because of his deliberately disguised identity as a cultivator of the Yuanmo sect? If so, it was barely justifiable. After Wu Qi left that year, he sent people to collect the deeds of Blood Nightmare Demon Luo. As the sacred place of the god of transformation, the Yuanmo sect has a long history of inheritance and is divided into 3 branches. They are the soul refining lineage, the blood god lineage, and the Yuanmo lineage. Zuyanmo Luo is the best of the blood god lineage. As an elder, he ruled a region outside, and thus escaped the catastrophe of the destruction of the Yuanmo sect. This person has a kind temperament and treats his subordinates very well. After the destruction of the Yuanmo sect, he also tried his best to gather the exiled Yuanmo sect disciples and tried to restore the glory of the sect. Over the years, many exiled Yuanmo sect disciples have taken the initiative to join him. It is precisely because of this that among the 12 leaders of the Demon Luo school, the strength of his faction is not weak at all, and is even second only to the late Yuanying great monk behind the scenes. The so-called puppet theory is just a rumor in the eyes of knowledgeable people. At that time, I was in the early stage of the Golden Core in front of Wu Qi, and the combat ability I showed was not weaker than Wu Qi at all, which was in line with the level of the direct disciple of the Huashan Godland. In addition, because of the soul refining banner, it was not surprising that the other party identified me as a disciple of the soul refining lineage of the Yuanmo sect. Of course, Luo Chen never verbally admitted this identity. That's one thing, but on the other hand, it's very likely that he's attracted by my status as an alchemy master. When Wu Qi first came to the island, he smelled the remaining fragrance of the top-grade true flame pill he refined. Those who can refine the third-grade top-grade elixir are the best talents in the 5 continents of the mountain and sea realm, not to mention the North Sea. Don't you hear what Wu Qi said? Among the 12 stream masters, a Yuan Yingzhenren who is good at alchemy was just lucky enough to refine a third-grade top-grade elixir. In this case, even if Luo Chen himself is not a member of the Yuanmo sect, it is worth it for the Blood Nightmare Demon Luo to make this trip in person. Perhaps, he didn't just make a trip. With a thought, a token fell into his hand. It was the Blood Nightmare token. His spiritual consciousness covered it, and he felt a trace of bloodlight flowing, as if it were alive. Hanzon's spiritual consciousness transmitted the sound into his ears. Someone has indeed activated this token, but before we set out, I used a secret technique to cover up the order, so the other party did not locate your location through the token. Luo Chen nodded slightly. This is good news. At least, there is enough buffer time before he meets Blood Nightmare Demon Luo. Do you want to meet him? Hanzon asked. When Cheng Haixin just told about Blood Nightmare Demon Luo's visit, he mentioned the message left by the other party, which was to meet Luo Chen in Feiling City. Calculating the date, it is exactly the 10-year period mentioned by Wu Qi. Luo Chen thought about it and replied in a slightly low voice, let's see the situation. Hanzon chuckled, you kid, you are not afraid of dealing with high-level cultivators. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth, he was really not afraid. Along the way, he has never lacked people with higher realms than him. Although getting along is a bit depressing, as long as you control the degree in the middle, not only will you not be harmed, but you will benefit infinitely. As long as you don't do things that directly anger the other party, a technical talent like him will be popular wherever he goes. In other words, many technical talents who are proficient in alchemy and talisman making should rely on big forces. On the contrary, going overseas hunting alone like he did before is an outlier. Seeing Luo Chen's indifference, Hanzon suddenly reminded him, the powerful demons are different from the righteous cultivators in our East Wilderness. They are fickle and their styles of doing things are also unpredictable. If the other party is not good for you, I may not be able to save you. Luo Chen was stunned. Hanzon's meaning seemed to be that he didn't want to come into contact with a Blood Nightmare Demon Luo. He was a little confused and thought that the other party was worried about him. However, from this, Luo Chen tasted another message. That is, Hanzon really has some trump cards, which made him inadvertently say save yourself. Not necessarily, that is a certain possibility. Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't break the casserole to ask the bottom of it, but withdrew his attention and asked Cheng Haixin about other things that happened on the Feian Islands during his absence. The specific details were told in detail by Cheng Haixin. The work on collecting medicinal materials has been going on. However, it is obvious that the longer Luo Chen is away, the less medicinal materials he collects. This means that other families are not paying attention. This is expected, and Luo Chen is not surprised. After all, a secret method of forming a pill is far more than making all cultivators bankrupt. Especially in some small families, there are only 1 or 2 cultivators in the early and middle stages of foundation building, and they are not yet so excited about forming a pill. Cheng Haixin's words are a bit heavy. Judging from the meaning of the other party's words, it is probably related to the threat to the status of the Cheng family, so they deliberately targeted other families. Seeing that Luo Chen didn't care much, Cheng Haixin's heart darkened, and the gloom on his face became even darker. My eldest brother failed to break through the Jinden. Luo Chen was stunned. Did the man with the great ambitions fail to form a pill? This is a bit unexpected. The surprise is not the failure, but that the other party is really so anxious to form a pill. Calculating the time, it has only been a few years since the other party got the Qinggang Dandan, and at most he has cultivated to a small success. If he rushes to form a pill in such a hurry, failure is obvious. After all, the Dan formation stage is quite difficult. As for some of the foundation building fellows that Luo Chen knew back then, whether it was Chu Kui, a casual cultivator who had been planning for many years, or Tam Taiyu, who is a true disciple of the sect, they all failed at the dam formation stage. As a result, Chu Kui's realm regressed and Tan Taiyu died. Cheng Dao's foundation is not as good as Chu Kui and Tan Tai, so failure is justified. He just said softly, "My condolences." Cheng Haixin pulled the corners of his mouth and squeezed out a bitter smile. Life and death are determined by fate. My eldest brother may be destined to have no chance with the Tao, and it is not others' fault. When a person dies, the Tao disappears. No matter how big the ambition is, no matter how many plots there are, they are all in the past. Luo Chen hummed and casually asked who is the head of the Chang family on Black Swan Island now. The answer he got was Cheng Haixin. However, the specific mundane affairs were done by the old man Cheng Ji, and Cheng Haixin only took on the position of the head of the family. This way, it will also be convenient for me to do things for the master. Cheng Haixin lowered her head to show her loyalty. Luo Chen looked at the other party with a little playfulness. The tall figure of the woman seemed a little pitiful in this atmosphere. Is it because you are the head of the family that you know how expensive money, rice, oil and salt are? So, you are more respectful in speaking and doing things than before? You know how to deliberately please yourself and say something pleasing to the ear. Luo Chen chuckled and waved his hand. You go down first. I need to rest after a long journey back. Cheng Haixin raised her head, hesitated to speak, and finally bowed her head and left the hall. After he left, Han Zan's voice rang out in the hall. You are always generous. The other party has been playing miserable, why don't you give some benefits? Haha, aren't the benefits I gave enough? That's right. The other party was promoted to the 5th level of foundation building in just 10 years, and was also given a suitable water magic weapon. The treatment of the direct disciples of the big sect is no more than this. Yes, I have given enough benefits. If there are more, she herself can't eat it. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a treasure. If there are too many benefits, she will be in trouble. At this point, the tone in the hall paused. After a long while, a faint sigh was heard. After all, there are too few resources in this area. I will leave after all. After returning to Fian Islands, Luo Chen rested for half a month, and the whole person adjusted. In this half month, he first slept for 2 days to rest up. Then he started to heal his wounds. Although he suffered only flesh wounds in the sudden battle with Jingxia, he had no time to deal with them properly after a long journey, and he relied on his own strong recovery ability to heal automatically. Now that he had time, Luo Chen used both medical skills and elixirs, and recovered in just half a month. Han Zan was surprised by the speed of time. He didn't know that Luo Chen's body was not only so domineering, but also had great vitality because he had refined many monsters with a true fire of withering and flourishing. Even if he couldn't regenerate with a drop of blood or grow his limbs, he was far better than ordinary body refiners. The injuries caused by the top 3rd level Great Demon King were just so-so. After recovering from his injuries, Luo Chen also began to practice normally. It took only 1 year to advance to the 4th level of the Golden Core and step into the middle stage. However, during this year, he didn't practice seriously because of collecting the 3rd level Demon Crab King. After all, the situation was complicated at the time and there was no suitable 3rd level spiritual land. Now that he has free time, how can he be idle? In the practice room, Luo Chen, wearing a loose white Taoist robe, sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky. He pinched the opposite spiritual gestures with his hands, and his lips opened and closed. Waves of surging spiritual energy entered his body from the outside to the inside, and under the operation of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, it was transformed into absolutely pure fire magic power. In the Sea of Qi, the red golden elixir was spinning. A small tripod was located below, motionless as a mountain. A wing was like a bird, flying freely and happily in the Sea of Qi. Because of Luo Chen's powerful magic power, after more than 20 years of sacrifice and cultivation, the broken moon wings had long been free of impurities. The grade was not only stable at the lower level, but even had a faint sign of upgrading. If it could really be upgraded, it would be good news for Luo Chen. That means his flying speed will be greatly improved. Originally, when flying at full power, the Great Demon King in the late stage of the 3rd level was not his opponent. If it was upgraded again, even the human cultivators in the late stage of the Golden Elixir would not be able to eat his tail gas. Of course, these are just side paths. The most important thing is to practice yourself. Huh? A white dragon of air spit out from Luo Chen's mouth. He put away the spiritual formula and slowly opened his eyes. There was a look of dissatisfaction on his face. For him who had enjoyed the third-grade supreme spiritual vein, the third-grade lower-grade spiritual vein on Yao Island was really a bit rubbish. Others felt that the concentration of spiritual energy was surging, but he only felt difficult to breathe. The cultivation of immortals pays attention to money, friends, and land. He has the top cultivation method, and Hanzon is a good teacher by his side. In addition, he has refined a large number of top-grade true flame pills. It can be said that the conditions for cultivation are almost full. However, there is no fast. The disadvantage is in the land. What kind of immortal is the immortal that the immortal cultivator cultivates? If you break it down, it is just one person and one mountain. The mountain is the spiritual land. He just lacks the most important spiritual land in the four elements. It has to be said that it is a great pity. According to the current conditions, it will take at least 20 years for me to cultivate to the 5th level. Luo Chen murmured. 20 years, for Luo Chen, who had just formed a pill, was already an unimaginable speed. You know, it took him 10 years just to consolidate his realm. But now, Luo Chen just felt unsatisfied. The Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra allowed him to specialize in the way of fire, and he had a cultivation speed comparable to that of a person with a heavenly spiritual root. But a cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root is said to take 10 years to build a foundation, 100 years to form a pill, and 200 years to form a nascent soul. If he had to spend 20 years at the 4th level of the Golden Core, how many years would it take to reach the increasingly difficult small realms? 30? 40? 50? Or 100 years? If each small realm takes a lot of time, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Even if he could cultivate to the perfection of the Golden Core before the deadline, what about forming a nascent soul? Luo Chen has always been accustomed to preparing for a rainy day, and would think ahead before doing anything. When he was in the middle stage of building a foundation, he was planning for the resources for forming a pill. He didn't want to wait until the Golden Core was perfect, and then search hard for the method of forming a nascent soul all over the world. Therefore, some things must be done in advance. And to do those things, naturally, you have to squeeze out more time in addition to cultivation. It is imperative to leave the Fian Islands. Not only is there a better third-level spiritual land, but there are also elixirs. I have long been able to refine the best true flame pill, but I can only take the upper-grade true flame pill because of the poor resources and environment here. The Fian Islands is a comfortable environment for cultivation, but it obviously does not meet Luo Chen's needs. Even the Luo Chen sect spiritual land that he personally built in the Zongmiao Mountains has an aura environment close to the 3rd level middle grade, let alone the Fian Islands. However, before leaving, some preparations must be made. For an alchemist, the preparations for a long journey are naturally elixirs. In particular, he is likely to deal with giant and monks as an alchemy master in the future, so it is necessary to prepare some elixirs that reveal alchemy skills in advance. Therefore, after Luo Chen came out of retreat, Yao Island, which had been quiet for a long time, began busy alchemy work again. And this time, the elixir refined by Luo Chen was no longer limited to the true flame pill. Emperor Liu Jiang, Yulu Dan, Tongyao Dan, Hihoangao, and Fanxing Dan. With all his strength, Luo Chen also wants to refine a large number of various elixirs to confirm his status as a top alchemy master. At the beginning of the month, I ask for 2 guaranteed monthly tickets, which is really important to me. Well, lazy dog shouldn't ask this, but I just saw that there is only 1 monthly ticket, and I still feel disappointed. It's not that Xiaoyu is deliberately lazy, it's just that I have only taken 2 days off after writing for a year, and I am really numb. In addition, the plot has opened a new dungeon. Without a good foreshadowing, it's a bit difficult to explode. Come on, vote, and when my body is adjusted, I will definitely restore the former glory. Chapter 563, Master, do you think I can form a pill? With Luo Chen's return, Yao Island, which had been quiet for a long time, became lively again. Alchemists and medicine apprentices walked around, processing various trivial medicinal materials for Luo Chen. The huge alchemy cauldron also appeared on the island from time to time. However, not many cultivators dared to come and watch this time. Within the Tenli Pinghu Lake, there was a ferocious black dragon sleeping, and from time to time, huge demonic energy leaked out of his body uncontrollably. Without Luo Chen's protection, ordinary people who practiced key refining and foundation building could not resist the demonic energy at all. Others just thought that the Black Dragon was protecting the island and prohibited outsiders from approaching and spying. Only Luo Chen knew that this was the Black King who began to seriously refine the essence of the cliff snake that failed to pass the tribulation after swallowing it. Because all his attention was focused on refining, he fell into sleep and could not control the leakage of his power. It can be imagined that when the Black King wakes up, his strength will definitely increase dramatically, and his own foundation and qualifications may also be improved. I just don't know if the black-scaled python clan has cliff snake blood in their ancestors, and whether they can be compatible. The busy alchemy work on the island affects many people, and many people also benefit from it. Su Muxin is one of them. 12 years ago, he was just a branch of the clan, and no one paid attention to him. 12 years later, he has reached the 7th level of key refining, and married the Cheng family, the first family of the Fian Islands, to form his own small family. Walking on the major islands, anyone who sees him is respectful, even if they are foundation-building cultivators, they have to treat them with a smile. The reason for all this is just because he has the identity of Demon Lord Disciple on his head. But only Su Muxin himself knows that the so-called Demon Lord Disciple is just recorded. The teachings of King Gang Demon Lord to him only stay at the provision of appropriate resources and occasional guidance when he helps to refine the alchemy. There is no real master-disciple inheritance of skills and secrets. Su Muxin's heart is quite complicated about this. He wants to become the other party's true successor, but it is obvious that the other party does not have that intention. Although this giant and master has a kind temperament, he obviously has no intention of continuing to operate the Fian Islands as a base camp. Otherwise, he would not have turned a blind eye to some of the little thoughts of his subordinates. In the side hall, Su Muxin counted the number of pills, put the pills emitting a biting cold air on the cold J tray, and then walked to the main hall with them. His eyes fell on the cold J tray. Looking at those pills, Su Muxin's eyes showed admiration. Even if he can't become a disciple of the Demon Lord, it still doesn't affect his heartfelt admiration for Luo Chen. J-Du pill is a second-level pill that is extremely difficult to refine. With his current alchemy skills, he can't imagine how to refine it. But under the command of King Gang Demon Lord, the other party can easily refine high-quality or even top-quality J-Du pills in large quantities. Such attainments are simply incredible. In particular, this is not the limit of the Demon Lord at all. The same is true for third-level pills. Can I reach half of my master's level in this life? Muttering, the middle-aged man stepped into the quiet King Gang Hall. As soon as he entered, a low roar was heard like thunder. Roar. Su Muxin trembled all over, as if he had been hit hard, and even a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. After a few steps, he involuntarily left the King Gang Hall. Looking at it again at this moment, the hall was still as quiet as before. He showed a look of horror. What kind of skills is my master practicing? Why does he make such a painful sound? In the training room, Luo Chen's expression was extremely ferocious. His face, which had originally been red due to long-term use of the True Flame pill, now had black lines on it. At first glance, it looked like the cracked lines on a field that had been droughted for a long time. On his naked body, a black halo flowed like water, slowly seeping into his flesh. Every time it penetrated a little, he couldn't help but roar. It was like a pregnant woman giving birth, or a beast howling, making people tremble. Just listening to the sound was so terrifying, it was obvious how much pain he was in. Time passed by, and the black halo on the surface of the body finally penetrated into the body completely under Luo Chen's efforts to refine it. A thin black film was faintly visible on his dry skin. Huh? Luo Chen opened his eyes, his whole body limp, his hands supported on his knees, breathing in the fresh air in big gulps. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. Just now, he used a portion of the 4th-level Black Emperor cream that he had successfully refined. Yes, it was the 4th-level Black Emperor cream refined with the shell of the 3rd-level Demon Crab King. Before today, he had never taken this grade of body-hardening elixir. Even the one that Han Zong gave him outside the Xiangun battlefield was only the 3rd grade. Therefore, even if he was told how painful it was to take the Black Emperor cream before, he didn't care much. The pain he had experienced during his cultivation was not limited to this. Whether it was cultivating Ningxian Poshak, or cultivating the blood evil meridians, or opening the orifices with thunder, Which one was not a severe pain that ordinary people could not bear? Especially in the White Knight ruins, when he cultivated the ancient third-level physical body with the help of the power of the thunder, the pain was even more terrifying. But compared with taking the fourth-level Black Emperor paste, these seemed to be nothing. Those pains were just tingling in pain. However, during the absorption process of the fourth-level Black Emperor paste, it was like a blunt knife cutting the flesh, causing continuous pain bit by bit. From toes to skin, from blood and flesh membranes to bones and internal organs, even bone marrow and brain marrow, it seemed to be throbbing. No wonder this kind of spiritual medicine cannot be spread and can only be used to refine puppets. The difficulty in finding materials is one of the reasons. The pain brought by the refining process is not something that humans can bear except for puppets without any perception. Luo Chen panted, with a trace of fear in his heart. He almost didn't make it just now. If I faint, not only will I waste a portion of the fourth-level Black Emperor paste, but my body will also be incomplete. Who knows what weakness this powerful body will have? If I am discovered by the enemy during the battle, it will be a matter of life and death. Looking at the black jar in front of him, Luo Chen fell into a brief silence. After a while, he carefully put it away. With my current physique, I can barely bear it, but it consumes too much of my mind. After refining one portion, I can't do anything in a short period of time. Next, it is better to use the third-level Black Emperor paste as the body-tempering elixir. The fourth-level Black Emperor paste still needs to be refined, but I can save it first. When my body refining progress stagnates, I will use this medicine again. After making the decision, Luo Chen cast a cleaning spell on himself. Looking at his dry and rough body, he frowned. He cast a water mirror spell and looked at his red face. Although he still looks extraordinary, he is not handsome at all, but more tough. Luo Chen is not a narcissistic person, and he has no anxiety about his appearance and figure. He observed so carefully, but he was analyzing why such a change occurred. Was it brought by the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra? Was it caused by a large number of true flame pills? Or was it a mutation caused by the Black Emperor paste? Or was it the combination of the three that caused the physical changes? If the physical changes are good, then everything is fine. But if it evolves in a direction that is not conducive to the practice of the Great Dao, then he will have to stop and carefully examine the current practice method. After some analysis, Luo Chen finally shook his head. Holding his hands, feeling the continuous sense of power under his weak body, Luo Chen's Tao heart did not waver. It should be correct. The practice of miraculous skills and wonderful methods, with some changes in appearance, is just a common thing. When I refined the withered and flourishing true fire, I was gray-haired, but I recovered later. After muttering, Luo Chen put on a loose white Taoist robe and walked out of the practice room. After arriving at the main hall, the soundproof formation was removed, and Su Muxin walked in. Seeing that the other party's breath was unstable, Luo Chen pinched a spiritual formula and carefully cast a spring breeze and rain spell. The spell covered his body, and Su Muxin, who had previously injured his heart and lungs due to a roar, suddenly felt like a spring breeze, and his whole body seemed to be light. He respectfully brought the cold jade plate. "Master, this is the jade pill I refined last time. The medicinal properties have been restrained and can be stored." With a wave of his sleeves, the cold jade plate floated into his hands. Luo Chen looked at it carefully and showed satisfaction. Sure enough, his alchemy skills have not fallen behind. He still has a good grasp of the jade pill that he has not used for a long time. Even the success rate of the top-grade jade pill can now be controlled at about 20%, which has already exceeded the upper limit of the system. After putting away this batch of jade pills, Luo Chen stepped out of the main hall and took a leisurely walk on Yao Island. When he arrived at the lakeside, his spiritual sense probed out and slightly sensed the progress of the Black King's refining. Even after being bombarded by thunder, the body of a cliff snake still contains huge energy, which is not something that the Black King can refine in a short time. But it can help him. Luo Chen raised his hand and poured a bottle of liquid into the lake. There was a muffled sound in the lake, and the water flow rolled into vortex, sucking the liquid in. Su Muxin, who had been following by the side, saw this scene and his eyes twitched wildly. That liquid was undoubtedly a second-level top-grade elixir. The mentor was so generous that he gave the spirit beast food and drink at will. This also made him more awed by Luo Chen. "How is my spirit bird now?" Luo Chen asked casually. Su Muxin replied respectfully, Lord Xiangsun doesn't like cramped places. She now lives on the sea cliff and sometimes goes out to sea to hunt. Senior Yaoi often sends people to send her some fresh beasts for her to enjoy. Luo Chen chuckled. Xiangsun lives a comfortable life. Clapping his hands, Luo Chen strolled on Yaoyu Island, thinking about something in his heart. As the 10-year deadline was getting closer, his preparations became more and more sufficient. After refining all the demon crab kings into the 4th level Black Emperor paste, he could free up his hands to refine a batch of high-quality multi-star pills. At that time, he could use the multi-star pills to deal with those golden elixir cultivators. As for the true flame pill, it is better to use it yourself. In addition, there is one more thing that must be considered. That is the Demon King's degenerate black rock armor. This thing made the 5 royal demon crabs jealous and even went to war. It must be a top treasure. But after getting it, after several studies, he found that its material was tough, but nothing else. According to Hanzan, the most important thing about this treasure is the drop of black turtle blood essence contained in it. Zuanan Demon King is a top-level warrior of the ring-headed turtle clan. He took the path of black turtles, returned to his ancestors and advanced to the transformation stage. When he was in the 4th stage, his body had already transformed into a black turtle. Before he died, the remains he left behind contained a drop of black turtle blood essence. A demon beast can use it to practice and get a glimpse of the 4th stage. But if a human cultivator gets it, it is not so useful, unless there is a technique similar to Xiangpeng transformation that can absorb its blood essence and practice secret techniques. Luo Chen naturally does not have it, and neither does Hanzan. Therefore, the greatest use of this treasure is actually useless to him. Hanzan's suggestion is to refine the black rock armor into a magic weapon to increase Luo Chen's means. Seriously speaking, Luo Chen's commonly used magic weapons are not as many as they were in the past. The black fire sword was destroyed, 2 of the soul-breaking nails were removed, and the heavenly moon purple gold wheel was no longer suitable for him after he switched to the fire Dao, so he had to put it aside. The only magic weapons he could use were his life magic weapon, the Hunilding, the broken moon wings for flying, and the Lan-K black chest for protecting his soul. For ordinary giant and cultivators, mastering 3 magic weapons at the same time was already a great thing. Most giant and cultivators only used 1 or 2 magic weapons frequently. After all, it was troublesome to refine and nourish many magic weapons. But Luo Chen was different. First, he had a deep foundation in his soul, and second, he had powerful magic power. In addition, the Hunilding could be used for alchemy, and the broken moon wings did not consume much mana. He could definitely refine more magic weapons. Whether it was for attack, defense, or other special purposes, such as treasures such as the Fengshan compass. If I had known that I would major in the fire Dao, I should have left Zhang Xian's fire feather fan. Luo Chen was a little depressed. When the Zhang family of Ganlongji led people to attack Dangsha Peak, the leader Zhang Xian was a cultivator who specialized in fire and had reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. The other party also used a magic weapon of good quality fire attribute. However, after he seized it, he asked Sima Wei Niang to deal with it for him in order to exchange it for the resources used for Dan. Now he is short of a handy weapon. Therefore, collecting new magic weapons is also something that must be done in the future. As for how to get new magic weapons, refining, acquisition, or robbing, Luo Chen prefers the first 2. Especially the tailor-made refining magic weapon. The broken moon wings were tailor-made for him. After he majored in the fire system, his power is now more and more impressive. When he is fully stimulated, his speed is terrifying. This is also the reason why Luo Chen dares to wander around the battlefield of Zuanayan Island. If you can't beat him, you can always run away. Not to mention the Hunilding. After more than 10 years of quenching, the impurities are getting less and less, and the fit with Luo Chen is getting higher and higher. Whether it is alchemy or other aspects, Luo Chen is getting more and more handy. In the future, it may become a killing weapon in his hand. It can be said that the magic weapon seized may be powerful, but it is not necessarily the most suitable for oneself, and the powerful power will be greatly discounted. And the magic weapon that can be bought is just like that unless it is a bargain. Who would be willing to sell the real good things? Only the magic weapon tailored by oneself is the most suitable for oneself. If this Demon King's remains can be refined into physical defense type of magic weapon, it would be even better. For so many years, Luo Chen has never had a defensive magic weapon that fits his attributes. If the Zuanian armor is successfully refined and combined with the Lan Ke black chess, then his defense will be completely maxed out. In the Jiandan period, maybe he can walk sideways. Of course, Luo Chen certainly disdains the rough refining method. After all, it is the Demon King's remains, and its own material is excellent. The patriarch of the ring-headed turtle clan, Hai Luo, can use this thing to resist the attacks of 5 powerful people of the same level without adding other auxiliary objects to refine it. If I refine it well, it will at least be a medium-grade defensive magic weapon. Its potential is not necessarily weaker than that of the Hununding. Han Zan only has a few methods of refining defensive magic weapons. Although they are not inferior, they are not suitable for the Zuanian armor. Therefore, Luo Chen plans to wait until he arrives in Filang City to find a sophisticated refining method. With the rich resources of the North Sea, the development of refining should not be too weak. The magic weapons are scarce in the Fiang Islands, but it is just because the geographical location is too remote. Just as Luo Chen was thinking, a hesitant voice suddenly came from his ear. "Master, do you think I have a chance to form a pill in the future?" Turning sideways, Luo Chen looked at Su Muxin. There was a look of confusion on the middle-aged man's face, and he didn't have the high spirits of his youth. After asking that question, the corners of his mouth even trembled a little. Asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 564, The Confusion of Dao Heart, the Demon in Transformation. "Master, do you think I have a chance to form an elixir in the future?" A voice with trepidation and confusion came from the side. Luo Chen looked at the middle-aged man and frowned subconsciously. Luo Chen did not spend much effort to cultivate this registered disciple. In other words, Luo Chen's skill in teaching his disciples was not very good. Whether it was his true disciple Chu Lingjun or his junior Zhang Yilin, Luo Chen's guidance and teaching to them was more reflected in putting it into practice. This is also related to Luo Chen's experience. Luo Chen has not been very good at systematic theoretical learning in his life. Basically, he has come all the way by brushing up his proficiency step by step. Whether it is alchemy, magic, or physical training. In his opinion, practice is more important than theory, and practice brings out real skills. Because of these experiences, he often lets his disciples do it when he teaches them. The same is true for Su Muxin. Seeing that the other party has worked hard to process medicinal materials for him, and has a certain talent for alchemy, Luo Chen is a little bit appreciative of talent, so he accepted him as a registered disciple, taught him some basic alchemy, and occasionally corrected some mistakes. To say that the two have a deep master-disciple relationship is nonsense. Su Muxin's status as a registered disciple is more symbolic than the inheritance of the orthodox tradition. He is just a signboard that Luo Chen erected to appease the hearts of the families in the Fiang Islands. At this moment, the other party suddenly asked this question, and Luo Chen was really a little surprised. But in the midst of surprise, he frowned and shook his head. "You are only at the 7th level of key refining, but you dream of the golden elixir Dao. Don't you know the truth of being too ambitious?" This tone is a bit heavy. Su Muxin trembled all over, but he stammered and said, "I know." Did he seem to have expected this answer? Luo Chen said unhappily, "Since you know, why don't you do it step by step? Refining key, building foundation, golden elixir, and primordial infant, our generation of cultivators have always been tempered in this way, and finally transformed into spirits and ascended to become true immortals. What? Do you still want to take the legendary 9-turn golden elixir and become an immortal in one step?" Su Muxin lowered his head and looked at the grass under his feet that was sprouting new buds due to the nourishment of spiritual energy. "This, my disciples also know." Luo Chen was puzzled. Since he knew everything, it meant that his life for nearly 30 years was not lived in vain. Why did he ask such a ridiculous question? He did not ask further questions, but just looked at the other party quietly. In the dull atmosphere, Su Muxin clenched his fists, as if to give himself courage, and raised his head. "Master, I was thinking, if I had hope of achieving the great Dao, I should learn from you to practice diligently and work hard every day. But what if not? Doesn't that mean that decades or hundreds of years of life will be turned into a handful of yellow earth in the end, all in vain? In that case, why can't I enjoy these years and do more happy and meaningful things? When I die, I won't feel regretful for wasting my years." Luo Chen snorted, "What do you mean by meaningless? What does it mean to waste your years? The process of seeking the Dao is itself a meaningful thing. Su Muxin's eyes wandered with a hint of admiration. That's for you, master. You take meditating day and night and practicing painful secret techniques as nothing, and find joy in suffering. Many people, including me, can't stick to it to the end. Luo Chen sneered, only those who endure hardships can become the best. Without experiencing pain, it is still too unrealistic to dream about the future, isn't it? At some point, Su Muxin's body stopped shaking. He stood quietly opposite Luo Chen, of average height, with his brows lowered, but he seemed to be calm. Master, you enjoy the process, but I want to see the result. Luo Chen disagreed. Without going through the process, there will be no result. If you dream of the Golden Elixir Road, you should go through the foundation building stage, which will add at least 100 years to your life. Compared with the vicissitudes of 500 years, 100 years is just a blink of an eye. Su Muxin said in a low voice, the efforts that do not see the results, the disciples only feel that they are in hell, suffering day and night. After hearing these words, Luo Chen was full of disappointment and no longer wanted to continue the conversation. He had discovered that he, a registered disciple, had talent but no firm heart to pursue the Tao, and his future achievements could be seen at a glance. But why is this the case? Luo Chen was puzzled. When he met Su Muxin that year, he was still quite motivated in his youth. As his thoughts turned, thinking of this person's experience, Luo Chen had some enlightenment in his heart. Born in a branch of the Su family, he was not well received when he was young. After finally learning a few alchemy techniques, his status did not change much until he met me, which gave him the opportunity to change his life. With his current status, he really does not need to practice in peace and hardship, but should enjoy a more relaxed and pleasant life. Power and wealth, fine wine and delicious food, ordering people around, showing off, and even not having to stay with his wife, but not doing those things of filial piety. The latter one was a restriction that Luo Chen set for him. When he set out for Zuanayan Island, Cheng Haixun mentioned that he wanted to form an alliance with the Su family and betroth the Cheng family girl to Su Muxin, which was also considered to win over this rising star of the Fian Islands with unlimited potential. Luo Chen was afraid that the other party would indulge in sex and ruin his Yuanyang, and there would be no hope of building a foundation in the future, so he specifically mentioned it. The Cheng family girl and Su Muxin both abided by Luo Chen's rules. It was a good intention, but I didn't expect. Yes, after years of hard life, after achieving something, he couldn't indulge himself wantonly. Seeing Cheng Dao, who had reached the great perfection of foundation building, fail in his attempt to reach the golden core stage, and die, he felt cowardly. Luo Chen had some realization. What about himself back then? To be honest, after achieving something in each stage, he actually did something wanton to relieve his mood. He established a force, gained great power, had thousands of followers to command him, and could cut down a mountain and exterminate a clan in a matter of words. With Kei Yi and Wei Niang, the two beauties, the superiors favored him, and the inferiors looked up to him and respected him. These experiences made Luo Chen's unremitting hard work feel rewarding, so he never tired of it. People need to see positive feedback. But many people don't receive enough positive feedback. And Su Muxin's current situation is actually the norm for many low-level cultivators. After realizing that the Great Dao was hopeless, he chose to give up and do something comfortable instead. Traveling around the world, enjoying the wind and scenery. Spreading branches and leaves, passing down bloodline. If it weren't for the rules of the Holy Land sect, who knows how many key refiners would have wandered into the mortal world and enjoyed an extremely luxurious life all day long. Wine and meat, infatuated, nothing more than this. Thinking of this, Luo Chen reflected on himself. If he didn't have an attribute panel that could see his proficiency improvement at all times, what would happen in the end? Would he sink into low-level enjoyment, or? The reflection came to an abrupt end. Luo Chen laughed dumbly. Hadn't this hypothesis been demonstrated many years ago? That was when he first took the Zongmiao Pill. Zongmiao enters the dream and grows the soul. In that dream, he didn't have a system, but because he wanted to improve his alchemy skills and change his own destiny, he repeatedly joined the Pashan gang, mind-turned spirit stones to make pills, until finally, he successfully refined the Zongmiao pills that had the opportunity to change himself. Although in the dream, he was old and weak, and his blood and ki were exhausted. But with a decent alchemy skill, even if he couldn't achieve the foundation building stage in the future, He could improve the cultivation environment. The heart of Taoism is rooted deep in the soul. Su Muxin stood there quietly, looking at his mentor who looked younger than himself, and his heart was relieved. Some words, if kept in the heart for too long, will make you sick. He has been practicing meditation recently, and he has been unable to enter a state of concentration. Although he thought that his mentor might be furious, the other party was just unhappy, and this situation has made him feel much better. However, he may have disappointed his mentor. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder and patted him twice. The man with a calm face and gentle eyes spoke slowly. I can't say whether you can form a pill, but I know that 500 years can allow you to see more scenery and enjoy more fun. The Fian Islands are just a corner of the world. Staying here is just a frog in the well. Don't you want to jump out and see the wider world? After speaking, Luo Chen withdrew his hand and left. In the end, he still did not solve the doubts of his disciple, but gave the wavering other party a future to imagine. Su Muxin stood there, still looking dazed, but he murmured faintly, a wider world. After returning to his residence, Luo Chen felt a little regretful. If the ghost and god mirror of the heart was still there, it would be great. With the help of the illusion of mirror flowers and water moons, he could easily choose a more suitable path for Su Muxin. I wonder if the other party will listen to me? After listening, if he finally works hard but gets nothing, will he resent his irresponsible teacher? Luo Chen only thought about these questions and then threw them out of his mind. After all, he is just a nominal disciple. As Su Muxin said, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. The time Luo Chen spent in Fian Islands was also passing quickly in his poor life of practicing and refining pills day after day. In a long time, 3 years passed in a flash, as if it was just a trance. In these 3 years, Luo Chen's gains in storing pills were huge. Even though the Fian Islands are remote and the environment is different between the North Sea and the East Wilderness, making it difficult to collect many medicinal materials, Luo Chen still refined many of the elixirs he mastered through some improved methods. In the eyes of outsiders, he is a third-level alchemy master. But on the system panel, he is already a genuine fourth-level alchemist, familiar with scriptures, proficient in pharmacology, and all kinds of alchemy techniques. For the first-level and second-level elixir recipes, even if there are no suitable medicinal materials, he can find replacements through repeated experiments. Bigu Pill, Zongmiao Pill, Yulu Pill, Emperor Liu Jiang, Star Pill, Zhenian Pill. In 3 years, Luo Chen's pockets are full. The price is that the major families of the Fian Islands are miserable, and the resources within the family have been squeezed to the limit. But everyone dares to be angry but dares not speak. The power of the demon lord cannot tolerate provocation. This day, Cheng Haixin sent a pair of invitations. In the hall, Luo Chen looked at the gold-plated invitation and showed a look of realization. No wonder there is a 10-year deadline. On the invitation, there was the time and location of a large auction, as well as the names of some precious materials that were specially marked. This invitation was brought back by the Fian caravan from outside, and was specially sent by Wu Qi from Wushan Island. Cheng Haixin explained, Filang City is located on Lenguang Island. Lenguang Island is the largest super island in the southeast of the North Sea. There are countless cities and various forces on it. Overall, this place belongs to the neutral zone. Luo Chen was puzzled. Neutral? Shouldn't it be under the jurisdiction of Kanghe League? Cheng Haixin shook his head. It's not like that. As the largest city on Lenguang Island, Filang City is the most powerful among the many forces. The city lord, Fairy Filang, had an old relationship with the Yuanying Zhenren of Yuanmo sect in her early years. It was also thanks to that Yuanmo sect Zhenren that she was able to monopolize Filang City. Therefore, even if the demon sect was destroyed, in the eyes of outsiders, she still belongs to the remnants of the demon sect, the lineage of the demon sect. In the early years, Kanghe League tried to accept her, but was rejected by the other party. Did it the Moluoliu recruiter? Luo Chen asked. They also rejected it. Luo Chen was a little surprised. In today's chaotic North Sea, not sticking together for warmth, but being independent from the world, isn't this a way to die? Suddenly, he came to his senses. Filang City, which has always been peaceful, suddenly held a super auction under the current situation, gathering forces from all sides. Isn't it sending a signal? A signal called choice. Through this auction, the lord of Filang City is likely to lean towards one side. Maybe it is Kanghe League, Maybe it is Mo Luo Liu, or other top Yuanying forces. But no matter which side it is, it seems that they are very keen to have one more Yuanying Zhenren in their family, and by the way, control the largest island in the southeast, Lenguang Island. This signal should have been released a long time ago. Mo Luo Liu has also been preparing for this for a long time, which is why Wu Qi set a 10-year period, and there was also the matter of Zhu Ai and Mo Luo coming to Phi Ai to find Luo Chen. In other words, if I go, I will most likely meet someone like Zhu Ai and Mo Luo. Luo Chen muttered in his heart. He is not afraid of dealing with Yuanying Zhenren. As the saying goes, unless an excellent alchemist meets someone who is jealous of his talent, he will be well fed wherever he goes. Moreover, he is now in the golden core stage, and will not be forced to be recruited by Mishuhua and used as a toolman when he is in the key refining stage. Looking at the densely packed names of materials on the invitation, Luo Chen was a little moved. He saw more than a dozen auxiliary materials needed for the infant pill on it. You know, the Fian caravan has been collecting medicinal materials for the infant pill for him in recent years, but the harvest is very few. Not to mention the scarcity, some common ones are also expensive, and the family of the Fian monks cannot afford them. In fact, for some materials, it is not only about the spirit stone, but also about the qualification. If you don't reach the realm, you are not qualified to touch it at all, let alone buy it. Master, are you going? Cheng Haixin asked cautiously, but he already had the answer in his heart. In recent years, the demon lord King Gaiang has been refining pills, and many of them are not the pills he needs. No matter how you look at it, it is preparation for a long journey. In other words, the other party is determined to go. As expected, Luo Chen nodded slightly. Cheng Haixin understood, but another question was more important. Master, will you come back after you leave? Luo Chen looked at her and asked, will you go with me? The woman hesitated. Go down first, I have something to do. Cheng Haixin showed hesitation on her face, but finally bowed, I'll take my leave. After she left, Luo Chen sighed. If the other party really wanted to go with him, that would be fine, he didn't mind a burden. On the contrary, because Cheng Haixin had taken care of chores for him over the years, she already knew some of his habits, and after taking her away, she could continue to help him deal with chores. But it was obvious that the other party had a family burden, so it was not easy for him to leave. Luo Chen didn't take it to heart. Without Cheng Haixin, it would not be difficult for him to have another Cheng Haixin with his means. At the moment, there was another important matter that needed to be dealt with. With a flip of his wrist, a dazzling, gilded pill appeared in his hand. Listening carefully, there was even a faint sound of a baby crying. It was the transformation pill. After 3 years in Kangwu Mountain, Luo Chen finally refined a furnace of transformation pills, a total of 5. 4 were given to Yao Quan, the master of Dezhan Hall, and the last one was kept by him in the name of research. This kind of elixir is hard to come by. Even if Luo Chen has mastered it and has the means to refine it in batches, he can't reproduce it. No other reason. The main material is the biggest limitation. The main material of the transformation pill is the original essence and blood of Yuanying Zhenren. He Luo Chen doesn't have the ability to collect the most precious essence and blood of Luo Yuanying Zhenren. After getting the transformation pill, Luo Chen's mind moved and sent a voice transmission. After a while, there was a strong wind outside the hall, and at the same time, there was a lazy voice as if he hadn't woken up. Xiangxun, can you be gentler? You've destroyed the master's flowers and plants. Be careful of being scolded. What do you care? You big fat snake, you sleep all day, and you have the nerve to say that to me. Haha, you little girl. Are you looking for a fight? Come on, try it with your Black Lord. The Black King, I'm not afraid of you now. I'm not afraid of you. Take some time to go to the sea and see if I won't beat you to pieces. With a noise, a gull and a dragon shrank in size and stepped into the hall. Before they could speak, the 2 demons' eyes subconsciously fell on the golden pill. Gulp. Gulp. The clear sound of swallowing saliva came from the throats of the 2 demon kings. Luo Chen smiled slightly, raised his hand, and the transformation pill slowly flew in front of the 2. Chapter 565, The Demon King Wants to Transform, the Demon Lord Will Go North. On Yaoyu Island, in King Gaiang Palace, a gull and a dragon stared at the pill with golden cloud patterns with fiery eyes. An extreme desire and impulse rose from the depths of their blood. They didn't know why, but they knew it was like instinct. It was as if the pill contained the opportunity for them to advance to the next level. The master's voice came to their ears. This is a transformation pill, a 4th level lower grade, made by this seat personally. Taking it can transform you into human form, shape your meridians and create your veins, so that you can practice human body exercises at the 3rd level and speed up your practice. Hearing this, the 2 demons' hearts beat violently. The so-called demon beasts are ignorant wild beasts that gradually open their spiritual wisdom under the condition of being immersed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth day and night, and then step by step become powerful. It can be said that the practice of most demon beasts starts from passive. In ancient times, because of this passivity, even if the monsters were born with intelligence, they were accustomed to using this rough cultivation method, and the highest realm they finally achieved was the so-called wild beast. The wild beasts are very strong. Although they are already legends, at least before the ancient times, there were still wild beasts in the mountain and sea world. Their strong physiques can allow them to compete with the gods, and even gain the upper hand. Such strength also has a price. That is the long cultivation time. The unconscious and passive intake of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the rough cultivation method, and the huge body. It is destined that ordinary wild beasts will upgrade to monsters and wild beasts step by step, which takes a terrifying time. The hardships that the immortal cultivators said to take thousands of years to achieve the great way of transformation are really not worth mentioning compared with a real long cultivation career of the monsters that can easily last for thousands of years. Therefore, before ancient times, the wild beasts were the strongest masters of the mountain and sea world. Until the immortal cultivators of the human race began to rise and slowly became the protagonists of this world. In ancient times, fierce battles were fought one after another. The powerful humans and Yuanying's Henren paid a huge price to kill, suppress, or expel the powerful wild beasts, and gradually occupied the most essential spiritual veins. At that time, the powerful monsters of various tribes realized that the disadvantages of the power gained by years were too huge. Once the top powerhouses were cut off, it would not be possible for the later ones to make up for it in a short time. Therefore, before the truce, the powerful monsters in the mountain and sea world began to study the method of transformation. Once they evolved into human bodies, they could catch up with the immortal cultivators at the same level and at the same speed of cultivation. Their research was finally successful. Perhaps it was because the monsters were the first creatures in this world and were favored by heaven and earth, so heaven and earth left them a glimmer of hope. With the help of the huge demonic energy that can be stored in their huge bodies, low-level monsters can even condense their inner elixir at the 2nd level, and have some characteristics of human golden elixir cultivators. At the 3rd level, one can understand the method of transformation, refine the transverse bone in the mouth, speak human language, and temper the soul. Until the 4th level, with the help of the power of thunder, one can obtain great fortune and take the last step of transformation. By then, a generation of demon kings is no less than a Yuanying's Henren, and can be called a demon cultivator. If one's ancestors have the blood of a wild beast that ascended, one can even understand another kind of blood inheritance magic, which is better than the ordinary magic of the human race. Transformation is a shortcut for demon beasts to reach the avenue. But it is still difficult to take this shortcut. It is unknown how many years it will take for them to reach the 3rd level. Now, hearing that Luo Chen has a pill that can allow them to transform in advance, how can the 2 demons not be extremely excited? But the Black King swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Master, is there only one?" Luo Chen nodded slightly. He only has this one, which is not easy to come by, and it is probably impossible to copy a 2nd furnace in the future. After all, it is so difficult to capture a Yuanying's Henren alive and extract his essence and blood to make an elixir. Perhaps, only an alternative top-level strongman like King Shuang, the master of the Day Sky Palace, can do it. In the same level of Yuanying, she is invincible. If Lucian does not take action, no one in the world can do anything to her. Hearing this answer, He Wang and Bianjuan looked at each other and were silent. I only have this one on hand. Next, I may have to go on a long journey, and the place I am going to is also a crowded place. Your huge bodies are too eye-catching. My life magic weapon can only barely fit one of them at present, and ordinary spirit beast bags can't fit you. So, I need someone to transform into human form, which is convenient for travel and can also help me deal with some trivial matters. Considering that you two have done a lot for me in the past few years, it would be a bit unfair to specify who to give it to. So, Who to give it to is left to you to discuss. When saying this, Luo Chen's eyes stayed on He Wang for a moment longer. This guy's original body is the largest, but he can't shrink it to a suitable size, which is very inconvenient for him to go out. Of course, just as he said, let the two monsters negotiate and decide among themselves. In order to avoid feeling unfair and being constrained when doing things for him. The method of enslaving beasts in the Book of 10,000 Beasts is too ordinary. After all, it is only a second-level technique. Luo Chen's control over the two monsters is not so absolute. In recent years, in addition to relying on the suppression of the soul, he occasionally gives some rewards to win the hearts of the two monsters. Those small favors are obviously effective. At least, without his deliberate control, there has been no similar incident like the explosion ape running away with his son. Xiangsu and Dao stood in the hall with her neck held high, but her mood was a little low. She could guess that perhaps it would not be her turn to get this transformation pill. The master's preference for the Black King is visible to the naked eye. Whether it is the reward of the Emperor's flowing slurry share or the giving of some trivial materials on the monsters after the usual alchemy, it can be seen. In particular, the master also gave the Black King a corpse of a cliff snake that failed to pass the tribulation. In this case, even if she wanted to fight for it, she was afraid that she would not be able to. Just as she was disappointed, she heard a voice that surprised her. Give it to Xiangxuan. Before Xiangxuan could reply, Luo Chen was the first to speak in surprise. Facing Luo Chen's surprised eyes and Dao's puzzlement beside him, the Black King smiled. The master may not know that the essence contained in the corpse of the cliff snake is really a lot. I have been sleeping for more than 3 years and have not digested it all. In my current state, if you let me take the transformation pill, I am afraid that the human body that is derived will also be strange. Luo Chen was about to say no, this is the transformation pill he refined. But in his mind, the figure of the crow-headed human body on Kangwu Mountain suddenly emerged. Yao Kun, it seems that he took this pill, but failed to transform? I would like to take the transformation pill, but it will take me another 6 or 7 years to digest the essence of the cliff snake in my body. The master is about to go out, and he can't wait that long. And, at this point, the Black King paused, and a hint of hesitation and confusion flashed in his eyes. And, I vaguely feel that maybe it would be more beneficial for my practice if I don't take the transformation method, but stick to the ancient wild beast cultivation method. Luo Chen frowned. Before he could speak, Tianjua next to the Black King asked, how could it be? Isn't it said that after the transformation, we can practice faster? You are so big, if you really want to temper your demon body step by step, how long will it take to advance to the 4th level? 3 questions in a row, which is exactly what Luo Chen wanted to say. The Black King twisted his python body covered with deep black scales, and said uncertainly, I don't know, but my instinct makes me feel that way. Instinct? Luo Chen's heart suddenly moved. Blood inheritance? Among the powerful monster tribes, there are some with outstanding talents. By constantly purifying their blood, they have the opportunity to awaken the ancestral heritage contained in their blood. The black-scaled giant python is the product of the hybridization of various bloodlines, and the source of the ancestral bloodline has long been untraceable. The dragon before the Black King was also a low-quality derivative product. However, after he bestowed several portions of the top-grade emperor flowing blood, the other party seemed to be constantly purifying his bloodline, and even realized a devouring magic. That magic is quite magical. Luo Chen once studied it himself and felt that it was quite similar to the refining vitality of the withered and flourishing true fire for his own use, and it was even more comprehensive. He tried to learn this magic. However, the final research ended in failure. The specific reason is that the magic is driven by the terrifying stomach sac in the fat body of the Black King. Unless he also transformed his stomach into a stomach similar to that of the Black King and understood the principle of the magic. Luo Chen didn't dare to do that. He was not sure whether his transformation would have any bad effects on his current cultivation speed, which was already good. If the difficulty of cultivating the way of wild beasts is compensated by the devouring demon art and the inherited knowledge contained in the blood, perhaps the Black King's cultivation speed will not be too slow. If it really doesn't work, I will refine more emperor flowing liquid for him and find more resources that are beneficial to him for him to devour. After thinking it through, Luo Chen no longer bothered about it. Okay, that's decided. Luo Chen waved his hand, and the transformation pill floated to Tianjuan. The other party took the pill in a trance, and listened to Luo Chen's supplementary taboos of taking pills. Then, at Luo Chen's signal, the two demons left. After leaving the Qingyang Palace, a gull and a python slowly swam out, and finally stopped at the lakeside of the Tenli Ping Lake. Usually at this time, the python entered the lake and the fighting gull flew into the sky, and they parted ways. But this time, Tianjuan took the initiative to stop the Black King. As a natural enemy in the active party, Xiangxun has always been very strong. But at this moment, in front of the Black King, he was a little shy. The Black King probably sensed the other party's thoughts, and he opened his bloody mouth and laughed. Don't say thank you. Anyway, whoever transforms will have to run around for the master. It's troublesome to think about it. You should do this kind of thing. The bluebird's eyes flickered with complex human meanings. Running around has its own benefits. In the past, the Black King was loved by the master. Wasn't it because he went out to hunt monster crabs for the master every day? If he transformed, not only would his cultivation speed be faster, but he would also get more benefits if he often did things for the master. I'm going out soon, Master. Hey, I have to sleep a little longer. With a very smelly yawn, the giant python swam into the calm lake with a splash. Looking at the ripples on the lake, Xiangxun was silent for a while. Finally, he said softly, "Thank you." Then, he flapped his wings and flew to the Wanghe cliff where he lived alone. Under the lake, the Black King looked at the majestic figure quietly, and finally curled his lips. "Since you saved me before, I'll give you a chance this time." Deep in his heart, he was thinking that birds should fly in the sky. How could they be trapped in the abyss of the gray tripod like him, living in a state of panic without seeing the light of day all day long? On the Black Swan Island, a tall woman stood in the courtyard, scattering bait. Black swans with their slender necks raised gathered in the pond at their feet, vying for the delicious bait. She suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. She saw a majestic bird flying to a cliff not far away. After seeing the figure, her face became more hesitant. "I'm afraid the demon lord is really going to leave this time. Even the spirit beasts that are raised outside have been summoned over. It is obvious that they are making final preparations for the trip. Should I go with him?" Cheng Haixun could think that as long as she stayed with the demon lord, there would be many benefits in the future. Having worked for Luo Chen for so many years, she clearly knew that the so-called demon lord was not that evil. His demonic ways were only reflected in matters related to his own cultivation, which made him appear particularly domineering and persistent. In the case of not violating the other party's principles, Master Qingyang was actually a very good person. He was constantly showing small favors to the people around him. He also mostly turned a blind eye to the other immortal cultivation families who made many small moves. It can be said that as long as you follow the other party, you will definitely be able to see more scenery. If you are lucky enough to become the other party's Taoist partner, even if you are just a concubine, you may also have the hope of the Golden Elixir Road. Cheng Haixun could see that Master Qingyang was not a person who was not close to women. Occasionally, he looked at her appearance and figure with appreciation. It's just that the other party may have other concerns in his heart, or his Taoist heart is firm and he is not moved by women, so he temporarily suppressed that impulse. But if I leave, what should the family do? Cheng Haixun spread his spiritual consciousness and slowly covered an area of more than 10 miles. She saw many things: the clan members who were devoted to serving the spiritual field, the cackling black swans, the young people who were learning magic under the guidance of the family elder Cheng Haicheng, and an old man with white hair and vicissitudes of life. When her spiritual consciousness was radiating, the old man sitting in the family meeting hall also raised his head and looked over in confusion. "Uncle G is really old. I'm afraid he won't live for 2 years. Although Brother Haicheng has good cultivation, he is only good at fighting. When it comes to managing the family, he is not capable." Because of collecting resources for Master Qingyang in the early years, Brother Cheng Dao offended a lot of people. Because the master is in charge, they dare not attack our Cheng family. But if the master leaves, it will be fine in the short term, but for a long time, it is hard to guarantee that nothing will happen. After a long time, the woman bit her lips tightly with her pearly teeth and shook her head slowly. "She can't leave." The news that the demon lord was leaving had spread among the top leaders of the major families in the Fian Islands without knowing when. Maybe someone accidentally said something, or maybe someone noticed it through some clues. But no matter what, it is a foregone conclusion that the demon lord Qingyang will go north. Moreover, if he leaves, he will most likely not come back. After all, before this, Wu Qi from Wushan Island came to the island first, and then the Yuanying's Henrenzu Mo Luo visited, which means that a top Yuanying period force has issued an invitation to recruit the demon lord Qin Gaiang. Compared with the top Yuanying forces with rich resources, the cultivation environment of the Fian Islands is too poor. If they leave, basically no one will come back. In this way, doesn't it mean that the Fian Islands will become a state of no leader again? For a time, undercurrents surged within the major cultivation families. Even if Luo Chen didn't pay close attention to this turbulent undercurrent, he could still find it. Especially the Chang family of Black Swan Island, which was loose on the outside and tight on the inside, made him realize the direction of the undercurrent. In the Qingyang Palace, Luo Chen sighed faintly. The Chang family had worked hard for me for nearly 20 years. If I left and brought disaster to others, it would be a bit unkind. It seems that I still have to do a good job before I leave. Well, it's just a piece of cake anyway. With a thought, a divine consciousness was sent out. Cheng Haixin, who was busy in the clan, was shocked when she received the message, and then she was excited and ecstatic, and hurried to Yao Island. Not only her. At this moment, in the archipelago, all the great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building and the heads of the major families received the message. No matter they were busy or in seclusion. Not to mention how their minds were thinking. Under the tyrannical power of the demon lord, they all began to gather towards Yao Island. When they arrived, a young man in a white robe and a red face sat majestically above the hall, with a sharp gaze. The other party did not speak, but just looked at them quietly. The originally impetuous atmosphere gradually calmed down. Some people with ulterior motives even broke out in cold sweats involuntarily, their eyes wandering, not daring to look directly at the man above. The depressing atmosphere lasted for an unknown amount of time. As everyone felt like they were living a year in a day, a voice suddenly came down. After 3 months, I will leave. Before I leave, I have 3 things to tell you, and you must obey them. If anyone disobeys, don't blame me for being ruthless. The first thing is that the Chang family will temporarily become the master of Fian and take charge of the tokens for entering and exiting the Yao Island formation until the first local giant and cultivator is born. Chapter 566, 3 Rules, Haizin returns to dust. The Chang family is temporarily the master of Fian, and is in charge of the token for Yudao to enter and exit the formation. As soon as this was said, there was a buzz of discussion in the hall. In the complex voices, it can be summed up with just one meaning. Why? Her Chang family has done a lot for the demon lord, but the contributions of the major families are also not small. Can it be just because they are close to the water and get the moon first? But the master of one side must have enough strength. Whether it is suppressing the various families internally or resisting powerful enemies externally. Without strength, it's just a joke. Some mature and prudent people did not reveal their thoughts, or even say a word, but just quietly looked at the expression of the demon lord Qin Gaiang. Seeing that he was silent and calm, he let the people below discuss, with a laissez-faire attitude. Really don't care at all? Really think that what you say is the golden rule, and after you leave, the others will abide by it? When speculating on the deep meaning of the demon lord's words, some people gradually came back to their senses. The last sentence of the first thing until the first native giant and cultivator is born. Many people's eyes showed a look of sudden realization. So that's it. The demon lord is not overbearing to let the Cheng family be the master of Fian forever, but just temporarily. If a giant and cultivator can be born in the 32 islands of Fian, then there is no doubt that this person will be the real master of Fian. The Chang family will also automatically hand over the control of the entrance and exit of the Yao Island formation. After thinking about this, the strongest families exchanged a few glances, and some small families with good relations with them also stopped talking. However, these people are also confused. If the Chang family controls Yao Island and does not allow outsiders to enter, it will be extremely difficult for a cultivator who has completed the foundation building to advance to the giant stage without a third-level spiritual vein. Has the demon lord Qin Gaiang considered this? Seeing the discussion stop, Luo Chen smiled in his heart. Sure enough, these small families below have colluded with each other at some point. Fortunately, I started the trouble in advance, otherwise, when I really left, the Chang family would be destroyed in an instant. He pulled a corner of his mouth and said faintly, the second thing is related to the first thing. That is, no matter who among you is promoted to the giant stage, you must not oppress the Chang family without reason, And when the Chang family's foundation-building perfect cultivator wants to borrow the spiritual land to break through the giant stage, it must be provided free of charge, and no demands may be made, nor may it be secretly harmed. Of course, if you want to borrow the spiritual land, Cheng Haixin will arrange it one by one according to the situation. I think many people present have exchanged for my secret art of forming the elixir, and have practiced for quite a while. Under Luo Chen's hesitant eyes, several great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building all lowered their heads. Cheng Haixin stood in the front, her lips trembling, her eyes full of tenderness. She couldn't imagine that before the master left, he actually thought so carefully and arranged her Chang family in an orderly manner. It can even be said that he handed over great power to her. In this way, all the great monks in the future who are in the foundation building stage of the Fian Islands will curry favor with her. Her precarious situation was instantly improved. The woman's eyes quietly swept over the great monks she was most afraid of. They must be in a bad mood now. And all this was all in the master's mind. Thinking of this, Cheng Hai was more and more moved. Luo Chen didn't wait for them to think about it, and immediately said the third thing. In the future, you don't have to collect medicinal materials for me. The Fian caravan can be retained for your families to trade with the outside world and make profits. 3 things were said one by one. If the first 2 made many people feel a little indignant, the last one made everyone feel relieved. The demon lord's demands were really greedy. In less than 20 years, the strength of the major families has shrunk too much. Even some foundation-building monks were forced to interrupt their cultivation progress. Now that the demon lord King Gaiang no longer asks for more, the shackles are gone. In addition, the dissatisfaction with the first 2 things was also suppressed a lot. Of course, it was only temporarily suppressed. Who can predict the future? When the time comes, the so-called agreement and oath will be nothing but empty words. Who will really abide by them? Do you all agree? The man's deep voice spread throughout the hall. The cultivators shouted in unison, agree. Luo Chen grinned, okay, since you agree, let's sign the contract. Everyone was stunned. What contract? Then, a roll of silk paper that looked like gold flew out of the hands of King Gaiang Demon Lord and floated in the hall. On it, the handwriting was extremely eye-catching, and it was exactly the 3 things that the people had said before. Squeeze out a drop of your life essence and blood, and I will sign this Fian blood contract for you. If anyone violates it, as long as the blood of the person who signed the contract is not broken, he will suffer the backlash of everyone's power. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Subconsciously, some people wanted to object. However, a huge spiritual pressure emanated from the young man above, covering the entire hall, making everyone breathless. Under the gaze of that deep gaze, the cultivators finally squeezed out their precious life essence blood. Watching the deep blood soak into the contract drop by drop, until Cheng Haixin's blood also entered it, Luo Chen waved his hand to call the contract back. In front of everyone, he cast a series of spiritual spells on his hand. The contract, which was originally full of blood, suddenly became ordinary, without any strange phenomenon. It can even be said that if you don't observe it very hard, you can't seem to notice this contract. After doing all this, Luo Chen waved his sleeves with a little impatience. Disperse. In an instant, everyone in the hall was relieved and dispersed like a tide. Only Cheng Haixin was left, looking back at Luo Chen every 3 steps, and finally closed the door of King Gaiang Hall himself. After everyone left, Han Zan's voice echoed in the hall. The blood contract made with my method involves everyone's soul and has a strong binding force, but it has the biggest disadvantage of distance limitation. If you take the contract away, then they will not suffer too much backlash if they breach the contract. If you leave it and someone finds it, it will be very easy to destroy the contract. Luo Chen, what are you going to do? It's easy. Luo Chen smiled casually, just find a hidden place to hide it. He took out the jade box from the storage ring and put the contract in it. Then, Luo Chen pointed to the ground in the hall. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the ground cracked and a gap appeared. With a wave of his hand, the jade box fell into the gap. As the ground closed, it disappeared immediately. Buried it in this hall. Oh, you hid it in the 3rd level spiritual vein under Yao Island. This is a good idea. Unless the spiritual vein is destroyed, the contract cannot be taken out. Han Zan suddenly realized and laughed again. I thought you would take the top grade spiritual stone ore of this 3rd level spiritual vein before you left. You are a generous person, leaving the root of the spiritual vein for others. Luo Chen's eyes flashed, and he caught a little information leaked in the other party's words. Top-grade spiritual stone ore. Luo Chen had a lot of knowledge about spiritual veins, a blessed place for cultivators, when he was in the key refining stage, especially when he later exchanged the method of moving mountains with Meng Changshao, who was good at alchemy in the Medicine King sect, and learned more inside information. The spiritual veins in the mountain and sea realm are generally divided into 1 to 5 levels. Each level corresponds to each realm from key refining to god transformation. Cultivators with corresponding realms are best to practice in the corresponding spiritual veins, so that they can get twice the result with half the effort. If the realm is high and the spiritual vein is low, the speed of cultivation will naturally be greatly reduced. If the realm is low and the spiritual vein is high, it will form a natural suppression on the cultivator. Not only will the cultivation speed not be fast, but it is also easy to be overwhelmed by the vast amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth and burst to death. The reason, apart from some strange and difficult to explain principles, is mainly related to the spiritual stone ore below the spiritual vein grade. The first grade spiritual vein, the spiritual stone ore, is mostly low grade. The second grade, medium grade. The third grade, high grade. When it comes to the fourth grade spiritual vein, it already has the best spiritual stone ore. This blessed land is already the first choice for the Yuanying upper sect. Luo Chen got a piece of spiritual stone ore in his early years, which was dug out from the miniature first-grade spiritual vein under the Ziai Valley. It is still in his stored ring. However, in addition to absorbing the pure spiritual energy contained in it, Luo Chen has never been able to make it into a standard low-grade spiritual stone. At this moment, when Hanzan mentioned this, an idea came to his mind, but he said, "It's not that I'm generous, I would like to dig this spiritual stone ore. But I don't know how to make spiritual stones. Even if I get it, I can't make high-quality spiritual stones. A little bit of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, without the ground veins, is like water without a source. For me in the middle stage of the golden elixir realm, it is really a drop in the bucket." At this point, he tentatively said, "I heard that the Yuanying upper sects in the East Wilderness all have standard methods for making spiritual stones. Senior Han, your Luo sect is also a Yuanying upper sect, so you should. Don't think about it. The war of opening up has not been completed, and the upper sect has not been established. The Holy Land will not give the method of making spiritual stones. What's more," Han Zun sneered, "besides, even if there is, I dare not pass it on to you. That is the method given by the Holy Land of the God of Transformation, how can it be easily passed on to the outside?" Luo Chen was speechless. Well, the idea in his mind was dispelled before it was realized. He also wanted to get the method, and then rely on his own strong strength and concealment skills to go to the deserted islands overseas, find some second-level spiritual veins, and mine them. Then refine a large amount of medium-grade spiritual stones to buy resources in the world of immortal cultivation. How to say this behavior? Counterfeiting money? Forget it, it's just an idea. I don't lack the means to make money. I'm not willing to go mining. Luo Chen curled his lips and quietly left the Qingyang Hall, escaped far away from the island, and went to the uninhabited sea. Before departure, in order to ensure sufficient strength, some things still need to be done. The realm cannot skyrocket in an instant. But the place where Luo Chen can improve his strength is not just refining qi. His body, after the great perfection of 10,000 Dao's convergence and the promotion to the late third level of the ancient, has given birth to many wonderful things. Although the previous battle with Jinxiao was hardy, he realized that he had not yet exerted the power of this physical soul to the extreme. Not familiar enough. Therefore, he needs to seize the next 3 months to get familiar with the mystery. March came in a flash. On this day, the eve of departure, Cheng Haixin was alone. After burning incense and bathing, she entered Aoi Island with a tray. Looking at the 3 Taoist robes of different colors on the tray, Luo Chen was a little surprised. Cheng Haixin lowered her head and said softly, "The master is going on a long journey, and I have nothing to give. I usually see that the master likes red, black and white, so I specially prepared 3 robes of different colors." This woman is a thoughtful person. After years of companionship, she has found some rules in Luo Chen's food, clothing, housing and transportation. In daily life, alchemy, and rest, he often wears white clothes, which are loose, simple, natural and generous. When he goes out to practice magic or travel, he likes to wear clean, neat and energetic black clothes. Red. Touching the red feather clothes, Luo Chen looked a little dazed. The last time he wore a red robe was on the battlefield of Jili Mountain in Yuding Domain. In the Battle of Xiankong Valley, the top-grade red cloud robe was destroyed by the sword of Diwan in the Jinden stage. Since then, Luo Chen has rarely worn red clothes. To be honest, red is the color of clothes he wears most often when he fights in the foundation building stage. There is no special meaning, it's just that he is good at fire magic. When he casts spells, there are often flames everywhere and red clouds rising into the sky. Red can help him hide his figure better. Since coming to Bihei, he has not worn red clothes, mostly simple black and white clothes. Unexpectedly, Cheng Haixin actually noticed this. Seeing Luo Chen silent, Cheng Haixin bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth. Although they are only 3 pieces of top-grade magic weapon-level robes, they are made from the down of the mutant black swans of my clan. They are quite unique in terms of avoiding dust and clearing the mind, and riding the waves with the wind. Maybe they can't help you in combat, but they can be used for changing clothes. I hope you won't despise them. Luo Chen nodded slightly in the other party's expectation. Then I will accept them. It just so happens that I am also short of some suitable robes. He didn't lie. When performing Xiangpeng transformation at any time, the clothes are the most damaged. Except for the one given by Bigu Kai. The other pieces of top-grade robes bought in Yuding Domain were destroyed in the empty valley of Jili Mountain, the battlefield of Xiangun, and Zuanayan Island. What he is wearing now are just some ordinary middle-grade robes. Seeing Luo Chen accept them, the woman's face was happy. She raised her head, and said with courage, "Whether it is suitable or not, we have to try it on first. Let me change clothes for you." "Do I need to try on the robes?" Although Luo Chen was somewhat puzzled, he did not refuse. He opened his hands generously and let the other party take off the old clothes that were stained with a lot of elixir and medicine. Cheng Haixin folded it and put it aside, then picked up a white feathered robe and slowly put it on Luo Chen. Looking at Luo Chen's generous and self-assured appearance, the woman thought in her heart, Master King Guiyang must have been a hero in the past, and he must have servants to serve him. Most cultivators pursue simplicity and are not used to being served by others. When thinking about this, she bit her rosy lips and quietly put her palm around the man's waist. The feminine fragrance of orchid and musk mixed with a fierce male breath in front. In the quiet room, there was a charming feeling. Feeling the soft fullness behind him, Luo Chen frowned slightly. "You must have thought it over." "I had thought it over before I came here. I may never come back after I leave. With your perfect body, you can find a Taoist partner of your choice and share the great Dao with me. But if you give it to me..." "Oh, I am still a bit of a germaphobe." The woman leaned against the broad and solid tiger back of the man, her cheeks flushed, her expression blurred but with a hint of determination. "Master, don't worry too much. I am willing and will never regret it." "No regrets." There was only a chuckle in her ear. The woman looked at the man's face that came into her sight, blinked her long eyelashes, and then slowly closed her eyes. That night, the spring rain fell into the lake, and the sound of the sea was roaring. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567, Xiangxuan's Transformation, Deducing the Demon Cultivation Technique. Spring thunder rumbled all night. Even cultivators who were not very sensitive to the change of seasons knew that spring had arrived when the spring rain with a hint of chill fell. Yes, the overbearing King Guiyang Demon Lord was leaving, and spring had arrived in the Fian Islands. However, although he had agreed to leave after March, he never made a grand departure. This also made the major families feel uneasy. Would the Demon Lord regret it again? Every day, there were foundation-building cultivators looking forward to the direction in the center of the islands, hoping to see a beam of light flying out. But they never saw it. Among these families, only the Chang family was an exception. The small manor where the head of the family, Chang Dao, lived before was no longer lively. Only the fairy Yaoyu, who was praised by outsiders, lived in it. Outside the manor, there was a slow sound of footsteps, which finally stopped outside a water pavilion. The owner of the water pavilion seemed to hear the footsteps and made a soft sound. "Is Uncle G here?" Please come in. The white-haired Cheng Ji slowly pushed open the door, and a figure combing his hair in front of a bronze mirror came into view. Looking at the other party, Cheng Ji coughed lightly. Xiaoqi, you should know the reason for my coming. I don't have much time left, and I feel that the end is near. The new position of the head of the family should also be taken over by you. Hearing this, the woman paused. But she said, the head of the Chang family should be let Brother He Chang. But this. Brother He Chang has not been out to sea much in recent years. He teaches the younger generation to practice in the clan, and his prestige is enough. As for whether he can manage the family well, there is no need to worry about this. Now the Cheng family has neither internal nor external troubles, as long as it is passed on smoothly. Cheng Ji was still a little dissatisfied. In his opinion, Cheng Haixin was the most suitable head of the family. Although the other party was not very old and was a woman, she had a very deep relationship with the demon lord Qin Gaiang. With her as the head of the family, anyone who met her had to give her some face. In this way, just as he was about to persuade her, his eyes fell on the woman's head and suddenly fixed. Her hair was piled high, with a jade hairpin inserted horizontally, and her hairpin swayed, and the woman in the bronze mirror faintly revealed the mature taste of a young woman. The old man couldn't help but be shocked. Xiaoqi, you. Cheng Haixin looked left and right at the bronze mirror, and finally stood up and looked at the old man. From now on, I will guard Joi Island alone, concentrate on practicing, and strive for the golden elixir road. Unless the clan encounters a matter of life and death, I will not come out. Uncle Ji, I disappoint you. After saying that, the woman walked around the old man and walked out of the waterside pavilion. The old man looked at the woman's back, opened his mouth, but finally sighed and said nothing. Perhaps, this is the best. There is no internal or external trouble in the clan, and with Cheng Haicheng's means, it can already be managed. Outside the clan, Cheng Haixin is practicing hard, and can be relied on in the future. If one day, he is promoted to the golden elixir stage, the Chang family will be the first family in the Fian Islands. Under this blueprint, the so-called family affairs are no longer so important. However, it is hard for Xiaoqi. As the old man sighed, the woman flew all the way to Yao Island. On the way, she seemed to be unaware of the gazes she cast. When she stepped into the bank of the Tenli Ping Lake, she raised her sleeves. Go. Suddenly, 5 blue and white thick figures flew out of the spirit beast bag on their waists and dived into the lake. As soon as they entered the lake, the 5 figures stretched their bodies and powerful demonic energy escaped. They were the 5 blue-ringed giant fang sea snakes that Luo Chen had subdued that year. They all had the cultivation level of the early 2nd stage, especially the largest one, which was at the late 2nd stage. At this moment, the 5 snakes entered the lake and swam around the island. The woman stepped lightly on her toes and floated into the island. The layers of white fog on the island slowly dissipated with her arrival, revealing a quiet path. The woman walked all the way to the outside of the Qingyang Hall, and her eyes subconsciously fell on a side hall. The spiritual consciousness spread out, and she only felt that there was a faint, strong and vigorous breath slowly exhaling in the side hall. As her mind moved, the breath instantly responded and made a humming sound. Cheng Haixin showed satisfaction. With this 3rd level puppet left by my husband, plus 5 blue-ringed giant fanged sea snakes, I can suppress the huge Fian Islands as long as there is no real giant and cultivator. What's more, I still have the token that controls the center of the formation of this island. When ordinary giant and cultivators come, I can also block them for a moment and escape calmly. Muttering to herself, she walked into the Qingyang Hall. Looking at the place with the most spiritual energy, she shook her head with a little regret. The 3rd level spiritual vein is not a place she can use now. However, before her husband left, he still arranged a suitable place for her to practice. Walking all the way, Cheng Haixin came to a simple cave. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth made her pores dilate, and the whole person was immersed in it. The spiritual environment of the 2nd level top grade. It can even be said that as long as I cultivate to the 9th level of foundation building, I can use the token left by my husband to improve it to the weak 3rd level. By then, I can cultivate to the great perfection without any obstacles and get a glimpse of the realm of golden elixir. As for the method of forming the elixir, Cheng Haixin turned his wrist, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. His spiritual consciousness probed into it, and several large characters came into his mind. Microdust Juanshu, Jian written by Luo Chen. So, my husband's real name is Luo Chen. Holding the jade slip, The woman pursed her lips, her eyes were bright, as if she saw the figure walking calmly on the sea thousands of miles away. The spring rain continued, falling into the sea, causing countless ripples. A group of red clouds flew in the sky at a moderate speed. Above the red cloud, a man and a woman, one standing and one sitting. But a third voice, slightly abrupt, entered the man's ears. "It's just a fleeting relationship, but you're willing to give her things and even trouble me to personally make a third-level puppet for her." The man chuckled. "Don't say such harsh words, it's a mutual love after all." Han Zun sneered in the 10,000 souls banner behind him. "Do you really think I don't understand love? In Luo sect, my bloodline has been passed down for several generations, but there's no mutual love like yours. It's not legitimate, there's no matchmaker, and no grand ceremony." Luo Chen restrained his smile and said seriously, "No matter what Cheng Haixin thinks, in my opinion, it's just a matter of mutual need. She uses my name to stabilize the family situation and obtain resources. And I'm leaving a way out for myself. Are you afraid that this trip will change?" Han Zun was surprised. Luo Chen shrugged. "Who knows? If this trip doesn't go well, or if I feel that it's too chaotic outside, I might back out. Yaoyu Island is a quiet place anyway. With a caring person like Cheng Haixin guarding me, I won't be homeless." "Is your home really on Yaoyu Island?" Han Zun asked. Luo Chen was silent, and the people and things in the East Wilderness flashed through his mind, especially the two figures guarding the Green Mountains every time he went out. Finally, his eyelids drooped and his tone was low. "My home is where my heart is at peace." Han Zun was stunned in the one-hand banner. He savored the deep meaning. Finally, he took a deep look at Luo Chen's back. "This is a selfish person." Suddenly, the red cloud descended and fell towards the land below. In the sight, there were shadowy figures, and occasionally a few escape lights rose and fell. As the red cloud descended, an escape light came up. "This is Baisha Island, the private territory of the Bai family. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. Please leave quickly." A bitter laugh came from the red cloud. "Please be lenient, fellow Taoist. I am not strong enough for a long journey. I heard that there is a caravan traveling north and south on Baisha Island. I only ask to follow the team. I am willing to offer generous shipping fees." As he spoke, the red cloud flashed with spiritual light, which was quite unstable. Bai Xiong frowned when he saw this scene. He sent out a spiritual power, and a breeze swept through to help the red cloud stabilize. It was not until this time that he saw two figures on it. A man and a woman. The man was tall and had an ordinary appearance. The only special thing was that his face was red like a red-hot charcoal stove. I think it should be caused by practicing some special skills. The spiritual power fluctuations of the early stage of foundation building emanated from the other party, which was quite unstable. And the woman, with a beautiful appearance, was quite similar to the man. The slightly narrow and long phoenix eyes, although tightly closed, have a fierce meaning. The other party sat cross-legged on the cloud, regulating his breath and meditating, but it was hard to tell what realm he was in. "What's your name? Where are you from and where are you going?" Luo Chen first thanked the other party for casting a spell, and then said calmly, "I am Luo Hai, from the Luo family in Qian City. After building my foundation, I traveled abroad. Now I have just returned from the open sea. I heard that there is a large trade fair in Lengguang, so I want to travel around and broaden my horizons." Bai Xiong snorted coldly. "You dare to travel around at the beginning of your foundation building? Do you think this is when the Yuanmo sect is still there?" When the Yuanmo sect was still there, although the demons were rampant, there was still a certain order maintained. Now that the demon sect has been destroyed, there is the so-called battle between good and evil, but chaos is frequent. Not to mention those who have built their foundation, even some cautious giant and cultivators dare not go out to sea. I don't know if Luo Hai is bold or ignorant. Bai Xiong's eyes fell on the woman. Who is she? Luo Chen's eyes fell on the woman in front of him, and he smiled and said, "She is my maid. She was injured recently and is recovering. It is not suitable for her to act rashly. That is why I want to borrow the noble caravan to rest while traveling." While speaking, he took out 5 spirit stones from a gray storage bag and pushed them in front of Bai Xiong. "Sorry for the trouble. I hope you can be lenient." Bai Xiong raised his eyebrows. Middle-grade spirit stones. He is a generous guy. Although it is only worth 500 low-grade spirit stones, the actual value of 5 middle-grade spirit stones is still slightly higher. If it is only for ship fare, it is enough. After thinking about it, he waved to Luo Chen. Come with me. Luo Chen thanked him and hurriedly followed behind. 2 escape lights landed on a dock in a short while. Bai Shuang turned around and pointed to a large pale white ship outside the dock and said, "You came at the right time. We will set off tomorrow morning, and I will lead the team. Please wait here for a while. I will go back to report and then you can go on board to rest. By the way, my name is Bai Xiang, the elder of the Bai family of Beisha Island. Thank you for troubling fellow Taoist Bai." Luo Chen smiled and bowed, and then saw Bai Xiang strode away. Looking at his departing back, Han Zan asked in confusion, "Why don't you just take the Fian caravan's ship and go directly to Langguang? Or, with your strength, you can forcibly requisition a merchant ship, and the Bai family will have no choice but to obey. Why bother so much?" Luo Chen cast a soundproof spell and said calmly, "Wu Qi can pass the invitation to me through the Fian caravan, so he must be paying more attention to the Fian Islands. If I take this opportunity to travel, I am afraid that I will fall into their sight before I reach Langguang Island. The same is true for showing off your giant in cultivation and forcibly requisitioning the Bai family's merchant ship." Han Zan was stunned. I thought Luo Chen was not too worried about the Maluo clan before, but now it seems that is just an appearance. In other words, Luo Chen is calm in strategy, but quite cautious in details. When he gets there, he will probably find out everything before he officially meets the Maluo clan. If he sees that the situation is not right, he may turn to other forces, and it is not impossible for him to become a scattered cultivator. No wonder this boy was able to unite several major sects to target the Yan League when he was in the foundation building stage. Not only is he courageous, but he is also so meticulous. After Han Zan's praise, Luo Chen added another sentence. After Xiangxun transformed, her demonic energy was not fully restrained. She still needs some time to practice the method of concealing her breath and holding her breath that I passed down. Although the caravan ship sails slowly, it can provide her with enough time to cover my whereabouts. Xiangxun, who was standing aside with his eyes closed, pursed his lips. I have caused trouble for the master. It doesn't matter. I didn't think it through before. Luo Chen put his hands behind his back and looked at the scenery of the dock. Beisha Island, although an inconspicuous island, has a good geographical location. Connecting Fian and several human cultivators, the dock business here is very prosperous. And the forces that can control such a hub are not as weak as they seem on the surface. The Bai family is a big family with fake Dan cultivators. When Luo Chen pretended to be at a loss and observed the surroundings, a spiritual consciousness swept over them, paused on Xiangxun for a moment, and slowly retracted. In the center of the island, in a group of ancient buildings, an old man slowly opened his eyes. Opposite him, Bai Shuang asked nervously, "Ancestor, is there a problem?" The ancestor of the Bai family pondered and said, "There is no problem. The man named Luo Hai is indeed only in the initial stage of foundation building, and the woman who hides her breath is only in the key refining stage according to my investigation. When you get on the merchant ship, you just need to be careful, it won't cause you any trouble." Bai Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. He is in the middle stage of foundation building and has a magic weapon. Not to mention the initial stage cultivators, even the middle stage cultivators equivalent to him, he doesn't take them seriously. Now that the ancestor said that everything was fine, it proved that everything was fine. After all, the ancestor failed to form a pill but saved his life, and even convinced a fake pill. He was invincible under the golden pill. Unless the man and woman hid their realm and were golden pill cultivators at a higher level than the ancestor. Obviously, this was nonsense. The man looked younger than him, how could he be a golden pill cultivator? But Bai Xiang was startled, and seeing that the ancestor had brought up the topic, he asked, "What's wrong?" The ancestor of the Bai family said calmly, "The current situation is chaotic, with frequent battles between the righteous and the evil inside, and monsters attacking the fairy island outside. The fare of a mere 500 spirit stones is not worth it. If they want to take a boat to get protection, double it." Bai Shuang's expression relaxed. "This is simple, I will go and tell them. If they don't want, then we won't force it." Late at night. In a cabin on the second floor of the merchant ship. Xiangxun was puzzled. Obviously, we joined them to increase their strength and make the journey safer. How can they charge more tolls? Luo Chen shook his head. "Don't worry about these little profits. Maybe they have their reasons. At this juncture, he didn't want to cause trouble. Let Xiangxun sit cross-legged. Luo Chen put one hand on her back, and his consciousness flowed through her meridians and acupoints, while injecting magic power. How are you practicing the breath-restraining spirit technique? I feel like it's almost done, but it will take some time to completely restrain the demonic power. Don't worry, take your time. I can also get familiar with your body structure and then deduce a suitable practice method for you. Luo Chen said, carefully examining Xiangxun's body that was derived from the transformation pill. When he examined it, he found many places that were different from the human body structure. Because of these places, ordinary exercises are not very suitable. Is this because of the acquired defects caused by using the transformation pill to shape the body without using the thunder tribulation? Luo Chen thought. What he is doing now is not only to deduce a new technique for Xiangxun, but also to study the effects and taboos of the transformation pill through the other's body, so as to improve his alchemy. This kind of work has been going on for a while. After a while, Luo Chen withdrew his hand and made some progress. Xiangxun looked at Luo Chen nervously. Master, is it feasible? Luo Chen smiled slightly. I have some clues. In a few days, I should be able to research a suitable technique for you. Hearing this, Xiangxun was greatly encouraged. Master is wise. Luo Chen's mouth twitched, and he felt that this normal flattery was a bit strange. After Xiangxun left, Han Zhan asked, can you really deduce a new technique? Luo Chen asked back, is it difficult? Han Zhan was stunned. It's not difficult, but you are only at the Jinden stage. It's quite amazing to deduce a technique that is practiced by cultivators of the same level from scratch. Generally, those who can do this are undoubtedly top figures in the big sects who have broad knowledge and talent in magic. Luo Chen smiled dumbly. Oh, then you misunderstood. I just took a few techniques that have similar principles and mixed them together to create one. Mixed and combined. Han Zhan was stunned. Will that work? Luo Chen shrugged. Let's try it. He said to try, but his eyes were full of determination. Han Zhan didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. He admitted that Luo Chen had some talent in magic, but creating a technique, or a technique that was suitable for the same level of demon cultivators, was very difficult. Even if it is not a creation from scratch, it is not something that ordinary people can do if they have to learn from the strengths of hundreds of schools and integrate them. Even Han Zhan, after forming an infant, only deduced 2 sets of skills suitable for the foundation building stage and 1 set suitable for the golden elixir stage in his life. Luo Chen can do it now in the golden elixir stage? Chapter 568 Demonic Energy, Pure Demonic Energy. Creating a technique from scratch? For Luo Chen, it is impossible. It requires a certain understanding of the laws of nature and origin of heaven and earth. According to Luo Chen's estimation, at least a real person in the nascent soul stage can give it a try. Even ordinary people in the early stage of the nascent soul may not be able to do it. But if it is to deduce the technique, it is not difficult with Luo Chen's current knowledge. The difference between the two is from 0 to 1 and from 1 to infinity. In particular, Luo Chen has a sharp tool to test the answer, the attribute panel. At that time, as long as the deduction reaches a certain point, he can use the system's confirmation to verify whether it can be practiced. After having enough understanding of Xiangxun's body after transformation, Luo Chen began to use the free time of the journey to complete this matter. In the quiet cabin room, a man in black clothes read the jade slip in front of him carefully. Sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding. When encountering difficulties, he took out new books from the storage ring. Occasionally, he would take the initiative to contact Han Zhan in the 10,000 Souls banner to ask for advice. Han Zhan had been following the other party's progress, and his eyes swept over the martial arts books that the other party had taken out. Xianpeng Transformation, Yu He's Hanjing, Qi Tang Yin, Qi Lian Shuji, Lian Hun's Hanjing, Turtle Spirit Covering Armor. The grades range from 1 to 3. There are key refining techniques and body refining techniques. The various techniques target different directions, such as taking in spiritual energy, purifying and transforming, and improving the essence of the soul. It can even be said that there are several pill recipes in them. Although most of these techniques are copies, not originals. But such a large number also shocked Han Zhan. Although he usually saw Luo Chen often reading various books, he only thought that he was increasing his knowledge. No matter what, Luo Chen's cultivation years are only more than 100 years. Minus the ignorant 10 or 20 years before he stepped into the immortal path, he is only about 120 years old. At his age, he can actually collect so many techniques. It can even be said that it is not just a simple collection like ordinary immortal cultivators. It was obvious that Luo Chen had a deep understanding of most of the techniques here, so when he encountered difficulties, he subconsciously thought of other techniques and similar solutions. After a while, he had unknowingly worked out a prototype of a technique. If he continued like this, it might not take a year or two for him to. The night was deep and the waves were surging. The moonlight shone through the wooden window onto the man's face, so focused and pious. In the 10,000 souls banner, the old man watched this scene, his thoughts churning in his heart, mixed with all kinds of emotions. Boom. A loud noise woke Luo Chen from his meditation. He stood up and looked out the window a little blankly, his consciousness emanating, his brows slightly furrowed. There was a knock on the wooden door. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Xiangxuan walked in respectfully to report the situation. There are monsters attacking the caravan, the number is large, and the scale is even greater than before. Luo Chen stood in front of the window without looking back and asked, is this the first time that monsters have attacked in the past half-month? Tianjuan answered without hesitation, the third time, and the monsters are no longer of a single type, and there are even flying feather monsters mixed in. Luo Chen felt a little depressed. A glimpse of the leopard in the tube can tell the whole story. The current situation of the North Sea's Yuxin world is getting worse. The direction that the Bai family caravan is heading is still from the outside to the inside, towards the prosperous demon realm. Theoretically, the large groups of monsters encountered should be getting fewer and fewer. But now it is the opposite. It can be seen that the forces in the demon sea have gradually taken shape and have begun to counterattack the demon realm with a purpose. Oh, calling it the demon realm is not very suitable. In the past, because of the existence of the Yuan demon sect, the human settlement was called the demon realm, and the sea area where the monsters were distributed was called the demon sea. But now the first force in the North Sea is the Kanghe Zhengdao League, formed by the powerful Li surname. It would be bad to call it the demon crown. Therefore, many people changed their words and called the human settlements fairy islands. These are minor details, and most of the immortal cultivators who have no interests do not care. Luo Chen thought that it was no wonder that the number of medicinal materials collected for him by the Fian caravan in the past few years was getting smaller and smaller. The monsters were rampant and blocked the shipping lanes, so it was naturally not so convenient to collect resources. If the human race did not take any action in the future, the Fian Islands might be cut off from contact and isolated overseas. I made the right decision to leave the Fian Islands. When Luo Chen was feeling relieved, Xiangxuan whispered, Master, do you want to help? From my perception, there are quite a few monsters this time that are difficult for foundation building cultivators. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and spread his consciousness. Soon, he found several powerful auras in the deep sea, which were enough to be at the late second stage. One was okay, and it could be resisted with the help of the merchant ship's own formation. But even if several of them joined forces, Bai Xiang, the leader of the Bai family merchant ship, who is in the middle stage of foundation building, would definitely not be able to defeat them. Luo Chen shook his head, let's talk about it later. The master is not in a hurry, so why should we be in a hurry? The travel expenses are not given for free. By the way, I taught you some tips on practicing the method of concealment. How are your results recently? Tianjuan was stunned. She didn't expect the master to change the subject and care about her situation. Immediately, she reported her own practice situation. On the deck, a fierce offensive and defensive battle had already begun for a long time. Bai Xiang brought 3 early foundation building cultivators from the family and kept wandering around the merchant ship, frequently killing low-level monsters that attacked the merchant ship. The key refining cultivators of the Bai family were all stained with blood, and their spiritual power was spent as if it was free. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the entire merchant ship could not help but shake. A cultivator of the Bai family rushed to Bai Xiang with an extremely pale face. Elder, we can't stand it anymore. Bai Xiang's expression was gloomy. Damn it, the previous 2 times were enough, why is there a second stage late stage sea monster this time? With his perception ability, he could only detect a second stage late stage sea monster in the open. Even so, it brought great pressure to the merchant ship. Elder, what should we do? Facing the urgent questioning of the tribe members, Bai Xiang took a deep breath. This won't work. You quickly notify those passengers and ask them to take action. The tribe members nodded quickly, but said hesitantly, "Are they willing?" Bai Xiang glared and said, "We are all grasshoppers on the same boat, what is there to be willing or not? Do they think that after the merchant ship is destroyed, with their strength, they can cross the monster group and reach the next fairy island? Go and notify them immediately, don't delay. Understood. Bang bang. The wooden door was knocked. Luo Chen stopped talking and asked Xiangxun to open the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw a dusty key refining cultivator speaking nervously, "Senior Luo, the merchant ship was attacked. The elders of our Bai family ask everyone to work together to repel the monsters." Luo Chen glanced at Yan Zhuan, who nodded. Then Luo Chen smiled and said, "After 100 years of cultivation, we are on the same boat. In this time of crisis, we should really work together." After saying that, he strode out, and a red flying sword fell into his hands. Tianjuan closed the door and continued to practice the concealment spell. This kind of small wind and waves will not be dangerous to the master. After all, even the battle of that level on Zuanayan Island could not keep the master, let alone now. What she has to do now is to practice magic as much as possible and conceal her breath, so that she can help Luo Chen in the subsequent journey. When he got on the deck, Luo Chen immediately noticed several eyes cast at him. He knew it in his heart. Those people were all foundation-building true cultivators who took the boat together, not people from the Bai family. I wonder what they will do? Luo Chen smiled in his heart, but his face was quite solemn. The flying sword in his hand had already flown out and began to strangle the dense group of monsters in the sea that were attacking the merchant ship. The Bai family cultivators who were fighting got the support of several true cultivators in the early stage of foundation building, and the pressure suddenly decreased. The light of the formation covering the merchant ship was thin before, but now it became thick again. Seeing this, Bai Xiang couldn't help but relax. But he was still quite nervous in his heart. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, hold on for a while, wait for me to use the magic weapon to kill the beast hiding behind, and then the monster will be solved without attack." Elder Bai actually has a magic weapon in his hand, why didn't you say it earlier? This matter is simple, Elder Bai can do whatever you want. Everyone responded in unison. Bai Xiang smiled at first, then his face was serious, and he sat cross-legged on the top of the big ship. A round bead was spit out from his mouth, emitting a hazy light. The surging spiritual power surged from the meridians and poured into the round bead. A powerful momentum rose up as he poured in the magic power. It can be imagined that the next attack will be earth-shattering. On the deck, Luo Chen, who was controlling the flying sword to kill the enemy, took a glance and was a little surprised. The round bead magic weapon was of extraordinary quality. The quality was even better than his Zuanhao sword back then, and it was on par with the Xianyu purple gold wheel. The North Sea is rich in resources, but because the Yuanmo sect likes to use the flesh and blood of living beings to refine magic weapons, the weapon refining skills here have gone astray, and the number of magic weapons is scarce. But although there are few, all those that appear in the world are of good quality. That can't be said. How can the caster who makes magic weapons be willing to use precious materials to make poorer products? The Yuding domain was flooded with inferior magic weapons at the time, and the culprit was actually Xianfan City. While Luo Chen was muttering in his heart, Bai Xiang over there was already ready. He stood up suddenly, looked in one direction with his eyes burning, and pointed with his hand. Go. The next moment, the hazy light of the round bead suddenly converged to the limit, and shot out silently. Whoosh! The round bead entered the sea, and it was ordinary at first. But suddenly, boom! A huge water column rose from the sea. The powerful aftermath of the explosion even pushed the merchant ship back several feet. When the water fell, a huge body of a strange fish with a length of 7 or 8 feet emerged from the sea. Seeing the body of the monster, a knowledgeable foundation-building cultivator blurted out. It turns out to be the black and blue treasure basin. No wonder it can gather so many sea monsters of different races. The black and blue treasure basin was swollen and black, as if it had been beaten. But in fact, it was known as the cornucopia. This fish is extremely greedy, and it likes to swallow anything with rich spiritual energy, regardless of life or death, stone, wood, blood or flesh. Often captured, after dissecting the body, many precious resources can be found in the other party's body. Because this fish swallowed too many things containing spiritual energy, its body also emits special spiritual energy, like a moving spiritual vein. Therefore, There are often many low-level monsters following him and practicing beside him. Seeing the appearance of the corpse of the black and green treasure basin, Bai Xiong suddenly realized, and a hint of joy appeared on his pale face. The treasure basin demon fish is dead, and the demon beasts should also disperse on their own initiative. In this way, he not only solved the problem of the demon beast, but also got a second-level late treasure basin fish. Not only can he make up for the loss, but he may also get a big harvest. Just when he was ecstatic, he heard the screams of the low-level tribesmen below. How could this happen? The demon beasts did not disperse. In fact, the attack was even more fierce. Extremely puzzled, Bai Xiong released his spiritual consciousness regardless of everything, and looked around frequently. Suddenly, there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. In the sea, 5 huge shadows rose and fell in the turbulent sea. There were also 5 second-stage late-stage sea monsters. Bai Xiong's face was pale. My life is over. At the same time, several passengers in the foundation building stage who were helping in the battle also discovered this change. 2 of them flew out from the deck without thinking. They broke away from the protection of the formation and turned into a beam of light, flying high into the distance. When disaster strikes, everyone will flee. Seeing this, Bai Xiong was extremely angry, but he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. You don't really think you can escape at your speed without the merchant ship's defense formation? Sure enough. The next moment, 3 of the 5 shadows in the sea suddenly moved. The 3 opened their bloody mouths and spit out golden water arrows towards the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden water arrows went very fast, much faster than the normal flying speed of the foundation building cultivators, but they caught up with the 2 figures in an instant. The 2 men had no choice but to stop and use defensive means to resist. After finally blocking it, before they could be happy, they saw more golden arrows flying through the air. Puff, puff, puff. In just a few breaths, the 2 men's defensive means were broken, and thousands of arrows pierced their hearts. Their bodies fell from the sky like rags and sacks, and were eaten by the 3 huge demon shadows. It was the golden arrow demon fish. Moreover, it was 3 golden arrow demon fish in the late stage of the second stage. Such beings may not be powerful in single attack, but if they join forces, even the great monks in the late stage of foundation building will have to stay away from them. They did not take action before and hid in the dark, which must be because they were afraid of the power of the magic weapon of the human cultivator. But after Bai Xiong exhausted his spiritual power and forcibly urged the power of the magic weapon's killing move, they no longer hesitated. The black-green treasure basin has low intelligence and only knows to eat according to instinct. But the golden arrow demon fish is not stupid at all. Bai Xiong looked around and his face showed despair. Am I really going to die in the sea this time? On the deck, Luo Chen, who was casually strangling low-level sea monsters, shook his head when he saw this. It seems that he can't stay on this ship. But before leaving, he doesn't mind saving the people on this ship. Just when he was about to take action, his eyebrows suddenly jumped. It seems that I am no longer needed. In the spiritual sense, a powerful breath was chasing the wind and the moon. Dozens of miles away, a beam of light flew low over the sea, and wherever it passed, the waves parted like a white line. The spiritual pressure of the Jinden period was revealed. After a while, the figure came in the spotlight under the attention of everyone. With just one sword, the sea surface was cut into 2 pieces, countless low-level monsters died, and the 3 golden arrow monster fish turned into pieces. The other 2 late-stage second-level monsters that had not yet appeared dived into the deep sea and fled in panic. This person ignored it and directly broke the formation and entered the Bai family merchant ship. As soon as he entered the ship, without waiting for the many rescued monks to express their gratitude, he shouted, I am He Yuan, I will requisition this ship. Everyone was stunned, but they quickly reacted. Compared with the grace of saving lives, requisitioning a ship is not a big deal. Didn't you see that the owner of the merchant ship, Bai Xiong, did not object, but instead went up to please the other party? Not only Bai Xiong, but most of the other surviving foundation building true cultivators also surrounded him at this moment. Only Luo Chen showed a weak breath, said hello to Bai Xiong, and said he would take a breath to recuperate, and return to the cabin. In the crowd, the giant monkey Yuan who suddenly appeared, glanced at Luo Chen's back as he left, and frowned subconsciously. But he didn't care much, but directly ordered, next, don't stop on the way, go directly to Feiling City, don't delay this important matter. Although the Bai family caravan also wanted to go to Feiling City, they also had to sell resources and collect resources on the way. Only in this way, relying on the price difference of commodities in various places, can they make more profits. Now that they heard that they could not stay and had to go directly to Feiling City, they knew that they might lose a lot of money. But in front of life, no matter how much loss, it is acceptable. Bai Xiong agreed to this matter without any hesitation. The big ship changed direction and no longer went to the next ferry island, but headed straight for Lingguang. In the second-floor cabin. As soon as Luo Chen entered, his listless state was immediately put away. He cast a soundproofing spell, his face was solemn, and he murmured, "Strange breath of mana." Xiangxuan was puzzled. She had also paid attention to the battle situation outside before, and thought she was going to abandon the ship with her master. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened, and a strange giant and cultivator came. Before she could ask for the follow-up, another abrupt voice came from the one-hand banner leaning against the room. "It's demonic energy, pure demonic energy." Chapter 569, The Yuanmo lineage arrives at Lingguang. Demonic energy. In the cabin, the man blurted out a surprised and puzzled tone. The next moment, Han Zan's figure floated out from the one-hand banner. Seeing this, Xiangxuan trembled all over, and stood aside with her hands down respectfully. There has always been a residual soul of a Yuanying's Henren beside the master, and she and the Black King knew it. During those years in the Zuanian Sea, when the master was concentrating on refining pills and it was inconvenient to go out, some things were handled by this Han's Henren. Whether it was the time when he was almost caught, or when the Black King robbed the remains of the Demon King on Zuanian Island, it was Hans Henren who gave orders on behalf of the master. It can be said that this Hans Henren can command them at certain times. Especially, the absolute realm suppression of the Yuanying period caused even a wisp of residual soul to bring great psychological pressure to these monsters. She and the Black King were also curious about what the master's identity was before. The magic power was pure and magnificent, and it was not a rural casual cultivator at first glance. He dispatched people to do things in an orderly manner, and he was not unfamiliar when he gave orders, as if he had the perspective of a superior. In addition, there was a residual soul of a Yuanying's Henren accompanying him. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be a direct descendant of a top sect. They even suspected that the master was really the legendary descendant of the Yuanmo sect. At this moment, Luo Chen and Han Zan naturally did not care about Xiangxuan's various thoughts. Luo Chen looked doubtful and surprised. Is that really demonic energy? Han Zan's old face loomed on the surface of the 10,000 souls banner. He moved his lips and said, "The world has spirits, and they are born with energy, which is called spiritual energy. All things live between heaven and earth, absorb spiritual energy, evolve their own power, and achieve great power. But because of the differences in individuals and the different directions of practice, the power evolved is naturally different. For example, the human cultivators of our generation evolve spiritual energy and achieve magic power. The advanced demons transform spiritual power and achieve demonic energy. This is a broad classification. If we count them down, there are some special power. For example, the Yuan you saw before, whose body is hidden dust and sand, neither human nor beast, like stone and monster. The power of transformation is like monster spirit and spiritual energy. It is also like some plants that have become spirits. It is not appropriate to classify them as monsters. They are more like monsters. The power they transform is clear and pure, and it is very compatible with the world. Whether it is human or monster, if they can absorb it, it will be beneficial and harmless. From a big to a small point, you are good at using higher medicinal materials to make pills, which is actually transforming that kind of power. There are many races in the mountain and sea world, counting all kinds of power. Han Zan said this. The other party did not directly answer Luo Chen's question, but talked about the evolution, difference and race of various powers. Luo Chen was a little impatient at first, but after listening carefully, he felt something inexplicably. He has recently been studying how to use the cultivation method of the human race to transform a method of monster cultivation, so that the transformed monster cultivator can efficiently absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform monster power. But there are many levels, even if he is well-read and knowledgeable, it is still quite difficult to solve them. Now, after listening to Han Zan's words, some doubts were inadvertently solved. Various powers seem strange and unpredictable, and they are very different. But the essence remains the same, all of which are to absorb the power of heaven and earth. What I have to do is to transform some tools, gongfa, used by human cultivators to absorb the power of heaven and earth into tools suitable for the demon race. It is probably equivalent to transforming the rope used by people to pull a cart into the reins of a cow and horse pulling a cart. This metaphor may not be right, but at this moment, Luo Chen doesn't care. In his heart, he is not so concerned about the sudden appearance of the giant and cultivator He Yuan, but immersed in Han Zan's narration. Although Han Zan is now just a remnant soul, the essence of his power has not changed, and he is still a Yuan Yingzhenren. And Yuan Yingzhenren, when the great power of Huishan is not easily dispatched, is already the peak of this world. The other party's knowledge is certainly not comparable to his own. It can even be said that Yuan Yingzhenren has the qualifications to get a glimpse of the way of heaven and earth and the origin of power. The few words from the other party may be able to solve many doubts in his heart. In a vague way, Luo Chen has a better grasp of the matter of creating a technique for Xiangxun. He even feels that if he can really create it, it will be of great benefit to him. I don't know if Han Zan knows how much influence his words have on Luo Chen. Or, is he deliberately passing on his understanding of the nature of power to Luo Chen through this incident? In short, in the end, the topic was slowly pulled back. That body cultivator may seem different from the key cultivators like me, but in fact the transformed key is also a manifestation of spiritual energy. It's just that it has undergone a transformation of flesh and blood in the middle, and pays more attention to the body, rather than our soul. Once, the key of the body cultivator was a kind of power comparable to the mana of the key cultivator and the demonic energy of the demon cultivator. It was considered a relatively large school, but it declined later. In addition to these three major schools of power, there is another school that is no less inferior, and that is the demonic energy. This demonic energy is not what we usually call the evil demons. Those evil demons are just doing things improperly and are extreme and arrogant. The power they wield is actually no different from ours. The real demonic energy is a kind of power derived from the essence and refinement of the demon cultivators. Inside the room, under the soundproof formation, Han Zan's voice was vicissitudes and full of charm. Luo Chen suddenly asked, "Demon cultivator?" Han Zan nodded. "It's just a title, just like immortal cultivators, demon cultivators, and body cultivators. Different places call them different names. There's no difference if you change it to immortal cultivators, demon cultivators, or body cultivators. It's me who is obsessed." Luo Chen suddenly realized, and then he realized something. In other words, He Yuan is a pure demon cultivator. "Yes," Han Zan said with a hint of reminiscence in his tone, "when I was promoted to the Jinden stage, I traveled around the 36 regions of the eastern wilderness with my friend Kanglong. One time, I happened to meet a Jinden cultivator from the Yuanmo sect, and the other party exuded that kind of power. It was like the magic power derived from the combination of spiritual power and soul, and it was like the demonic energy roughly extracted from monsters, both exquisite and rough. When fighting, this kind of power is quite domineering, and it is by no means comparable to the magic power of ordinary immortal cultivators." Having said this, Han Zan subconsciously glanced at Luo Chen. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, and his mana trembled slightly, and he was eager to try. His current fire-attributed mana was transformed from practicing the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, and was also known for its domineering power. Under his prepared full-strength palm, the 7 demon kings on Zuanayan Island, including the Golden Claw and the Golden Armor, were either dead or injured. Even Wu Qi, a master of the 6th level of the Golden Collar, was also blasted back to the sea by his palm. You know, at that time, he was only the 3rd level of the Golden Collar. It can be said that the reason why Luo Chen can fight beyond his level is that his mana reserves are huge, and the quality itself is higher than that of ordinary cultivators. I don't know which is better, my mana or He Yuan's demonic energy. When Luo Chen was speculating, his mind suddenly captured the key information in Han Zan's words just now. It's not his relationship with Kanglong, he knew this a long time ago. After all, when Master Kanglong tried to cross the tribulation and condense the infant, it was Han Zan who helped protect him. The information was Yuanmo sect Jinden cultivator. He blurted out, "That He Yuan, could it be the remnant of the Yuanmo sect?" The questioning sentence, the affirmative tone. Han Zan nodded. "In the entire Shanhai realm, from what I have seen and heard, only the Yuanmo sect cultivators can cultivate demonic energy. Moreover, it is so pure, obviously not an ordinary Yuanmo sect cultivator, Only the direct descendants of the Yuanmo sect among the three veins can have such attainments. Luo Chen was quite surprised to get this result. He had been deliberately sending signals to the outside world that he was a Yuanmo sect cultivator. Whether it was the withered and flourishing fire that was suspected to be the Qinggang demon fire, or the soul-refining flag that reached the level of the 10,000 souls banner, they could all be used as a false impression of his identity. But he didn't expect that he would really meet a real Yuanmo sect cultivator now. Is this a fake Li Gui meeting a real Li Kui? For a moment, the look on his face was quite wonderful. Do you want to contact that person? Han Zan asked. Luo Chen pondered for a long time, and finally shook his head. Forget it. The timing is not right. Timing. I don't know this person's temperament, origin, and style of doing things. Even if his realm is similar to mine and he is not afraid of me in terms of strength, it is not good to contact him rashly. Let's observe him first. If we can get his information from others, it will be better to make a decision later. This is the way of maturity and caution. Han Zan also agreed. At last, Luo Chen's mouth corners suddenly rose. Speaking of which, with such a master of the same realm as mine, this trip will not only be safe and smooth, but also cover me when we get to Filang City. Just as Luo Chen said. Because Yi Yuan joined the caravan, the next journey was indeed much safer. It's not that there were no monsters on the road. With the demise of the demon sect, even if a new holy land, the Kanghe Zhengdao League, appeared, the new order was not established after all. The so-called method of connecting islands to form a formation is mostly to protect one side and cannot cover a large area. In addition, the major forces fought each other to divide the resources freed up after the demise of the demon sect. This led to many monsters in the Monster Sea invading the sea areas of large and small fairy islands. In the past, those waterways that key refining cultivators could travel on now require at least 1 or 2 foundation establishment true cultivators to support them before they can pass. The reason why there were no monsters invading the Bai family caravan was because Yi Yuan did not hide his golden elixir aura at all after he boarded the ship. Waves of golden elixir spiritual pressure were released from time to time, and any monsters with a little intelligence would not take the initiative to touch this evil star. Without the invasion of monsters, and without having to dock at the shore to buy and sell resources, the cultivators on the ship became idle instead. No one cares how the key refining cultivators live. As the backbone of the 7 foundation establishment true cultivators, under the auspices of Bai Xiang, they get together from time to time to exchange their cultivation experiences. One day, in a side hall on the ship, the curtains swayed and the wine glasses were clinking. Several foundation establishment true cultivators gathered together and talked about some topics that were not restricted to meat and vegetables. If an outsider listened carefully, he would find that it was not about cultivation experience at all. In fact, this is how the cultivators get along with each other. How can there be so many cultivation experiences to exchange? The truly important cultivation experiences are the core of one's own family. No one is willing to exchange them without paying a certain price. After a few exchanges in the early stage, they will not continue this kind of exchange. After all, it is only the foundation building stage, and it is not possible to accumulate too much cultivation experience. At this moment, they are talking about the customs of all corners of the world, which big city has high-quality furnaces, and occasionally talking about cultivators of higher realms, mostly out of admiration and yearning. Suddenly, someone brought a topic to Luo Chen. Fellow Taoist Luo Hai, isn't he a bit too unsociable? We have gathered 4 or 5 times in the past 6 months, but he has not attended even once. Does he look down on us? Look down? He is only in the initial stage of foundation building. How can he look down on us? That's not the case. When Master He Yuan got on the ship, I noticed the skills of fellow Taoist Luo Hai. Under his control, a top-grade flying sword is as powerful as a top-grade magic weapon. In my opinion, he still has some skills. Just because of this, he won't come to our gathering. Fellow Taoist Chen is wrong. Maybe he is just aloof. Aloof. Bai Xiang, who was sitting at the top, shook his head. The Luo Hai in his memory was not aloof at all. Although the number of exchanges was not many, it was obvious that he was a person who was well versed in human relations and knew about the world. He was just a little bold and dared to travel around in the initial stage of foundation building. I just don't know why he didn't go out of the door or the second door after getting on the ship. Any exchanges are declined. Even his maid almost never went out. Although cultivators can do long-term fasting after building their foundation, they will often walk around if they are not in a state of retreat. Obviously, a merchant ship does not have the conditions for retreat. What is Luo Hai doing in his room every day? No one answered this question. The topic of discussion also slowly shifted away from Luo Hai. Some people talked about the next itinerary. In half a year, if you drive at full speed without considering commercial activities, Lenguang Island is already within reach. It is rumored that Filang City, where the Yuanyingzhenren is located, will hold a large-scale trade fair, and countless precious resources will surely be gathered at that time. Among them, there may be cultivation resources that people like them need. Even, there is a great possibility that Jindan resources will appear. Since we are here, everyone must go and see it. Of course, this is an idea that only people with a small fortune have. As for the two casual cultivators who were building their foundation at the party, they talked about something else. You want to join Master He Yuan? Yes, Master He Yuan is alone, and has no one to send him. If we join him, he shouldn't refuse. But I heard that he is a cultivator of the Yuan Mo sect. Aren't you afraid? Tisk, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. He is the direct descendant of the Holy Land. Moreover, I heard that Master He Yuan is going to find the blood nightmare demon Luo and restore the glory of the demon sect. If we join him now, it will be a timely help. If this really happens in the future, we will also have the merit of following the dragon. Not to mention any bullying, but at least there will be a chance to form a pill. Compared to wandering around and worrying about cultivation resources, it is better to take refuge in one place. After all, we are not like you, with a family to rely on. Fellow Taoist Chen, fellow Taoist Wang, your plan has moved me a little. I wonder if Master He Yuan will accept us, the family cultivators. This is easy. We plan to pay a visit to the master before getting off the ship. If he accepts us, we will ask for you. In that case, thank you very much. Because of this topic, everyone talked about the past of the demon sect, as well as the large and small forces and some famous figures scattered outside after the demise of the demon sect. In a cabin, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. He and Han Zhan had previously deduced that Yi Yuan was one of the three veins of the Yuan demon sect, the Yuan demon vein. It is said that this vein has a very high status, even above the two veins of the soul refining and blood god. Now it seems that their deduction is correct. That Yi Yuan is really, even whose style of doing things is much more arrogant than the other two veins. The first thing he said was that he wanted to find the blood nightmare demon Luo, who is in the nascent soul stage, to cooperate and revive the glory of the demon sect. He didn't even consider how big the gap between his realm and the blood nightmare demon Luo was. The topics discussed by these foundation building monks were not so easy to find out. It was clearly leaked by He Yuan on purpose so that these foundation building monks would bow down. I think He Yuan would definitely not refuse these people to join him. But these things have nothing to do with me at the moment. Luo Chen shook his head, retracted his thoughts, and put them on the densely packed rice paper in front of him. There were countless words recorded on it. These were all his efforts for half a year. After receiving Han Zhan's deliberate guidance, he understood the essence of power and the principle that everything changes but remains the same, so the deduction progress was greatly increased. He removed the dross from those first level and second level exercises and took the essence. Now, the final finishing work has begun. Concentrating his mind, Luo Chen wrote a book on a piece of rice paper. The words on it are simple and straightforward, but contain great truth. If Yao Kun is here, just take a look and you will feel that it is not true. Nothing else. Because of this paragraph, Luo Chen has begun to integrate some of the essence of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. In his opinion, the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra is more like a method for demon cultivation than a method for human cultivation. Although it is mainly about cultivating the power of fire attributes, some of its characteristics are clearly in line with the physique of the demon race. If he can integrate its characteristics into the new method, even if the grade of the created method cannot reach the fourth level, it is definitely a good third-level method for demon cultivation. It can even be said that it is more suitable for Xiangsun Dao than He Kingzi's forced practice of the Huan sex method. Time passed slowly. 7 months have passed since Luo Chen left the Fian Islands in the blink of an eye. The season has also gone from spring to the hot summer. And the merchant ship of the Bai family caravan finally docked at a huge bay pier. The pier is bustling and bustling. On the big ship, Many monks who had been suppressed for half a year couldn't help but shout excitedly. "We're here, we're finally here." In the quiet cabin, Luo Chen, with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair, couldn't help but exclaim as he held 3 thin sheets of rice paper. "It's done, it's finally done." Han Zon appeared in the 10,000 souls banner with a look of surprise. Xiangxun pushed the door open and wanted to report that they had arrived at the destination. But seeing Luo Chen's ecstatic expression, they understood everything. Han Zon was surprised and said, "Did you really create it?" Luo Chen laughed and threw the 3 sheets of paper into the air. A green flame appeared, and the rice paper turned into ashes. "I said it was done, how could it be false?" Xiangxun, from now on, you can expect a great career. Chapter 570, Pirulong, the so-called Holy Land. Luo Chen's excitement was justified. Along the way, he created a set of exercises and a set of secret techniques. They are the confluence of 10,000 daos and the art of microdust. But the former was not his own achievement. He relied on a large number of achievement points to forcibly complete the transformation of the Sky Peng through the system. What he provided was just a lot of accumulation. To make a figurative analogy, he collected many article fragments and submitted them to AI. After paying a fee, AI helped to complete and generate the second half of an incomplete article. This kind of thing can actually be done by someone else with a little more effort. It can be said that creating the confluence of 10,000 daos is not something he is particularly proud of. Even the art of microdust is the same. Although the art of microdust did not use the system to help deduce, in fact, the 5 secret techniques of forming the elixir that make up this technique are complete in themselves, and each of them can lead to the golden elixir road. Luo Chen just practiced all 5 secret techniques to perfection through personal practice, and then summarized the art of microdust. This kind of thing belongs to, first do it, then summarize and conclude. Among ordinary giant and cultivators, it may be called the best, but it is just a small technique after all. It is absolutely not the master who founded a school and wrote a book. The complacency at that time, now it seems quite laughable. Only now, Luo Chen can be proud of creating his own method of demon cultivation. He is not a demon, and among the many skills and secrets he has learned, there is only one type of demon transformation. In this case, combining the strengths of hundreds of schools, understanding the power conversion, not relying on the system at all, and creating a method of demon cultivation purely with his own wisdom and knowledge. How can he not be proud? Such a creation, let alone ordinary giant and cultivators, even some Yuanying's Hunren, I am afraid they are not capable of it. This can be seen from Han Zon's surprised and shocked tone. It's a pity that it's not a human cultivation method. Otherwise, this technique alone, combined with my secret technique of forming a pill, microdust Yuan Shu, would be enough to create a Taoist school and leave my legacy. While feeling pleased, Luo Chen still had some regrets. In the eastern wilderness, he had also founded a sect. But in Luo Tian's sect, there was only the microdust Yuan Shu he left behind, and no inherited techniques he personally created. The techniques practiced by its inner disciples were all collected from outside, and could not be called the so-called secrets of the sect. Even the confluence of 10,000 daos was just a method of body refining, and it was not a traditional method of body refining, but a pure method of physical training. Even Wang Yuan only borrowed it and did not practice it. It can be said that his so-called founding of a sect was incomplete, and at best it was just an alternative Yanmen. At this moment, the noise from the outside world seemed to have disappeared. When Jianzhuan learned that Luo Chen had really created a method of cultivation for himself, he covered his mouth and was very excited. With a plop, the woman knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Thank you, master. Xiangxun will never forget it." Luo Chen smiled casually, "It's just a small matter, don't worry about it." Although he said so, the great kindness in it is hard to describe. You know, ordinary monsters generally don't have the method of cultivation. Most of them rely on instinct to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and use years to accumulate realms little by little. Only the big monsters with blood inheritance will occasionally awaken 1 or 2 methods of cultivation after reaching a certain realm. The 2 great spirit beasts under Luo Chen's command. After taking a large amount of top-grade Emperor Liu Jiang, the Black King got a blood inheritance by chance, but it was still unclear. Xiangxun has almost no change except that his foundation is more solid. Now Luo Chen's granting of the law is tantamount to the grace of rebirth, the gift of blood. The call of master is sincere and heartfelt. Seeing the master and servant singing in unison, Hanzan felt quite resentful. Why are you burning so fast? Show it to me first. Luo Chen waved his hand. The original manuscript is too rough, and some details need to be refined. After it is revised, you can borrow it. After all, you have made a lot of efforts to create this set of exercises. Hanzan was curious, does it need to be refined? Luo Chen nodded, yes, the method of transformation at the end is improved by me based on the recipe of the transformation pill. Although it can be practiced, it is not appropriate after all. Xiangxun stood up and said puzzledly, but I have already transformed, why do I still need to practice the method of transformation? Luo Chen thought for a while, and said carefully, in my understanding, the transformation thunder tribulation is both a disaster and a fortune. By going through the tribulation, the monster beast can not only have the desired body size, but also the soul will be tempered, thereby transforming the advantage of years of practice into pure and condensed, thereby making up for the gap in soul with the human cultivators. Therefore, you still need to practice the method of transformation, go through the thunder tribulation of heaven and earth, and complete the last trip. Xiangxun was confused. Hanzan seemed to be thinking about something. Normal demon beasts have basically practiced for much longer than immortal cultivators. In theory, their souls and spirits are much stronger than those of immortal cultivators. But in reality, below the nascent soul stage, the souls and spirits of immortal cultivators are stronger than those of demon beasts of the same level. The difference is the comparison between quality and quantity. The transformation thunder tribulation is what the heavenly Dao uses to make up for the shortcoming of demon cultivation. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen actually understood this. I realized it later. He sighed and said, it seems that you have gained a lot from this creation of the technique. Luo Chen smiled, I have gained a little, I have gained a little. He said he had gained a little, but he was already very happy in his heart. Give him a little more time to settle down, and he can transform these gains into tangible power. In this way, it can be said that the efforts of July are not wasted. Through the window, thousands of sails are falling and hundreds of boats are gathering outside. The man stretched lazily. Let's go. It's time to go to Langguang Island and head to Filang City. He casually cast a cleaning spell to remove all traces and auras related to him in the cabin. The man in black wrapped the soul refining flag with white cloth and carried it on his back, and calmly left the cabin. Xiangxun followed behind him, full of admiration, step by step. The footsteps stopped at the deck. Luo Chen took Xiangxun and hid behind the crowd, watching the scene on the dock silently. It was Wu Qi. He brought a group of people and deliberately guarded the dock to welcome someone. I don't know where he got the news from, but he just happened to guard the Bai family merchant ship. However, unfortunately, after the grand preparations, the person he welcomed was not the real owner. He Yuanshu didn't notice it at first. He was still a little surprised, but when he saw Wu Qi, a capable general under the command of Blood Nightmare Demon Luo, bringing people to greet him, he just thought that the other party knew about his arrival. After all, he didn't restrain his breath at all along the way. Anyone with a little bit of interest could find out his whereabouts. He also used this method to inform Zhu Mo Luo that he, the direct descendant of the Yuanmo sect, had arrived. Such a welcome was justified. He even felt that this welcoming lineup was not grand enough. There were only 3 giant cultivators and a dozen foundation-building cultivators. This kind of lineup was really shabby. When the Yuanmo sect was still there, the true disciples of the 3 main veins had many followers under their command. When they traveled, they could often command many strong men of the same level. Those who were valued would have branch veins as guardians to protect them. He Yuan comforted himself in his heart, this is a different time, and that is a different time. I have to get used to it. When the demon sect is restored in the future, the so-called pomp and glory will be at my fingertips. However, when his eyes touched Wu Qi's doubtful gaze and the divine consciousness that swept over him unscrupulously, he finally realized that something was wrong. The 2 giant and early-stage cultivators beside Wu Qi had never seen the real master. They only knew that they were going to meet an extremely powerful alchemist today. They also had a good relationship with Wu Qi, so they got this opportunity to meet him in advance and get to know him. It would be more convenient for them to ask for elixirs in the future. When they saw him coming and getting off the boat, he had a very strong aura and a wanton and unruly look. He really had the demeanor of a descendant of a holy land. They thought they had received a real master. Although they were surprised why Iwuki stopped, they couldn't help but speak first. I guess this is the demon lord Qinggang. I have heard of your name for a long time. I have heard of your name for a long time. Just as the two spoke, Wu Qi's face changed slightly, and he felt something was wrong. He quickly said, "Two Taoist friends, don't." However, it was too late. He Yuan, who was surrounded by people, was furious, and his spiritual pressure was overflowing. "What Qinggang demon lord? I am He Yuanzi, the direct descendant of Yuanmo. Let Zhu and Mo Luo come to see me." The powerful giant in spiritual pressure pressed forward, directly forcing the two giant masters who wanted to come forward to make their faces familiar to retreat in embarrassment. The onlookers were also shocked. They were shocked because the other party suddenly attacked, but they were shocked because the other party called Zhu Ain's Henren directly and in a condescending tone. "Zhu Ain Mo Luo, that's the master of the Mo Luo school. How can a Yuaning's Henren let others shout at him like this? If this gets out, how can their Mo Luo school still gain a foothold in the North Sea cultivation world?" However, before others can speak, Wu Qi's pupils shrank. He saw the deep and dark mana fluctuations under the tyrannical spiritual pressure on He Yuan. That is demonic energy. Pure demonic energy. Recalling the information he had obtained before, he suddenly realized. He pushed his two friends aside and walked forward against He Yuan's spiritual pressure. As he walked, his lips moved, but no sound came out. He Yuan, who was furious, raised his eyebrows after hearing the other party's voice transmission. He snorted coldly. "I have something important to do now, so I won't argue with you. But I will remember this offense." Humph. After a heavy displeasure and cold snort, he strode forward. Wu Qi, who was blocking the way in front, quickly made way and directed everyone to follow He Yuan. Two pale-faced giant and cultivators came over and wanted to ask for clarification. Wu Qi shook his head and just gestured to follow. Before leaving, Wu Qi looked at the Bai family merchant ship with some regrets, but he didn't find the figure he wanted to see in the end. On the Bai family merchant ship, the lively atmosphere before became a little depressed with a farce. After the parties left, they started to talk in a low voice again, like a group of mosquitoes. "I thought Master He Yuan was warmly received by the Ma Luo sect, but it was such a misunderstanding. Who is the demon lord Qinggang? He actually caused Wu Qi from the Wushan Island to personally lead people to greet him. Why haven't I heard of this person before? The name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Let's not talk about that. Master He Yuan hasn't even joined the Ma Luo sect yet, but he has already had such unpleasantness with the giant and cultivators there. I'm afraid that fellow Luo Chen and the others will not have a peaceful life if they follow him. I don't think so. Master He Yuan is very powerful. Just by showing his cultivation, he has overwhelmed two people of the same level. In his words, he was even rude to the blood nightmare Ma Luo, who is a nascent soul true person. His identity must be extremely noble. Fellow Luo Chen and the others are probably holding on to a thick thigh. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. Count the goods on the ship and prepare to go to the island for trading. By the way, notify the other passengers. Hey, where is fellow Taoist Luo Hai? Bai Xiang swept his spiritual sense over, but there was no sign of Luo Hai. Someone nearby casually said, maybe he got off the boat during the chaos. Bai Xiang frowned. Luo Hai was really weird. He was obviously experienced in human relations and proficient in negotiation, but he behaved quite strangely after getting on the boat. Now he left without saying hello when he arrived at Lenguang Island. After thinking for a while, he shook his head helplessly. Maybe I misjudged him. He is just a rookie who learned some ways of dealing with the world from the elders of his family. That's why he is good at some things and impatient at others. It's just that the forces of all parties on Lenguang Island are complicated and mixed. He is traveling alone without anyone to rely on. If he offends someone he shouldn't offend, he can only wish for the best. Luo Hai, the rookie mentioned by Bai Xiang, was walking on Lenguang Island at this moment. Stepping on the solid land, the feeling of drifting and helpless on the boat suddenly dissipated. Luo Chen looked around and took in the local customs. Those buildings eroded by the sea breeze, the clothing style that is very different from that of the East Wilderness, the accent with a slight accent. These are all appearances. In fact, he was communicating with Hanzan through telepathy and chatting happily. Just as you thought, the demon Luo clan is quite concerned about you. Someone came to wait for you before you arrived. Haha, It just so happens that I don't have to fall into their sight at the first time with the cover of the yuan. It seems that they value you very much. Why do you have to go around in circles? Before I thoroughly understand what kind of person Blood Nightmare Demon Luo is, I dare not contact him. At this point, Luo Chen's pace slowed down slightly. It's very strange. Why can he Yuan, a giant and true person, be so rude to Blood Nightmare Demon Luo, a Yuaning true person, in his words? This is completely contrary to my previous impression that strength is respected and realm is supreme in the world of cultivation. Han Zan chuckled, is it really contrary? Think about it carefully. Luo Chen frowned slightly, his thoughts flowed in his mind, and finally a picture suddenly emerged. That was the first time Tawan came to Xianlan Fairy City after he won the position of Dao Seed and became the Daozi of Kingdom Valley. He remembered very clearly that Tawan, who was only in the foundation establishment stage at the time, was accompanied by a Jindan's Henren, and the other party obviously listened to Tawan's command. Luo Chen was thoughtful. Han Zan said slowly, it seems that you have figured it out. Although you have established a Jindan sect before, you were not born in a formal sect after all, and you don't know some things about the major sects. In the sect, realm and strength can indeed affect the status of cultivators. But there is a kind of person who can skip these two restrictions. That is the genius. Genius with outstanding qualifications is the hope of the sect. For this hope for the future, the sect is willing to pour completely unequal resources into the other party. Pills, magic weapons, exercises, even let high-level cultivators protect them specifically to ensure that they successfully exchange their talents and become the top powerhouses of the sect. Luo Chen responded, do you mean that Yuan is that kind of genius? Han Zan hummed, it's about the same. After all, he is a being who can cultivate pure demonic energy in the Jindan stage, and he is the most noble descendant of the Yuanmo lineage of the Yuanmo sect. The number of Yuanying strongmen in such a sacred place of the Huashin is far more than that of ordinary Yuanying upper sects like us. This also leads to the fact that the status of Yuanying's Henren in the sect is not as lofty as you casual cultivators think. If there are too many, they are not valuable. Scarcity makes things valuable. Luo Chen still understands this principle. But understanding is one thing, and it is really too inconsistent for a dignified Yuanying's Henren to be ignored by Jindan cultivators. The Holy Land does not care how many nascent soul real people it can produce. What they want is the seedlings who can cultivate to the God transformation stage. This also leads to the fact that the status of Jindan cultivators who are expected to achieve the God transformation stage will surpass some ordinary nascent soul real people. Luo Chen found it hard to accept. How can those who can achieve the nascent soul stage be ordinary? The so-called ordinary and excellent is never about the level of realm, but a horizontal comparison. All of us who practice cultivation are selected from the best among the best. A foundation-building cultivator is naturally powerful among thousands of key refining cultivators. But if he is among hundreds of foundation-building cultivators of the same level, he must also be ranked and judged as excellent and ordinary. How can this set of standards not be applied to nascent soul real people? Luo Chen opened his mouth and finally said dejectedly, perhaps, it's not that I don't understand nascent soul real people, but that I don't understand the so-called Holy Land of the God transformation. Han Zan smiled, but this time he didn't feel relaxed, and it was filled with a hint of heavy bitterness. In front of the Holy Land of the God transformation, the nascent soul real people like them who emerged from millions of cultivators are actually nothing. As powerful as the divine Yuan's Henren of the Five Elements divine sect and the Hehuan patriarch of the Hehuan sect, these are all famous late-stage nascent soul cultivators, but they still beg for an opportunity to enter the Holy Land for cultivation. The Holy Land of the Transformation God is the ultimate existence that truly dominates the mountain and sea realm. Skipping this heavy topic, Han Zan asked, what are you going to do next? Luo Chen forced a smile, didn't I think about it before? First, settle down in Filang City, and then act according to the situation. Han Zan did not object. In the afterglow of the sunset, the man in black, carrying a white strip on his back, gradually walked towards a magnificent city that was all green and shone with a cold and quiet color. Chapter 571, Writing a Book, Sudden Enlightenment in the Valley. Lengguang Island. As the leading super island in the southeast of the North Sea, the land area is extremely large, almost as vast as two Yuding domains. There are countless minerals, spiritual plants, lakes and mountains on it, which looks like an inland area. Such rich resources, combined with the many large and small spiritual veins, have attracted many forces to thrive here. However, among these forces, Feiling City is the most famous and the strongest. No other reason. Because Feiling City has a city lord in the nascent soul stage, Feiling Zhenren. It is rumored that this woman once had an old relationship with a nascent soul Zhenren of the Yuanmo sect, and it was also because of him that she could dominate Feiling City with a 4th level spiritual vein. After getting this city, this woman's actions are very different from those of ordinary cultivators. She did not establish a sect or a family. She just practiced in the cave paradise of the 4th level spiritual vein in the city as a casual cultivator. Such a peaceful and non-contentious life also left the excellent resources of Feiling City idle. Therefore, after getting the other party's consent, the forces of all sizes in other places of Langwang Island began to gradually settle in Feiling City and do various businesses. Every year, they only need to contribute a certain amount of income to Master Feiling to get the other party's protection. Under this model, the entire Langwang Island gradually formed a strange situation where there were all kinds of people, but there was a leader. After entering the city, Luo Chen walked on the wide street, thinking in his heart. Master Feiling seemed to be non-competitive and non-demanding, but in fact, he did not lose any of the profits he should have earned. On the contrary, through this method, he saved a lot of time from managing the sect and the burden of the family, and used it to concentrate on practicing. This model is feasible. Maybe I can learn from it? However, if I want to learn from this model, I must have the absolute strength to suppress one side and protect one side. Just like what I did in the Feian Islands. But it is obvious that at present, except for having absolute strength in some remote places with few resources, I can't do that kind of absolute suppression when I go to the resource-rich areas. On the contrary, because of the low realm, even if you grab a piece of land, it will attract covetousness from all parties. By then, it will be another storm. Therefore, it is better to find a force to rely on. After all, it is better to take shelter under a big tree. Suddenly, Luo Chen stopped. Turning around, he looked calmly at a young man who stopped in a hurry. The other party was wearing a linen robe, with a seemingly kind smile on his face, but in fact he was a bit cunning. Seeing that Luo Chen had discovered him, the man hurriedly bowed. "I am Liu Zhenhui, I am honored." Speaking of the matter, Luo Chen said coldly. Liu Zhenhui got straight to the point. After introducing himself, he didn't care about Luo Chen's cold attitude. He immediately continued, "Dao Yao, you are a foreign cultivator who has just arrived in Feiling City. You may not know much about this city. I have lived here for 100 years and am very familiar with the streets and alleys. Dao Yao, you only need to pay a small amount of spirit stones. I am willing to be your guide and let you be like a fish in water in the next 1-month trade fair." Luo Chen listened to the other party's introduction quietly and shook his head. No need. After saying that, he left with a wave of his sleeves. Liu Zhenhui was stunned. It was the first time he saw a foreign cultivator who refused so directly, without even asking the price. However, how could the fat sheep he had finally set his eyes on run away so easily? He hurriedly followed. "Dao Yao, believe me. If you don't have anyone to guide you, whether you are selling goods or buying resources, it is easy to suffer losses. Often, a resource sells for 1,000 spirit stones in the south of the city, but only 500 in the north. Another example is the cave leasing business. There are 3 major giant families doing this business together. Although the prices are unified, the concentration of spiritual energy in the caves is also different. You ask me for help, and I will definitely help you choose the cave with the best cost performance." As he walked and talked, until Liu Zhenhui's lips were almost broken, the red-faced young man remained indifferent. Liu Zhenhui's face was not very good, and he suddenly jumped in front of Luo Chen. "Dao Yao, you may not know that Feiling City does not prohibit fighting." Luo Chen looked at him coldly and uttered 2 words. "Get out of the way." Liu Zhenhui subconsciously wanted to scold, but after touching the other's eyes, he unconsciously felt timid. In a trance, when he woke up, he found that the red-faced man had disappeared in the bustling crowd. At this time, 3 people followed from behind. "Brother Liu, why didn't you keep the man and woman? Is it because you offered too high a price and he didn't agree? In my opinion, you can give more. Anyway, after we trick him, we can just choose a secluded place and do him. The price must not be too low, otherwise the other party will definitely be suspicious." Let's listen to Brother Liu's explanation of what happened. Facing the three people's questions, Liu Zhenhui opened his mouth and his face flushed. Finally, he squeezed out a sentence, "I don't know either." Yes, how could he know the secret of Luo Chen's illusion? After the perfection of the mirror flower and water moon, it has been rooted in his eyes. Even if the main cultivation method is changed, it can be activated normally. Facing those who are lower than his realm, this technique can be said to be invincible. Even if it is a strong man of the same level, Luo Chen is sure that the other party will be caught without knowing it. When fighting against a higher level, Luo Chen is worried about backlash, so he basically doesn't use it. This leaves Zhenhui is only in the early stage of foundation building. Under Luo Chen's glance, he can only give way obediently. On a relatively quiet street, Luo Chen curled his lips. It is said that Feiling City is in chaos, and it is true. Just from the fact that there are guides for entering the city everywhere, we can get a glimpse of the whole situation. With his divine sense, how could he not detect the conspiracy of Liu Zhenhui and others? But Feiling City cannot stop private fighting, which is quite troublesome and not very suitable for living. Luo Chen muttered, and stopped in front of a relatively quiet shop. Looking up, there were several pale gold characters on the sign. Feiling Cave Mansion Management Office. Luo Chen knew a lot about Feiling City. Whether it was the Chronicle of Feiling City he read a few years ago, or the large amount of information collected by the Feian caravan several times, he could move freely without the guidance of a guide. For example, this management office is one of the three major forces in Feiling City that manage cave mansion rentals. The price may be high, but the reputation is also the best. Here, Luo Chen may be able to choose a satisfactory cave mansion. Without much hesitation, Luo Chen took Yanzhuan and stepped into it. Half an hour later, a white-haired old man, trembling, led a man and a woman into a remote valley. Although the valley is remote, it is not desolate. There are many gorgeous exotic flowers and plants planted in it, especially orchids. As the old man walked, he introduced, although Feiling City has a fourth-level spiritual vein, the place where the spiritual energy gathers is quite scattered, and it is also very troublesome to manage. Therefore, the real person divided the management rights to our Zhou, Wu, and Jin families. This Jiaju Cave Mansion is located in the north of the city, quite far from the trade fair square. However, although the place is remote, the concentration of spiritual energy is actually at the third level. It is just suitable for this Taoist friend to use. When he said this, his eyes passed Luo Chen and fell on Yanzhuan. In order to rent a suitable third-level cave, it is necessary to show the Jinden cultivation. However, Luo Chen asked Yanzhuan to show it, concealing his realm. In this way, he can also temporarily cover up his whereabouts. Of course, Xiangxun is still exploring these things, so Luo Chen has to take the lead in negotiating the price. He looked around and showed satisfaction. Although the terrain is remote, it is quiet and peaceful, especially the concentration of spiritual energy is guaranteed. As long as the security work is done well, everything will be fine. Fellow Taoist Zhou, what about the price? The old monk Zhou stroked his beard and said seriously, because you are renting it for a short period of time, the price is relatively high. In addition, the trade fair is about to be held recently, and there are many high-level monks coming to Feiling City, so we have also made an upward adjustment to the price. 1 month, 150,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Take the initiative to go to the management office to renew the payment at the end of the month. If you want to convert it to a long-term lease, it will start at least 10 years, and the price can be discounted to 120,000 per month. Collect 150,000 in 1 month. Wow, this business is too easy to do. Luo Chen was a little jealous. No wonder those high-level monks like to dominate a region. Even if they don't establish a sect, they must ensure that a region belongs to them. Let alone collecting rent, I don't know how much they can earn. Although he was jealous, Luo Chen decided to rent this place. Apart from other things, both Xiangxun and himself really needed a cave with a third-level spiritual energy concentration for cultivation. The improvement of realm depends on the hard work accumulated day by day. Now, it is just a matter of exchanging spiritual stones for time. It is worth it. After Luo Chen handed over the spiritual stones, the old monk gave Xiangxun a jade pendant. What is this? Xiangxun asked. The old monk smiled and said, whenever a strange Jinden monk comes to Feiling City, there will be such a jade pendant. Our three families will leave messages on it and hold some exchanges for high-level monks regularly. Whether it is to exchange cultivation experience or to exchange goods, I believe that fellow Taoists will gain something. Of course, whether to go or not is up to you. After speaking, he turned and left. Xiangxuan held the jade pendant and looked at Luo Chen. Keep it for now, you can go and see it later. After speaking, Luo Chen set up in the valley. Bury the conferred god compass and activate the Lanian mist array. After extracting the spiritual energy from the earth veins, layers of rain clouds flew up into the sky, and wisps of mist spread in all directions, covering the entire valley. In this way, with the protection of the large formation, it not only has a certain defensive power, but also can cover the spiritual consciousness and prevent the outside strong from spying. In particular, under the auspices of Hanzan, this formation can even block the spiritual consciousness of the Yuanying strong. Sorry for the trouble, senior. It's okay, after all, helping you is also helping me. Hanzan said casually after adjusting the formation. Luo Chen entered the wooden house in the valley and set up his own spiritual gathering formation on the spiritual gathering formation arranged by the Zhou family. The concentration of spiritual energy has increased by 30% visible to the naked eye. I just don't know if the spiritual veins in other places will be reduced if he increases it here. Luo Chen chuckled and began to take out things from the stored ring. Looking around, it was all kinds of crab claws, crab feet, and round and smooth demon pills. During those years in Zuanian Sea, Luo Chen, Black King and Bianzhuan worked together to capture many demon crabs. The total number was over 1,000. 99% of these demon crabs were second level. Luo Chen refined the shells alive into Black Emperor paste for his body refining. All the flesh and blood were either eaten by him as blood food or given to Black King. Therefore, what was left at the end were basically the things that Black King had difficulty digesting at the beginning. These resources were not very useful to Luo Chen, but they were not useless. The North Sea was rich in resources and there were many demon beasts, so alchemists liked to use demon pills as medicine. Thousands of second-level demon pills were worth a lot of money. Those hard crab feet and claws could also be used to make various magic tools. According to Luo Chen's previous estimate, this batch of resources could bring back millions of spirit stones. Not only that. Next, Luo Chen took out a batch of similar materials from the stored ring. Although similar, it is obviously larger in size and harder in material, especially the demonic aura left on it is extremely strong. Obviously, this is the Demon King level demon crab material collected by Luo Chen in his last year. After refining the 4th level Black Emperor paste, all of them were kept. Selling this batch of materials can change the embarrassing situation and make things more comfortable. Luo Chen used to be very wealthy. Relying on alchemy, the income of Luo Xianzong, and the spoils of several battles, his wealth once exceeded tens of millions. Not to mention the foundation building stage, even among the golden elixir cultivators, he is a wealthy person. But with the formation of the elixir, participating in the war of development, the mountain moving plan, and daily practice, his family assets were almost emptied. He was short of money, and only after arriving at the Fian Islands did he wantonly suck the blood of those low-level cultivator families. Speaking of which, it is a bit immoral. After disposing of this batch of materials, the spiritual stones earned should allow me to gain a lot at this trade fair. After counting, Luo Chen put the materials of various grades into storage bags one by one. Then, he handed all the storage bags to Tianzhuan. Do you still remember the shops I told you about on the way? Master, I still remember them. This batch of materials is a bit large, and one store may not be able to handle it. You can go to a few more stores and separate the goods. It doesn't matter if the price is low. Try to exchange it for spiritual stones as soon as possible. Luo Chen instructed carefully. It took more than half a year. Tianzhuan, under Luo Chen's guidance, has already practiced the improved spiritual art of condensing breath. Luo Chen also engraved the hidden formation for him, and Hanzan's little tricks. It can be said that as long as he is not a Yuanying's Henren, ordinary beings cannot see through the other party's true body. In this way, Tianzhuan can run around outside and do some trivial things for Luo Chen. Luo Chen then planned to perfect the set of self-created demon cultivation techniques, and at the same time, use it as a reference to complete his cultivation method. The next day, Xiangxuan took the demon crab materials out to trade. The Lord of Feiling actually only held a high-level auction this time, and the so-called trade fair was just organized by the people below. It may be a grand event for ordinary low-level cultivators, but Luo Chen did not take it seriously and did not plan to participate in it. However, this kind of trade fair gave Xiangxun a good opportunity to sell goods. After Xiangxun left, Luo Chen took out a pile of white jade with good texture from the storage ring and sat in concentration. After concentrating for a while, he began to mobilize his magic power and used his fingers as a pen to slowly write on the white jade. The first sentence he wrote was the name. Since it was tailor-made for Xiangxun and combined with many techniques such as Yu He's Hanjing and Xian Huang Nirvana Sutra, the name came easily. Huan Yu's secret book has started, and the rest will be easier. Luo Chen, who had already made up his mind, wrote down his thoughts word by word. Compared with the rough first version, this refined version is more meticulous, and some details are gradually completed after careful consideration. Taking the meaning of 10,000 Daos convergence to refine the body, the essence of 9,000 miles to make up for the flying speed, and dust Chuanshu to purify the mana are also integrated into it. Drop by drop, little by little. Gradually, Huan Yu's secret book is more and more supplemented and improved, and even has the meaning of all-encompassing. In this process, Luo Chen is still constantly comparing it with the two major key and body refining methods he has practiced. The essence of the power of this world is unchanging, and it is all based on the so-called heaven and earth spiritual energy as the basic energy source. What changes is the direction of practice and the means of output. In this way, some of the previous restrictions on oneself mean that they can be exchanged and converted with each other. Sticking to the form will fall into the inferior. Pursuing the essence is the right way. Unconsciously, through writing a book, Luo Chen began to summarize and perfect what he had learned, removing the dross and retaining the essence, illuminating the grand road ahead. In the wooden house in the valley with rich spiritual energy, the man in a white robe and red face sat there quietly, frowning from time to time, and relieved from time to time, with an inexplicable charm surrounding him. The white banner leaning against a corner of the house, the figure on it changed, and finally revealed Hanzan's old face. Looking at this scene, the heart could not calm down for a long time. Enlightenment. The quiet sigh, no one could hear, but the meaning of surprise and admiration in it was not concealed. Hanzan, who is a Yuanying's Henrin at his peak, naturally knew what this scene meant. Under the huge accumulation and countless times of practice, Luo Chen finally changed from quantitative to qualitative, and entered the state of enlightenment when he created his own skills. This state can be called opportunity. It cannot be encountered, and it cannot be sought. It is difficult for ordinary people to encounter it once in their lifetime. Even a Yuanying's Henrin would like to enter this state and perceive the laws of heaven and earth. But he didn't expect that Luo Chen would meet him in the Jinden period. It was a bit of a waste. But if Luo Chen could gain something from it, either his strength would soar, or his future path of cultivation would no longer be bumpy and completely smooth. Either way, it would be a huge good thing. Hanzan sighed and jumped out of the one-hand banner. Coming to the center of the valley, he shook out a magic power, and the clouds and fog that filled the surroundings suddenly became thicker, and even soaked with dew. The Lanian mystery has been opened to the limit. I saw a friend saying that I said that I had never stopped updating and never asked for leave when asking for votes. Then I actually asked for leave, and secretly deleted the leave note as if nothing had happened. I need to explain this matter. When asking for votes, I said that I had never stopped updating and had not asked for leave. That was last year in 2023. Last year, I really did not ask for leave, and the average number of words updated was 8,000 words per day, which was not fake at all. I started to ask for leave on January 2nd, 2024, and this was the first time. Then I asked for leave on January 16th, February 6th, and 10th respectively. In total, I asked for leave 4 times, which is also shown in the background update log and the update time of your catalog chapters. You can check it. It is really not possible to update in 2024 this year. Basically, I update 4,000 words a day. I have never said that I update 8,000 words a day this year, and I have never said that I have not stopped updating and asked for leave once in 2024. Finally, the matter of secretly deleting the leave note was actually because I heard from a friend that some readers listen to books, and the leave note affects the listening experience, so they will delete it after the new chapter is updated. I have observed that many authors' books are also like this. They will delete the leave note after the update. The reason why I spent these hundreds of words to explain is not that the author is guilty or angry, but just don't want readers to misunderstand. If I am a salted fish, old readers should know that my previous book Rebirth of 2006 has a nickname called Rebirth of Taking Leave Every Day, and I have never concealed or defended the salted fish. The explanation ends here, and if there is a leave note later, it will be deleted. I hope that reader friend understands. Chapter 572, Xiangxuan Sells Treasures, Xianyun Merchant Alliance. On a remote street in Filang City, a woman with a slightly rebellious look in her eyes stopped. She looked up at the gold-plated sign. Jin's Hen Shop. After comparing it with a name in her memory, the woman blinked and walked in. A waiter came up to greet her. Before the other party could introduce herself, the woman got straight to the point. I have a batch of monster materials here. Do you want to take them? The waiter was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, we at Jin's Hen Shop do take materials from monsters, but if the grade is low. Before the other party finished speaking, the woman flipped her wrist and a huge crab claw appeared in her hand. The strong demonic aura spread immediately. Many customers in the store looked over. The waiter's eyes widened. The crab claw of the third-level blue emperor crab, this. Will you take it? Yes, of course. The materials of the third-level demon king, and the sharpest crab claws, are definitely the first choice for refining magic tools and magic treasures. How could their shop refuse them? However, before he could make an offer, the woman patted the storage bag on her waist. I still have a lot here. If you can give me a satisfactory price, they will all be yours. And more. And a lot. The waiter swallowed his saliva. This kind of business was no longer something that a mere key-refining cultivator like him could negotiate. Without thinking, he extended his hand to invite. Senior, please come to the backyard. I will notify the shopkeeper immediately, and he will come to discuss this business with you in person. The woman hummed and stepped into the backyard of the shop without any scruples. After a while, a middle-aged man with a rosy face trotted into the backyard. When he first saw the woman, he straightened his manners and said respectfully, I am Jin Datun, the shopkeeper of the Jin's Hen Shop. What is your name? Xiangxuan. So it's fellow Taoist Xiangxuan. Jin Datun smiled. I heard that you have crab claws of the third-level blue emperor crab, and there are quite a few. Xiangxuan did not answer, but threw them casually. The next moment, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground could be heard one after another in the courtyard. Jin Datun stared at the piles of monster materials in the courtyard. Crab claws, crab feet. One by one, in pairs, ferocious yet with a strange beauty. The strong demonic aura accumulated in one place, almost rising to the sky. If there were no shielding formation in the backyard to isolate the internal and external auras, I'm afraid I don't know how many people would pay attention to it. But even so, Jin Datun, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was shocked. Second-level monster crab. Almost 90% of them are second-level quality monster crab materials, and basically all come from green emperor crabs. In addition, there is a complete set of third-level green emperor crab materials. They are so dense that they almost fill the entire courtyard. Even the woman named Xiangxuan showed dissatisfaction on her face, as if she was still not satisfied. Jin Datun suppressed his excitement. Daoyao Xiangxuan, did you slaughter a group of green emperor crabs? Xiangxuan glanced at him. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, take a look at the goods and make an offer. Jin Datun nodded repeatedly, but did not check it immediately. Instead, he sent a voice transmission in front of Xiangxuan. Then he explained to Xiangxuan, the number is a bit large. With my strength alone, I am afraid that I can't count it all until dark. I notified 2 tribesmen to come and count together. Please wait for a moment. Xiangxuan had no objection, with his hands behind his back. Then you count first, I'll go to your shop to take a look, and we'll talk about this business after the count. Jin Datun was stunned. Is he so confident? Apart from anything else, if this business is negotiated, the initial transaction amount must be more than 500,000 spirit stones. The other party is so careless. But since the other party is so confident, he has no objection. He immediately notified the key refining stage waiter to receive Xiangxuan one-on-one and let her to visit the Jin's Hen Shop. Senior, this magic weapon is called Broken Gold Axe. Although it is only of the upper grade, its attack strength is not inferior to the top grade attack magic weapons of the water, earth and wood series. The price is also very suitable, Only 4,000 lower grade spirit stones. This is the quicksand horn blade, which is divided into a pair of main and auxiliary, which is enough to be a top grade magic weapon. The quicksand blade is responsible for defense, and the curved horn blade is responsible for attack. It is a rare offensive and defensive weapon. There is an endless stream of foundation building cultivators who come to ask the price every day, but the price of up to 8,000 lower grade spirit stones makes many people stay away. With your wealth, it is more than enough to take this treasure. Listening to the waiter's introduction, Xiangxun nodded repeatedly. It is worthy of being a human cultivator. The use of external objects has reached the pinnacle, which is absolutely not comparable to ordinary monsters. As for the several magic weapons displayed in the store that the other party introduced in a short time, she tasted them and felt that they were quite powerful. If a foundation building cultivator obtains it and refines it well, a general second-level monster will definitely suffer a great loss once it encounters it. Speaking of which, I also have a human body, and it is much easier to refine magic tools than monsters. Perhaps I can get a handy weapon. If I encounter combat in the future, I can also help the master more. She paused and asked, "Don't you have any magic weapons in your store?" The waiter was a little embarrassed. Xiangxun frowned and said directly, "As far as I know, there are business dealings with several casting workshops behind the Jinsun shop. It's impossible that there is not even a magic weapon to guard the store, right?" The waiter waved his hand hurriedly. Just at this moment, a voice transmission came into his ears, and after listening to it, he felt relieved. "If the senior wants to purchase a magic weapon, it's not impossible, but you need to report the origin and master." Xiangxun questioned. The waiter gritted his teeth and explained, "Don't worry, senior. We will never leak that information in our Jinsun shop. The reason for this requirement is that there are too many foreign cultivators pouring into Langguang Island recently, and there are also fights and killings in Filang City. If a demon robbery cultivator buys a handy weapon and kills the family cultivator who casts the magic weapon, it will be troublesome. Therefore, the several major forces that hand over the magic weapon to us for sale have this condition. It's okay for general magic weapons, but the purchaser of the magic weapon must be counted to facilitate tracking after the incident." Is this a self-protection method for local cultivators? Xiangxun did not comment. "Take me to see it first." The waiter breathed a sigh of relief and took Xiangxun to the second floor. Someone upstairs had already prepared and took out 2 magic weapons of good quality. 1 water and 1 soil, with different powers. Especially the water magic weapon, it has a 3-point increase in the mana of the water-based giant and cultivator. After Xiangxun carefully read it, he waved his hand under the expectant eyes of the shop waiter. "Forget it, it's not suitable for me." Xiangxun went downstairs without paying attention to the waiter's disappointment. Indeed, although these 2 magic weapons are good, they are really not suitable for her. Xiangxun's original body is Xiangxun Dao, and she is naturally friendly to the wind, gold, and water systems. If she is divided according to the spiritual roots of human cultivators, she has both gold and water spiritual roots, and 1 wind spiritual root. Logically, the water magic weapon is very suitable for her. But after years of practice, she is best at wind methods. Whether it is the violent wind sweeping, wind vortex stirring, or even the small-scale tornado that she used before, they all belong to this category. Therefore, she wants a magic weapon with wind attribute amplification. While Xiangxun took the opportunity to go shopping and gain knowledge, the work of counting the monster crab materials in the backyard gradually came to an end. The 3 foundation building true cultivators surrounded the large number of materials arranged according to the quality, identifying them while chatting quietly. "This is a large batch of goods. After we get them, whether we supply them to those weapon-making workshops or sell them at trade fairs, our Jin family can make a lot of money. We can definitely make money, but how much we can make is worth talking about. Uncle Wu is right. How much we can make depends on the acquisition cost. Uncle Wu, you have been in contact with that female cultivator for a while. How do you feel about her? Is she easy to deal with?" Jin Datung, who was called Uncle Wu, stopped what he was doing and pondered for a long time. Then he said confidently, "She should be easy to deal with. From what I have seen, this woman is not very experienced in the world. She took out the goods without hearing the price. Not only that, she also let us identify them without any backup plan." Another foundation building cultivator tried, "Lower the price." Jin Datung nodded, "The price must be lowered, Otherwise, how can we make money? Besides, we are the only ones who open the door to do business. If we change to a black shop, we might even kill people and rob goods. The remaining person was a little worried. Being able to hunt so many monster crabs? This woman must have a powerful force behind her. If you press too hard, it might cause trouble. Jin Dutung didn't care. It won't be too much trouble. You have handled this batch of materials before. Most of them are second-level monster crabs, which can be hunted by ordinary foundation-building cultivators. In addition, the residual monster energy on them shows that many years have passed. It must be that some small force has been stockpiling goods for many years and wants to take this opportunity to sell them all at once. But the materials of the third-level Blue Emperor crab, ordinary foundation-building cultivators may not be able to kill the third-level monster king. What if there is a giant in-stage force behind this woman? The tribesmen were still a little worried. Jin Dutung curled his lips and took a huge crab claw. Zioba, take a closer look. The scars on it were not caused by our human cultivators. Zioba came over, took a closer look, and finally realized it. It was caused by the monster. Jin Dutung smiled slightly. Your eyesight is still there. I have not taught you in vain these years. The scars on these third-level monster materials are obviously left by the monsters fighting each other. I guess the forces behind this woman are also lucky and have benefited from it. At this point, he straightened his waist and said confidently, what's more, my Jin family is one of the strongest giant forces on Lenguang Island. There are several shops in Filang City alone. Even if the female cultivator is backed by a giant force, we are not afraid. The other two agreed greatly. Their Jin family is really not afraid of ordinary giant forces. On this Lenguang Island, except for the peaceful Filang's Henren, there are almost no opponents. If it comes to the power of the sect, the Jin family must be a major sect. After a while, the three began to discuss the next business negotiation, focusing on the price. When Xiangsun returned to the backyard, Jin Dutung had dismissed his attendants and personally talked to Xiangsun about the business. 400,000. Xiangsun frowned, feeling unhappy. Are you taking advantage of me because I don't know how to do business and just asking for a price? Jin Dutung calmly pointed at the materials and said, I'm not trying to lower the price. It's just that these materials look very good, but they are very old and have been improperly preserved. There is not much demonic energy left on them, and there are many scars. If they are used to make magic tools, there must be defects. If we accept them, it will not be easy to sell them. In addition, the quantity is too large. If we take out hundreds of thousands of spirit stones at once, even our Jin family can't afford it. Fellow Taoist Xiangsun, you have to consider us. Xiangsun didn't say anything, just looked at the other party coldly. Under her gaze, Jin Dutung felt a sudden pressure for some reason. He wiped the non-existent sweat and continued his performance. You may not know how to forge weapons. Generally, it is best to use complete monster materials to refine magic weapons. But look at this batch of materials. They are all crab feet and crab claws, without bones, blood and flesh. Oh, yes, there is also the most important shell. That is the most suitable high-quality material for making defensive magic weapons. Without these things, it is not easy for us to sell to others. Xiangsun pulled the corner of his mouth. I don't understand what you said. I only know that now the Yuanmo sect has been destroyed, and the North Sea cultivation world is leaderless. Moreover, the righteous and the evil are fighting, and many independent cultivators are taking advantage of the troubled waters. There are also endless monsters dying in the monster sea. The prices of pillow rays, weapons, and various resources are rising. 500,000, Jin Dutung's face was tense. This woman really didn't understand the details of forging monster materials, but she knew the general trend. Obviously, she is not someone who can be fooled. In this way, some of the previous arguments are not suitable to be brought out. He said seriously, then, fellow Taoist, what is your expectation? 700,000. Impossible. Xiangsun took a deep breath. Is it really impossible? Of course not. Jin Dutung subconsciously refuted, but before he finished speaking, his face changed. Across from him, a spiritual pressure rushed towards him. That was definitely not something that a foundation-building cultivator could emit. His mouth was dry. Daoyao Xiangsun, oh no, senior. Let's talk. Xiangsun timely put away the spiritual pressure emitted by the demon pill and said coldly, there is nothing to say, 700,000. If you want it, take it. If not, I will take this batch of materials away. In the huge Feeling City, it is not only your Jinxian store that can take this batch of goods. As far as I know, your Jin family alone has several branches in Feeling City. If you don't want it, are the other Jin family stores also so blind? Jin Dutun opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. Layers of sweat covered his forehead unconsciously. An hour later, Xiangxun left the Jinsun shop with a farewell of Jin Dutun and a giant and cultivator from the Jin family who came to deliver the spirit stones. Let's not talk about how the Jin family judged this business. Xiangxun, on his side, had quite a few insights. The simple and direct communication with the monsters was different from the collision of territorial consciousness. The transactions between human cultivators were obviously more complicated. The struggle for interests was a matter of pennies. People's hearts were evil, and if they didn't have a certain level of strength, they would definitely be eaten to the bone. In the night, Xiangxun was in a separate wooden house in the corner of the valley, thinking. These things seem simple to the master. But he asked me to do it, it seems to be training me. In this case, I can't let the master down. The batch of goods from the Jinsun shop finally brought back a huge sum of 700,000 low-grade spirit stones. But this was only the first batch. Xiangxun still had a lot of them, even the most precious demon pills, which had not been sold yet. The master's expectation before the retreat was to trade back at least 10 million spirit stones. I have to work harder and not be as careless as I was today. In addition, I have to learn more common sense to avoid being deceived. It's a bit of a headache. Xiangxun rubbed his forehead, but he was quite looking forward to it. This kind of verbal confrontation is also a kind of battle and a kind of practice experience. This time, I must complete it beautifully. In the following days, Xiangxun began to frequently go in and out of shops of all sizes in Feeling City. She also gradually realized some experience. Bulk goods cannot be scattered like before. The materials of the second-level monster crab are not so precious to the shops of the Jindan period, and the other party is not willing to pay a high price. Therefore, these materials are suitable for selling in those small shops. Although it is troublesome, the price will be higher. The materials of the third-level monster crab cannot be consumed by small shops at all, and only large shops can take them. But the so-called large shops are also different. If 1 million spirit stones are taken out at once, ordinary Jindan period families can't afford it at all. The support of the immortal family for the family cultivators is a huge investment, resulting in a scarcity of circulating spirit stones on hand. On the contrary, the sect is different. For low-level disciples, unless they are extremely talented, the sect is mostly based on exploitation. There is little consideration of family affection and blood relationship. This also leads to the fact that the sect forces have a huge amount of circulating spirit stones. They can consume a large amount of goods. Through these tips, Xiangxun's backlog of monster crab materials is sold faster and faster. She has more and more spirit stones in her hands. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Unknowingly, Xiangxun already has a huge amount of money on hand. And the materials that Luo Chen gave her are the last batch, which is also the most expensive batch. On the central street of Feeling, Xiangxun sensed the batch of materials in the storage bag. They are all materials for the third-level monster king, from the blue emperor crab, the king crab, the magic spider crab, and even the 9-clawed poisonous king crab. What a pity. Time is tight, and I didn't know some common sense at the beginning, which led to many detours. Otherwise, the huge Langwang Island can completely take in this batch of materials, and I can also exchange more spiritual stones for the master. Now, there are not many forces in Feeling City that can take in this batch of goods. If you want to sell them all at once, there is only this place. Xiangxun raised his head and looked at the most luxurious 9-story building on the central street of Feeling. There was an endless stream of people coming in and out, and the flow of people exceeded 100 in a short time. And there were more people coming in and fewer people leaving. It means that there are really many good things inside, which makes these monks linger. This is a den of money, and it is also the best place to sell goods. Xian'an Business Alliance. It is rumored that this store is the property of Xian'an Dao sect, the sacred place of Zongmiao Pill. Similar high-rise buildings are all over the 5 states. Especially Zongmiao and Bigu. I don't have time to set up a stall to sell, so I hope to deal with the last batch of goods here. Xiangxun took a deep breath, restrained his breath to the extreme, and stepped into the high-rise building. as soon as she entered. On the 7th floor of the 9-story building, a rather wealthy fat man suddenly opened his eyes. Opposite him, a high-hanging black bronze mirror was blazing with spiritual light, and countless figures appeared on it, and finally stopped at a beautiful woman with slightly unruly eyes. The fat monk was shocked, showing a look of surprise, and blurted out, "Transformed Demon Cultivator." Chapter 573, Xiangxun is trapped, a sign of the formation of a baby. Xianxun Building, the 7th floor. The fat monk's face changed greatly, and he was extremely surprised. The dignified transformed demon king actually sneaked into the human fairy island. This is a great event. Once discovered, there may be a war. In the mountain and sea world, humans and demons cannot coexist. Since the end of the ancient war and the signing of the Armistice Treaty, it seems that there have been no large-scale wars, only some small-scale development wars, but everyone knows that this is only temporary. After more than 3,000 years, that peaceful situation has tended to collapse. Xianxun Dao sect, as the Holy Land of Zongmiao, is the most well-informed. As far as he knows, except for Zongmiao, which is no longer plagued by demons, the other 4 states have more or less begun to restart the war. Especially in the North Sea. More than 100 years ago, the Demon Coalition Army entered the North Pole Yamo Heaven and destroyed the Yuanmo sect, which was the most significant sign. The Holy Land collapsed, and the North Sea's Yuxin world was leaderless. Even if a new force like the Kanghe Zhengdao League appeared, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Everyone knows that once the demons have recovered, a new war will surely sweep across the entire North Sea. That is why the people of the North Sea adhere to the idea that they must first stabilize the country before they can resist foreign aggression. The major forces have been colliding openly and secretly, intending to compete for supremacy, and then someone will lead a resistance against the demon coalition. In this case, a transformed demon cultivator whose name and origin are unknown quietly sneaked into a major city in the southeast, and he must have some intention. Is he an outpost? Came to gather intelligence? Or a saboteur, trying to destroy the alliance between Penglai Xianzong and Molualiu? Or, is it purely a personal behavior, without any right or wrong? In a short period of time, the fat monk looked at the face in the bronze mirror and his mind turned rapidly. But gradually, he showed a look of surprise and uncertainty. Is the true form a Xiangxun Dao Gu? Once transformed, the demon cultivator's Yuanying can conceal the true form. Even under this demon treasure mirror, it can only be concluded that it is non-human. Is it just a 3rd-level demon beast? But how can a 3rd-level demon beast transform? Could it be that he was lucky and swallowed the rumored transformation grass? Many thoughts lingered in his mind. No matter what, the fat monk couldn't sit still anymore and sent a voice transmission first. Then he quietly got up, concealed his breath, and went down 7 floors. When he came to the lobby on the 1st floor, he saw the slightly confused female cultivator and went straight to greet her. "I am Fu Chaoshen, and I am honored to be the manager of this place. What do you need?" "Fu is willing to serve you." Looking at the smiling smile on the round face of the visitor, Xiangxun's expression froze. Jinden cultivator. She was still wondering why she entered this store, but no one greeted her. It was just that the Xianxun Merchant Alliance store had a big background and disdained to welcome customers warmly. Unexpectedly, the one who came to entertain her was a cultivator in the Jinden stage. Although he was only in the early stage of Jinden, Xiangxun didn't dare to treat him badly with the support of Xianxun Dao sect. "I'm Xiangxun. I have a batch of monster materials on hand. I wonder if your store will accept them." Fu Chaosheng raised his eyebrows. "Monster materials? What species? Why don't you take them and let me see?" Xiangxun said in embarrassment, "It's not convenient here." Fu Chaosheng smiled and extended his hand to invite, "Then let's change places. Please come this way." Xiangxun had no objection and followed the other party's footsteps and continued to go up the stairs. The spiral staircase gave people an illusion of never-ending progress. When entering an empty room, Xiangxun felt as if she had broken through the water curtain for a moment. When she got inside, she took out the last batch of materials left in the storage bag. The most eye-catching part of the 3rd-level monster crab king's torso is the crab claws and crab feet, as well as some thick tendons, eyeballs, and bones. Even in a separate jade box, there are 10 monster pills with different attributes. Seeing this scene, even though Fu Chaosheng was well-informed, he was still very surprised. Level 3 Green Emperor Crabs? Overlord Crabs? demon spider crabs, even poisonous king crabs. Fellow Taoist Xiangxuan, which demon sea domain's demon crab clan's lair did you take down? Xiangxuan looked indifferent. Don't worry about that, just tell me whether you want to take it or not. Fu Chaosheng rubbed his hands and smiled. I want it, of course I can, but I have to identify it. Fellow Taoist, do you mind waiting for me for a while? Yes. Xiangxuan nodded and sat down aside. While Fu Chaosheng was identifying the quality of various materials, he chatted with the other party. Although the other party was wary and avoided answering many questions. But for Fu Chaosheng, the answer to the question was not important, what he needed to see was the reaction. Finally, Fu Chaosheng gave a fair price for this batch of goods. 3 million spirit stones. All payment was made with high-quality spirit stones. Xiangxuan was a little dissatisfied at first. She thought she could pay a little more, but when she heard that all the payment was made with top-grade spirit stones, she happily agreed. The master had previously instructed that if possible, try to use mid-grade spirit stones to pay, and top-grade ones are best. She didn't understand the difference in the grade of spirit stones before. But after watching the master use the Fengshen compass to set up formations several times, basically consuming top-grade spirit stones, she knew that there was a threshold for cultivators to activate magic weapons. Take this batch of income back, plus the previous ones, and it will just make up the tens of millions. Especially with this batch of top-grade spirit stones, the master should be very satisfied. Xiangxuan happily agreed to the deal. As expected of the Xianitun Business Alliance, it is so generous that it uses top-grade spirit stones to pay. After some emotion, the two sides reached a deal. Seeing Xiangxuan carefully put the 300 high-quality spirit stones into the storage bag, Fu Chaosheng clapped his hands and said with a smile, Daoyao should not be a local. Yes. It's a rare opportunity for you to come here, why don't you take a look in our store? Xiangxuan was tempted. Fu Chaosheng struck while the iron was hot and said, our store not only has the most complete cultivation resources in Bihei, but also some special resources from Zhongzhou. Daoyao, take a look, maybe you can gain something. Xiangxuan thought about it and nodded. Anyway, the matter has been basically completed and nothing went wrong. The master has been in seclusion for more than half a month and there is no sign of coming out. There is no need for me. It's better to take a look first and broaden my horizons. Next, accompanied by Fu Chaosheng himself, Xiangxuan began to browse the various goods in Xianitun building. Mineral materials of various properties, medicinal materials of various grades, fresh bonsai spirit plants, and magic tools and talismans with different functions. Even array plates and high-level elixirs that are rarely seen in the outside world are common. During this process, Xiangxuan also paid special attention to several medicinal herbs. They were all specially ordered by the master before, and they were very useful to him. After secretly noting down the prices and reserves of those medicinal herbs, Xiangxuan stopped at the magic weapon area on the 6th floor. On the shelves, there were magic weapons that emitted powerful spiritual fluctuations. They were of different shapes and mysteries. In particular, her eyes were fixed on a fan. According to her perception, the wind attribute spiritual energy lingered on it, and even if no one urged it, it would occasionally sweep the space. Among all the shelves, this one was the cleanest, without any dust or dirt, and even some of the magic power of the treasure testers had no residue. Daoyao have a good eye. This treasure is called the 9-wind banana fan, which is made from the trunk of a banana tree that is 100,000 years old. After being refined, it is integrated with 9 pure winds, and its power is extremely great. As a top-grade magic weapon, the 9-wind banana fan is also one of the treasures of our store. A giant cultivator obtains it and regards it as his own magic weapon. With careful sacrifice and refinement, he can call the wind and rain, and destroy mountains and crack the earth. If it is a wind-attributed spiritual root, it will be even more powerful. Listening to Fu Chaosheng's introduction, Xiangxuan stared at the banana fan with desire in her eyes. She subconsciously asked, how many spirit stones does this treasure cost? Fu Chaosheng smiled slightly, it's not cheap. An ordinary giant and cultivator would have to spend all his family property to buy it. But it's not expensive either. The 3 million spirit stones in Daoyao's hand are more than enough. Xiangxuan's eyes suddenly widened. 3 million. Why don't you go and grab it? She knew that the value of top-grade magic weapons was very high, and the price was very expensive. The master had talked about it in his spare time. The price of ordinary low-grade magic weapons was generally within 100,000. As long as you were not a poor casual cultivator, you could buy one or two. The limit of the number of magic weapons for giant and cultivators was not financial resources, but strength. For those with weak magic power, one magic weapon was the limit. For those with weak spiritual awareness, two magic weapons were barely enough. Only when both were strong could 2 or 3 magic weapons be activated at the same time. At least, the master used to use only 3 or 4 treasures, and one was even destroyed. When the magic weapon reached the middle grade, the price began to soar. It ranged from 100,000 to 1 million. Top-grade magic weapons were even more rare. Few people would sell them. Most cultivators who wanted to obtain them relied on their own refining, sacrifice, and cultivation. They used their own energy and, with plenty of time, gradually cultivated them to the top-grade level. Such magic weapons were not just as simple as weapons. When a cultivator is alive, it can be used as a tool for both spiritual and spiritual cultivation. After a cultivator dies, it can also be passed down as a family or sect's inheritance treasure. Many powerful giant sects only have 1 or 2 top-grade magic weapons as their sect treasures. If you think about it carefully, 3 million spirit stones may not be very expensive for an excellent top-grade magic weapon. But Xiangxun shook his head fiercely. Forget it, I can't afford it. Fu Chaosheng smiled and said, business is a matter of negotiation. If you really want it, we can discuss the price. The words were quite tempting. Xiangxun opened his mouth, but finally refused. It's getting late, I have to go. Manager Fu, see you again in the future. Fu Chaosheng still smiled. I had a good chat with you today, which shows that we have a deep fate. We will definitely see each other again in the future. Then, he personally sent Xiangxun downstairs and left Xianitun building. After leaving Xianitun building, Xiangxun felt a little disappointed. A treasure that suits him very well is in front of him, but he can't take it. It's really uncomfortable. After all, he is still short of money. I don't know if you will give me some pocket money when I help him in the future? When Xiangxun mentioned that he was short of money, his mood became better again. This time, he helped his master earn tens of millions of spirit stones, and he also made great contributions. In particular, the number of high-quality spirit stones in it, plus the previous transactions, is as much as 400. After returning, he will definitely be praised. Maybe, after the master comes out of retreat, he will pass on the researched skills to him. He has been trapped in the early stage of the 3rd level for hundreds of years. Measured by the realm of human cultivators, it is about the peak of the 3rd level of the golden elixir. If he gets the skills, he may be able to break through the middle stage of the golden elixir, and he will be one step closer to the 4th level of transformation and condensation of the infant. When she was full of expectations, she didn't know that someone was secretly spying. In a remote mountain road, 5 people sat together, staring at the water mirror in front of them. Under the cover of the formation, the 5 people's breath was not leaked. But the realm of the golden core stage was known to each other. One of them looked down at the mirror and said, "This woman is a good method. She sold a monster crab material separately in a short period of time and made a lot of profits. But we suffered a loss in secret." Another person echoed, "Yes, if our Jin family had not sold that batch of monster crab materials to Liang Fenghao and was rejected by them, we would not know that this woman actually hoarded so many similar materials. If it was just a batch of monster crab materials, it would not be a big deal for each family. Selling it would make money anyway. But Xiangxun dumped the materials of thousands of monster crab corpses in just half a month, which caused oversupply. Although Lenguang Island is large, it will still be a problem to swallow so many materials at once. Not to mention that the price of raw materials will be suppressed, the magic tools and magic treasures refined by those casting forces using monster crab materials will be similar. In this way, the price of finished products will definitely not be much higher. Therefore, the price of raw materials will be suppressed by them. Fortunately, the forces behind most of the shops in Filang City that bought the monster crab materials know each other. Even if there are grudges, they can still reach a consensus in the face of interests. Therefore, the 3 families met and gathered 5 giant monks to recover the losses. As for how to recover the losses? That's very simple. Later, when this woman steps into the range of the formation, the 5 of us will attack at the same time and kill her with lightning speed. Afterwards, the spiritual stones inside will be divided equally among the 3 of us. The rest of the property will be selected by my Jin family first. Do you have any objections? Among the 5 people, except for another Jin family monk, the remaining 3 nodded. Then, they discussed the details of the next move. 5 people attacking together will inevitably cause a lot of noise, but with a formation covering it, the monks and the city will not be able to react for a while. The most important thing is not to let Xiangxun destroy the storage bag when he counterattacks before his death. The Jin family, who contributed the most, also had a response to this problem. They specially prepared a treasure that could temporarily isolate the connection between the cultivators and the storage bag. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough for the 5 people to kill Xiangxun with thunder. Come in. Get ready. Just when they were fully prepared and were about to take action, suddenly, a special pressure enveloped the area covered by the formation. Especially where the 5 people were, it seemed as if they were isolated from the world and in another space. Not only could the spiritual energy in their bodies not be mobilized, they could not even sense the spiritual energy of the outside world. The 5 people were shocked and could only watch the female cultivator in the water mirror float away. After the female cultivator left, the special pressure suddenly dissipated. Only a cold snort reached the ears of the 5 people. Business, this is not how you do it, get out of here. The 5 people looked at each other, their eyes full of horror. After a long while, the Jin family cultivator trembled and said, "It seems to be Elder Fu. Fu Chaoshen, the person in charge of the Xianitun Business Alliance in Bihei, ranks among the 4 elders. And his own cultivation is at the nascent soul stage. When walking outside, everyone has to give him face. Even some well-known late-stage nascent soul monsters in Bihei have to be treated with courtesy. There is no other reason, because this person also represents the Xianitun Dao sect in Zongmiao. They don't know why Fu Chaosheng wants to protect Xiangxun, but in short, this vote is a big deal at the moment. Even after returning, they have to prepare gifts and go to the other party to ask the adults to forgive the villains." The 5 people didn't hesitate, pack up their things, and ran back in disgrace. On the ground, the fat man looked at the escaping light in the sky and muttered to himself. With the power of a demon, it is absolutely impossible to collect so many 3rd-level demon crab materials. There must be a force behind this woman. Especially when she faced a magic weapon that was very suitable for her, she did not dare to use the spiritual stones she had obtained. It can be seen that she was just a subordinate running around outside and did not have the right to dispose of the batch of spiritual stones. To let a 3rd-level demon beast, or a transformed demon cultivator, run for him, the person behind the scenes must be either at a high level or have a great background. At this time of changing circumstances, it is related to the plans of our Taoist sect, and no changes will be allowed. I want to see which Taoist friend came to Fei Ling quietly without showing up. While muttering, his steps seemed to be slow but actually fast, and he fell far behind the green escape light. Soon, his footsteps stopped outside a valley. Looking at the valley filled with clouds and strict security, Fu Chaosheng frowned. The 3rd-level formation is filled with the aura of the nascent soul. My guess is right. It is indeed a nascent soul cultivator. But this aura is really unfamiliar. I have never seen it before. In this case, I would like to see it and get a feel for it first. He was about to step into the valley, but the moment he raised his foot, his expression suddenly changed. In the valley, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. A momentum rose to the sky. Dragons and tigers gathered, dark clouds filled the air, and large amounts of spiritual energy were extracted from the earth veins. Not only that, the free spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the 4 directions of heaven and earth also began to gather towards the valley. Above the sky, there was even a faint silver light flashing. Seeing this familiar scene, Fu Chaosheng blurted out. A sign of forming a baby. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, Immortal Gift of Pills, Sudden Enlightenment. The wind howled in the sky. Dark clouds pressed down on the city, and silver light flashed. Such a change in the sky attracted the attention of many monks in the city. Outside the valley, Fu Chaosheng blurted out a sign of the formation of a baby. But after just observing for a moment, his heart was relieved, and he even shouted in a low voice. Nonsense. I don't know if the people in the valley heard his scolding. The next moment, the wind and clouds rolled back, and the silver light disappeared. That special momentum was suddenly withdrawn. Between heaven and earth, only the spiritual energy extracted from the earth veins was left floating, and there was no more strange phenomenon. At the same time, the dense clouds and fog in the valley slowly dispersed, leaving a small path that was large enough for one person to pass. Senior, you are here, why not go into the valley and sit down, so that I can show my hospitality as a host? Hearing the clear voice, Fu Chaosheng raised his eyebrows, and without much hesitation, he walked in carelessly. Wherever he passed, the clouds and fog automatically dispersed, and then slowly closed up behind. After a while, Fu Chaosheng arrived in front of a wooden house. A woman was standing guard at the door with great vigilance. When she saw Fu Chaosheng for the first time, Xiangxuan blurted out, "Manager Fu, it's you." Fu Chaosheng smiled slightly. "Fu said that you and I are destined to meet again. You followed me." Xiangxuan's eyebrows were raised, and she was full of murderous intent. Before Fu Chaosheng could explain, the clear male voice came from the house. "Xiangxuan, don't be rude. This is a senior, you have to respectfully call him a real person." Xiangxuan was stunned, and then his face turned pale. "Senior Fu, I'm sorry. I'm inconvenient now, please come in and talk." Fu Chaosheng was not angry. He glanced at Xiangxuan jokingly and walked into the house. Outside the house, Xiangxuan, with a pale face, was at a loss, and his mind was churning like waves. How could it be possible? I just sold some monster materials, and I actually met a Yuanying real person. But the other party was so patient, deliberately concealing his realm, talking and laughing with him. Wait? Why does a Yuanying Zhenren need to conceal his realm and deliberately be hypocritical with him? He must have some plan. Thinking about the fact that the other party followed him all the way to this valley cave, his plan must be. Xiangxuan turned around with difficulty, biting her lips tightly. I won't cause big trouble for the master. The trouble in her heart was not sure. But Luo Chen was indeed in some trouble now. As soon as Fu Chaosheng entered the wooden house, he saw a man with black hair and red face sitting cross-legged on the futon. All over his body, the breath was in and out, and the mana was surging in the house. In a faint way, even the spiritual consciousness was in a state of being unable to be restrained, and it was spreading to the outside world all the time. If it were someone else, it would be rude for the inferior to release the spiritual consciousness in front of the superior, but Fu Chaosheng knew that the other party was helpless. It seems that you are really inconvenient. Luo Chen's bloodshot eyes blinked hard, and he said with some difficulty, I'm sorry to make you laugh. It's really ridiculous. Fu Chaosheng said without comment, looking around the room. At the same time, he also said the so-called ridiculous things. You are not in a good state, your spiritual veins are not enough, and none of the three treasures of spirit, energy and spirit are perfect. You are totally unprepared, and you actually want to sprint to the nascent soul stage. Junior, don't you have any guidance from your master to do such a reckless thing? Luo Chen smiled bitterly, but did not explain more. Fu Chaosheng's hesitant movement around finally stopped. He did not find the person he wanted to see. But before, he did feel the breath of the nascent soul in the formation. Could it be that he had misjudged it? Puzzled, his eyes fell on Luo Chen. At this moment, he suddenly reacted. Huh? The fourth level of the golden collar. Luo Chen nodded. His current state could not conceal his original realm and cultivation. The fluctuation of his magic power was lingering outside. Anyone with a little knowledge could judge his specific cultivation. Fu Chaosheng's eyes froze. At the fourth level of the golden collar, he could actually trigger the most preliminary signs of forming a fetus. Apart from anything else, just the background and talent of this boy were terrifying. If so, his trip today would not be in vain. After thinking for a while, he said, You should know my identity. Luo Chen nodded. You are in the nascent soul realm, with a kind face and friendly attitude. In addition, my maid also knows you. I think you are the legendary Master Fu, one of the four elders of the business alliance set up by the Xianitun Dao sect in the North Sea. You have good knowledge. It seems that you are not a hard-working person who is oblivious to the world outside. Fu Chaosheng put his hands behind his back and looked at Luo Chen, his eyes kept sizing him up. As he was looking at him, Luo Chen introduced himself at the right time. My name is Luo Hai, a casual cultivator. Luo Hai? He. Fu Chaosheng chuckled, knowing that this was the other party's alias, but in this world, And in the North Sea, it was normal for the other party to be cautious. Luo Chen felt quite stressed, as if he was seen through by the other party. He knew very well that it was just an illusion. But it still made him feel uneasy. With a light cough, he said, "Senior. Okay, I just came to take a look, this is enough." After saying that, Fu Chaosheng wanted to leave. But before leaving, he paused, and two objects appeared in his hands, and he pushed them in front of Luo Chen with magic power. Luo Chen was stunned. "What is this?" "This identity token is held by VIPs of my Xianitun Business Alliance who spend more than 1 million spiritual stones. Your maid did a business with me, so she should have this token. And this pill." Fu Chaosheng smiled. "It's fate that we meet. I'm afraid you won't be able to recover in half a year. With this Yang Fan pill, you can recover in less than 3 to 5 days. If you can take this opportunity to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that is contaminated with your breath here, you may be able to gain a lot." Luo Chen was terrified. "How can I accept such a valuable gift?" "Just accept it. Come to my Xianitun building more often in the future." Fu Chaosheng waved his hand, flicked his sleeves, turned around and left. Luo Chen opened his mouth, but in the end he just asked Xiangsun to see him off. In the valley path, Xiangsun followed Fu Chaosheng nervously and respectfully, not daring to breathe. The middle-aged man's laughing voice came. "How did you get this transformed body?" Tianjuan was shocked, but he had already made plans for this kind of thing, and immediately replied, "I was lucky enough to swallow a transformation grass, and with the help of the master's elixir, I had this opportunity." Fu Chaosheng did not comment. Transformation grass? The help of elixir? He didn't care how much of these words were true and how much were false. After leaving the valley, he looked back, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Being able to understand the method of forming an infant in the middle stage of the golden elixir, even if it is only the most superficial, can also show his talent. He can also subdue a demon cultivator of the same level for his own use, so his strength must be not low. In particular, the faint aura of the nascent soul shows that the other party is not a person without any background. He's a talented person. I'm just showing my goodwill in making a good relationship with him. Maybe he can help me with that matter in the future. I'll just pay 1 Faniyang pill, just treat it as a free gift. After thinking about it, the man left in a good mood. In any case, the biggest gain was to make sure that there were no strange Yuanying cultivators here, which would not hinder the next major event. After he left, Xiangsun went to meet Luo Chen and told him the details of the previous communication with Fu Chaosheng. At the end, she asked worriedly, "Master, I didn't cause you any trouble, did I?" Luo Chen shook his head. "If other Yuanying true persons might have trouble, but this one, who is famous for his good temper, is not a problem. On the contrary, he helped me a little." After saying this, Xiangsun was completely relieved. After he left, Luo Chen sat quietly in the wooden house. The one Han banner that had been put away reappeared, and Han Zan's figure appeared in front of him. Luo Chen asked without turning his head, "Did he find you?" Han Zan replied, "Probably not. Although his realm is higher than mine at my peak, I am proficient in refining the soul, and now I am a remnant soul. With the help of this 10,000 souls banner, it is not easy for him to find me if he hides intentionally. The nascent soul aura in the formation. You can use the vision of your formation to explain it briefly. Anyway, it's still not safe." Han Zan comforted, "In fact, you don't have to be nervous. The Xianitun Dao Sect's business alliance is spread across 4 states, and each state has sent 4 nascent soul elders to manage it. These nascent soul elders abide by their duties and basically do not make enemies with others for no reason. They only seek benefits and collect intelligence for the Dao sect. You are just a giant and cultivator, and the other party will not do anything to you." Luo Chen grinned. Will they really not do anything to him? If they knew that he had refined pills for the demon clan, even if they were forced to do so, they would not let him off easily. His eyes finally stayed on the token and the pill on the table. "The token is fine. I checked it. It's just the most common Xianitun building VIP ID card. Before the other party gave it to you, they had already collected your leaked aura, so others can't use it as a fraud." "What about this pill?" Luo Chen's eyes fell on the pill surrounded by golden cloud patterns. With his knowledge, he knew that this pill was quite extraordinary and contained powerful medicinal power. Han Zan's tone was a little fluctuating, and he said in surprise, "Returning Yang pill? Good stuff. It was one of the pills that the pill saint used to make in his early years. It is no longer circulated in the East Wilderness and is only circulated within the Mingguan sect. The pill saint's special pill? Luo Chen was shocked. He knew a lot about the existence at the top of the alchemy in the mountain and sea realm. The other party was born in the Mingguan sect, the sacred land of the East Wilderness, and after being promoted to the nascent soul stage, he somehow went to Zongmiao and joined the Xianitan Dao sect. Now his special pill appeared in the hands of the Yuanying Zhenren of the Xianitan Dao sect, which was also a matter of course. What is the effect of this pill? It has a single effect, specifically treating your current condition. Han Zan said with a regretful tone, it is extremely dangerous for a cultivator to form a fetus. Not only is there the most iconic thunder tribulation, but there is also internal conditioning. The so-called perfection of the golden elixir is to adjust one's own state to perfection. After reaching that state, the scattered soul is combined with blood essence and magic power, so that one can step into the state of returning to the sun and achieve the purple mansion infant of the cultivator. But this process is very complicated. If you are not careful, you will hurt yourself. Many golden elixir cultivators are trapped in the 9th level and have been unable to achieve perfection. They keep failing at this step. Every failure will cause great damage to oneself, and there may even be an invasion of external demons. If there is a yang returning pill to assist, it can be twice the result with half the effort. Even if it fails, it can repair the damage. I wanted one back then but couldn't get one. I didn't expect the other party to give you one casually. You are really blessed. Luo Chen was shocked. He picked up the golden pill with 2 fingers, and his mouth was dry. After continuous inspection, he was sure that the pill was non-toxic and had no hidden tricks. Fu Chaosheng was so generous to give him a yang returning pill, and he really didn't know what to say. This favor was not big or small. But he couldn't refuse it at that time, and he didn't want to refuse it. You should eat it later, otherwise you are really not suitable to participate in the auction in Filang City in your current state. Yet, Luo Chen snorted, and he was already a little impatient in his heart. Han Zan was a little self-blaming. Blame me, I didn't remind you before. Luo Chen exhaled a turbid breath. How can I blame you? I didn't expect that by deducing the demon cultivation method, I would understand the method of forming an infant, and I subconsciously started to operate it, and almost made a big mistake. If you hadn't interrupted me with this soul sound, I might have died under the sudden thunder tribulation. Yes. He had made such a scene before, which was beyond everyone's expectations, including Luo Chen himself. In the process of perfecting the Huanayu secret book, he constantly compared himself and verified what he had learned. Unconsciously, he actually realized a set of methods for forming a baby. The so-called forming a baby is that the scattered soul of the cultivator changes from yin to yang and condenses the purple palace infant. Before the infant, the soul of the cultivator is naturally afraid of thunder, rain, dew, evil spirits and strong winds. At this moment, it can be said that the state of yin deficiency. Even if you die, the chance of reincarnation and cultivation is very rare. Only after the infant, after experiencing the test of thunder and lightning, the 3 flowers gather at the top of the head, and the 5 key return to the origin, the soul can be revealed to the outside and escape thousands of miles. Therefore, some people also say that the inner and outer parts of the infant cultivator are the same, returning to the yang and becoming the real, and they are called real people because they have obtained yang. Luo Chen sighed. Although I acted recklessly during this sudden enlightenment and almost made a big mistake, I also gained a lot. At least, I have more preparations for the future infant. The infant formation of a cultivator is actually not much different from the daily practice. It's just those 4 words: wealth, companions, law and land. Wealth can be external resources, such as auxiliary items such as infant pills. A companion is a Taoist companion. With Han Zan, a senior, guiding him, Luo Chen can avoid many detours. Now, he has learned another method of forming a baby. As long as his spirit is perfect in the future, he can try to gather the 3 flowers at the top of his head and get a glimpse of the nascent soul realm. As for the spiritual land, let's talk about it later. It's not something Luo Chen can dream of at the moment. With his mind settled, Luo Chen dispersed his distracting thoughts and took the Fanayang pill. He had to adjust his current state as soon as possible so as not to affect the next action. In addition, Fu Chaosheng showed his goodwill, so he couldn't just pretend that nothing happened. At least it was necessary to visit him once or twice. As for whether the other party would see him or not, That was the other party's business. The superficial work that should be done still had to be done. If possible, it would be better to do something to repay the other party's gift of the pill. With these thoughts in mind, Luo Chen went into a short retreat again. The door of the wooden house in the valley was closed, and the large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had been extracted before began to gather towards him. Just as Fu Chaosheng said, once Luo Chen survives this, it will definitely be a blessing in disguise, and his own cultivation may even improve a bit. Chapter 575, The Four Overlords of the North Sea. In the wooden house in the valley, Luo Chen sat cross-legged with a Fanyang pill in his mouth. His sleeves fluttered in the wind, and as his breath lingered, the huge spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was previously drawn out by the sign of his infant formation surged towards him as if it were pouring into his body. If it were normal times, he would naturally not dare to swallow it rashly. But as Fu Chaosheng said, this batch of spiritual energy of heaven and earth was drawn out by him, and it was contaminated with his breath in the process, so it was particularly easy to refine it. The premise is that his body can hold up. Obviously, with Luo Chen's wide meridians, vast sea of qi, and tenacious physique, he can swallow it in one breath. In this process, the medicinal power of the Fanyang pill melted and permeated his body. Luo Chen's scattered soul and restless blood essence were also gradually gathered and returned to his control. While concentrating on recuperation, Luo Chen was also more and more shocked by the wonders of the Fanyang pill. The wonders of this pill are the best he has ever seen in his life. In the past, the elixirs used either only increased the essence of the soul like Zongmiao Pill, or increased mana like Zhenyan Pill, or tempered the body like Hehoang Paste. In short, they all had a single effect. But Fanyang Pill, not only does it nourish the soul and concentrate the mind, it also calms the qi and blood and makes up for the lack of mana. It can be said to be 3 in 1. It is worthy of being the masterpiece of the alchemy saint in his early years. If there are a large number of Fanyang pills to assist, the cultivators will save decades of work to form an infant, and the 3 treasures of essence, qi and spirit will be united, directly reaching the state of the 3 flowers gathering at the top of the head. While sighing, Luo Chen was not disappointed. Although he only had 1 Fanyang pill, he was only at the 4th level of the golden pill now, so 1 was enough. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, the boiling spiritual energy in the valley was completely eliminated with a breeze. In the wooden house, Luo Chen stood up and exhaled a wisp of turbid air from his mouth. Feeling his own state, he actually had an indescribable sense of comfort. He felt light and airy, as if he could ascend to heaven at any time. But his solid state of mind made him realize that he had escaped from the previous dangerous state. Opening the attribute panel, Luo Chen's eyes stopped at the state progress bar. Golden core 4th level 30th, 100. In just a moment, his eyes froze, and the corners of his mouth gradually rose slightly. After counting, he was promoted to the 4th level of golden core in Zhuanayan Sea, and then was forced to change to a piece of coral trench spiritual land with insufficient spiritual energy. Since then, he has not practiced well for a year, relying only on the power of true flame pill to increase his mana. After returning from Zhuanayan Sea, he practiced on Yaoai Island for 3 years in the 3rd level lower grade spiritual land. During these 3 years, he worked hard day and night without slacking off. Finally, he rushed to Felang City for more than half a year. In short, his previous practice progress was stopped at 17/100. This practice speed also fits his previous judgment that it would take 20 years to advance to a small realm by relying only on the 3rd level lower grade spiritual land. If it were a 3rd grade upper grade or even top grade spiritual land, it would be possible to reach the speed of cultivation of the rumored heavenly spiritual root cultivators, that is, to form a fetus in 200 years. Perhaps some people did not understand why Luo Chen's cultivation speed was still not as fast as the rumored heavenly spiritual root cultivators after he switched to the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. In fact, it was the spiritual land that caused it. Whenever a heavenly spiritual root cultivator appeared in a large sect, all kinds of resources would be absolutely maxed out. Not to mention the external objects such as pillow arrays, instruments and talismans, just the spiritual land alone would have to be provided at the upper grade level. For example, in the Dream Spring Cave in the East Wilderness, a water-attributed heavenly spiritual root Jiaolong appeared, and he formed a pill in 100 years. Then, in order for the other party to have a better spiritual land, The Dream Spring Cave did not hesitate to give up the homeland that had been operated for many years, and also participated in the War of Development, in order to win a better third-grade spiritual land for Ujia along. Therefore, the absolute cultivation speed of the heavenly spiritual root cultivator can actually be achieved under the premise that the spiritual land configuration is maxed out. For Luo Chen, when he was in Kangwu Mountain, it was the real heavenly spiritual root cultivation speed. In just 3 years, he was able to advance to a small realm. Because his cultivation cave in Kangwu Mountain was a third-grade superb spiritual land. In that environment, even if he had just changed his cultivation method and even had to concentrate on refining his life-saving magic weapon, the Hununding and the Broken Moon Wings, he could still make rapid progress. But after leaving Kangwu Mountain and coming to the North Sea, his external resource allocation has never been fully utilized. This is why, despite having a strong foundation in cultivation method, his cultivation efficiency has not been improved. Similarly, this is why Luo Chen left the Fian Islands. And this time, in this valley spiritual land, which is also a third-grade lower grade, he only spent 1 month, but absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy and converted it into mana, increasing his cultivation progress to 30% in one breath. A full 13 progress points. If converted into time, 1 month's work is almost equivalent to 3 years of hard practice. Is this enlightenment? Luo Chen was filled with emotion. Thinking back now, in that state, the technique automatically operated, and the body was like a huge magnet, constantly capturing, extracting, and refining the spiritual energy from the outside world. Even the third-level low-grade spiritual land was squeezed to the extreme by him. It was almost unable to withstand his exploitation. He was only at the 4th level of the Golden Core. This also made Luo Chen understand that if he really wanted to form a fetus in the future, he must find a 4th-level spiritual vein. Ordinary low-level spiritual veins could not bear the amount of spiritual energy required for a cultivator to form a fetus. Let's talk about the future in the future. Let's walk down the road firmly. Luo Chen chuckled and stepped out of the wooden house. Xiangxuan had been waiting outside. When she saw Luo Chen appear, her eyes lit up at first sight. That kind of elegant and unworldly temperament was something she had never seen before. Faintly, she seemed to understand something, and immediately bowed to congratulate. Congratulations, Master, your Taoism has improved, and you are 1 step closer to the realm of the real person. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. How could the realm of the real person be so easy? The broken pill turns into an infant, the spirit and soul are condensed, and the yin deficiency turns into yang. The 3 flowers gather at the top of the head, the 5 key return to the origin, and the inside and outside are the same, then it can be called true. This is the main gain of his sudden enlightenment. There are so many cultivation factors involved. Now this small step is far away. Of course, if you don't accumulate small steps, you can't reach 1,000 miles. If you want to reach the realm of a real person, you need such a little accumulation. The brand new Luo Chen raised his hand to summon a white cloud and stepped on it. Xiangxuan's eyes condensed. What color is this cloud? She remembered that the master mainly cultivated fire attribute magic power, and the clouds were mostly red. But now? Master, your magic cloud seems to be water attribute magic power. Luo Chen nodded and said casually, it's just a little trick of magic power conversion, which is not worth mentioning. Although he said so, there was a bit of complacency in his eyes. This is also a little gain from his sudden enlightenment. After understanding the essence of power, the conversion will be more relaxed than before. In the final analysis, his red golden elixir was essentially a 5-color golden elixir, belonging to the 5 elements. In the past, it took extra time to convert it in advance, but now, he can do it at will. Although the power converted from this is very ordinary in controlling magic weapons and casting spells, it can at least make up for some of the small tricks he lacked before. This is also a pleasant surprise. Come up. Xiangxuan went up to Fan with a trace of admiration, and asked at the same time, Master, where are we going now? Others have given peaches, although I can't return Yao, but I still have to have the proper etiquette. Luo Chen looked calm, and adjusted his head and collar, go to Xianyun Tower to visit Master Fu. After a simple explanation, he urged his magic power, and the white cloud floated up and flew towards the central street of Filang City. Luo Chen said that he couldn't return Yao, but in fact, he didn't fall behind in the proper etiquette. Not only did he prepare some specialties from the Fian Islands, he also prepared 2 portions of his specialty, the Emperor's flowing juice, and even gritted his teeth and took out a piece from his collection of 1,000-year-old Thunder Blast. The value of this gift is no less than that of the Zongmiao Pill, and even more. Recently, because he had to participate in the auction of Filang City, Fu Chaoshen, who did not retreat, was notified by his subordinates at the first time. Looking at the gift presented to him, he was shocked and relieved. It seems that this boy not only knows how to behave, but also obviously doesn't want to owe me a favor. Playing with a 1,000-year-old Thunder Blast that exuded a strong thunder power, Fu Chaosheng's eyes were full of playfulness. He just thought that he took out a rare Zongmiao Pill, and the other party could not repay it. If he could use the other party in the future, Luo Chen could not refuse. Now it seems that this is a master who is unwilling to owe favors. The shopkeeper of Xianyun building is a great monk in the late Jiandan period, named Shanshubao, and his Taoist name Zhenbao Shengren is circulated outside. He said that he handled things properly and managed the Xianyun business alliance in the southeast region very well, and that he was powerful and could dominate the area. At this moment, he looked at a piece of 1,000-year-old thunder in Fu Chaosheng's hand with envy. Elder, do you want to see Luo Hai? Fu Chaosheng smiled slightly. Yes. Why not? Anyway, I'm free today, so it doesn't hurt to see him. When he said this, he had already put the piece of 1,000-year-old thunder in his pocket. How could he not see the desire in Shan Shubao's eyes? But this is a good thing, even a Yuanying's Henrin would not have too much. Shan Shubao saluted, then I will go and notify him to come up. When Shan Shubao was about to go out, Fu Chaosheng suddenly called him and moved his lips a few times. Shan Shubao was stunned for a moment, then he understood and went out. See Fu Chaosheng again, on the 7th floor of Xianyun building. Luo Chen was respectful and bowed politely. But his temperament and demeanor were neither humble nor arrogant. After taking a look, Fu Chaosheng nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, you have turned a disaster into a blessing, and your Taoism has improved a lot, even more than I imagined. Thanks to the Immortal for giving me the pill, I have such a harvest. Luo Chen replied sincerely. Fu Chaosheng shook his head. Although the Zongmiao Pill is precious, it is only for those who have not yet formed an infant. It is nothing to me at all. I originally planned to reward the younger generation. At this point, he casually asked, did you come to Filang City for the auction? Luo Chen nodded, indeed. It is difficult to be a casual cultivator, and it is not easy to collect materials. Only through this kind of large-scale auction can I collect the necessary resources and increase my knowledge. For this reason, I have cash in all the monsters I have obtained in the outer sea for many years. Since you know that it is difficult to be a casual cultivator, why don't you consider joining a large force as a backer? Luo Chen's eyes condensed, and instead of answering, he asked, what kind of force is considered a large force? Fu Chaosheng chuckled and said, there is the dominant Malo clan in the near future, and the rising star Penglai immortal sect in the far future. Both are powerful forces with great Yuan Hao cultivators in charge. If you feel that they are not stable enough, there is also the new sacred land of the God of Incarnation, the Kanghe Zhengdao League. There are newly promoted gods like Li Dalian in it. Even the powerful monsters are afraid of its power and dare not rashly invade the various fairy islands in the North Sea. Of course, if you are casual by nature and don't want to be disciplined, there are also casual cultivators such as the Wongsan Association that you can join. As long as you have the strength, you can also thrive in it. The four overlords? Listening to the names of these major forces, Luo Chen had a clearer understanding of the current situation of the North Sea cultivation world. He humbly asked, from the perspective of the real person, what are the advantages and disadvantages of these forces? The other party came from the Xianyun Dao sect, and his vision and knowledge covered the land of the 5 states. Judging from the other party's situation, it must be above Luo Chen's one-sided understanding. Fu Chaosheng thought for a moment, since I have received such a big gift from you, I will also help you solve some of your doubts. At that moment, he told the general situation of the 4 major forces. There is no need to say much about the Demon Luo school. Each of the 12 masters is powerful, and most of them are involved with the Yuanmo sect before its destruction. When this force was first established, the slogan was to revive the Yuanmo sect and reproduce the glory of the North Sea Demon sect. The so-called Rising Star Penglai Xianzong is actually not a new force, but a top-level Yuanying sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. The reason why it is called a rising star is that it was suppressed by the demon sect in the past and was forced to preach in the outer sea. Now that the demon sect has been destroyed, the opponent has taken the opportunity to return to the inner domain and wants to make a name for himself. The name of Penglai Fairy Island has long been circulated in the North Sea's Euxin world. As for the Canghai Zhengdao League, it has absorbed many people who are devoted to the righteous way, and there are great masters of the formation way sitting in the seat, which is worthy of being the current overlord of the North Sea. It was also the first time that Luo Chen learned that the great master surnamed Li was actually named Li Dalian. As for the last 10,000 Immortals Association, Luo Chen didn't know much about it. However, when Fu Chaosheng introduced this force, he emphasized the three independent people who founded this force: Blood Independent People, Moon Independent People, and Crazy Independent People. These three are all powerful mid-nascent soul cultivators with great supernatural powers and means, and can compete with ordinary Yuanhe great cultivators. In addition, the 10,000 Immortals Association was established to absorb independent cultivators, which are harmless to others, so no one paid attention to it. Unexpectedly, after decades, it gradually became a force to be reckoned with. It is even rumored that one of the three independent people was promoted to the late nascent soul, which made the 10,000 Immortals Association gradually comparable to the other three forces. Luo Chen felt complicated after hearing this, but his thoughts gradually became clear in his mind. As Immortal said, there are many mountains in the demonic stream, and there are frequent internal conflicts. If I go in, I will definitely be affected. The Penglai Immortal sect is an ironclad entity. Even when the Yuanmo sect was there, they never surrendered. As an outsider, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to be accepted. And the Canghai League has the largest number of people, the greatest power, and the top powerhouses are unmatched. There is a trend of replacing the Yuanmo sect and becoming the new North Sea Holy Land. As for the 10,000 Immortals Association, the League of Loose Cultivators, it has no cohesion and is the weakest of the four overlords. It may be destroyed at any time. Fu Chaosheng smiled and said, "You are smart. In a short time, you combined the situations of the major forces and judged the impact on you if you joined. It's not that I'm smart, but Immortal's high-level views, I'm just repeating your ideas." Luo Chen was humble, and then asked sincerely, "In Immortal's opinion, which force should I join?" Fu Chaosheng waved his hand, "You have analyzed it so well, I think you have some inclination in your mind. Why do you need my advice? However, I want to remind you that the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Especially that powerful Li, who usually practices in seclusion and never intervenes in things. The so-called alliance of the right path may become a thing of the past." Luo Chen was stunned. He did want to get close to the Canghai alliance before. But now, according to what the other party said, the strongest party is the one that is most likely to be destroyed. In this case, he has to think carefully. He asked tentatively, "Master, what do you think of the Blood Nightmare Demon Luo?" Fu Chaosheng looked at Luo Chen in surprise. "Do you have a history with him?" "Not a history, but he did want to recruit me before." Luo Chen answered truthfully. After hearing this, Fu Chaosheng looked surprised, and his sharp eyes kept looking at Luo Chen. Finally, he gave an answer. "If you have no connection with the Yuanmo sect, don't join him. He is a hypocrite. If you are a disciple of the Yuanmo sect, don't go to him. Your life will be in danger." Luo Chen was shocked. How could this be? He wanted to ask more, but Fu Chaosheng obviously stopped talking and didn't explain any more. Luo Chen was uncertain, and finally felt fortunate that he didn't go directly to see the Blood Nightmare Demon Luo. In any case, compared to the Blood Nightmare Demon Luo, he still believed more in Fu Chaosheng, who came from the Xianitun Dao sect and had a good reputation. At the end, he tentatively said, "In fact, in my opinion, these four overlords are not the top forces. In the current Shanhai realm, the strongest force is still the Xianitun Dao sect." Fu Chaosheng looked at him with a smile and didn't respond. Luo Chen was helpless. "You are overthinking." Luo Chen's thoughts were not complicated. He was afraid of contacting the Holy Land and was afraid that the fact that he was refining pills for the demon clan would be known. But he also wanted to contact the Holy Land and expose this matter, so that he could walk in the sunshine and even take the opportunity to return to the East Wilderness. The contradictory mentality made him make this test. But it was obvious that Fu Chaosheng, the elder who was traveling outside, either did not like him or had other restrictions and could not make any promises. This also made Luo Chen's other ideas stillborn. But in this case, where should he go in the future? The demon Luo could not leave, and the Kanghe League would become a thing of the past, leaving only the Pengle Immortal Sect and the 10,000 Immortals Association. Or, really be a pure casual cultivator, like duckweed, with nothing to rely on. When he was at a loss in his heart, there was a knock on the door outside. Shem Shubao, the shopkeeper of Xianyun Tower, walked in, holding a banana fan in his hand. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.